Good morning. This is how you do a walk around. What's up, Leon? All right, walk around complete. Always good to stretch, yes. Crack, 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 crack. Oh. What's up, shooter? Chase. Missions, money. South. Let's go south. Ooh, hazardous material. What's up, Rolf? Hey, Kia. I feel like I don't make money at all in this compared to Neofly, right? I mean, the money is just different. Like all of the pay, I mean, I guess these are short trips. Small plane. I need to figure out what my goal for the next plane is going to be. Yeah, it's a hard economy. Yeah. I want to look at the aircraft database. Aircraft market. Browse. I think I want to find like the Duke again, or I like the Sky Courier a lot. I probably can't afford any of those. Buy and sell phones? What's up, Dave? Never flown or have any piloting experience to enjoy the streams. Nice. Dude, you should join us. Get the sim. What the heck? Is there no Duke? Oh, affordable aircraft only. There's the Duke. 800K max price. Is there a 408? Yeah, it's very expensive, of course. The Duke bundle, nice. Are they having a sale on it? I saw Just Flight was having a sale on some things. I think the 850 was on sale. Maybe the sale just ended, but I didn't see the Duke in the list. I just pretty much fly the Turbine Duke. Grand Caravan is 1 mil. So let me get an idea of how much. Let's see. The Duke is going to be cheaper. That was a good stepping stone with Neofly. Let me see the rent offers. 40 feet per minute landing in the Corvallis. Oh man, nice. On a Checkride. Okay, rental price for the Duke is under 2,000. Why does it say 0 miles? I don't think one of those are... They didn't seem like they were here. Let me get Volante up so you guys can see what airport we're at. SNOU is the airport. Snow. No, not the Checkride. Does more stars in the A rating get you more XP? Yes. Yeah, if you're in Neofly on the right side, if you point, there's a few little icons on the far right when you're on the certifications screen. And over there, if you point at them, it'll tell you the XP bonus. But yeah, you end up getting like 25 or 50% additional with a 2 or 3 star. What's up, Joe? Can you get any freelance charter missions? No. They're still gone. I just checked before I started the stream, yeah. It's a bug. A great time to use Neofly or OnAir Company. The Corvallis is awesome, yeah. Oh, you heard him starting it up. Beautiful. Yeah, I got to figure out what my goal today is. I definitely want to be in a bigger plane. Like, it was really nice being in the... It was really nice being in, like, the Sky Courier, and the Turbine Duke was cool. So I can lease... Oh, see, if I lease, when you lease an OnAir, you have like a multiple weeks and you have to pay for 3 weeks. 8,000 a week. So I need 24,000 to do that. I only have 7,000. Renting bond is more expensive though. For the Duke, 15,000. So I need a decent amount of money. I don't think I can make any more. I think for me to make the money, what I really need to do is with OnAir Company, the way you make your initial money is usually through their mission system, not just the regular jobs. And that gives you a lot of, yeah, right here, like the mission. So if I go to my pending jobs, there's going to be a mission with a trophy sign. And I think I can relocate this to a new base. So if I refresh this, this is like a 3-leg one. And it's mostly for XP. Okay, this is SPQT. 800 pay, but it gives you a 3,000 XP. So it's meant to get you leveled up for the skill tree faster. And then you can get like loans and stuff like that. And I need to unlock medical jobs. I don't know if I care about last minute jobs. The rest of this is, yeah, parking, negotiating parking fees, landing fees, aircraft ownership. Yeah, these career mods are only for PC. Yep. Your only option in Flight Sim is on Xbox is the built-in one in 24. But I mean, that didn't exist for 4 years, so it's definitely better than nothing. All right, yeah, so I think what I need to do is go to my employees. I need to relocate my employee to my current airport and regenerate the mission. So I'm actually, my guy's actually traveling here right now. So I'm just going to change my base to our current airport now. An error occurred. Base is SPQT. I got our buddy Michael Towery here, who I'm flying as. What's up, Ben? How do you use OnAir? First stream since before Christmas. It's up to you if you want to start with OnAir. You can really use either one. NeoFly is free. OnAir also has a free trial, but NeoFly is kind of always free. So it's really up to you. They're both a little complex to use in terms of the UI, but once you get used to it, it's great. I mean, they're providing what the Flight Sim 24 can't. Oh, you just bought it? If you bought it, I hope you paid for at least a year, because if you buy like a month, it is a waste of money. Not a waste of money, but the monthly price is like $10 and the annual price is like $40 or $50. So it's like half the cost if you pay for a whole year in advance. But I'm still using the free trial on this account, so I'll end up buying it again. 6 months? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, as long as you went for more than like 1 month, it gets cheaper the more you pay for. So yeah, £21. Yeah. But yeah, you use it. I mean, I actually have a bunch of videos. I have like a 5 or 6 part video series from a couple years back on using it. It's changed a little bit, but the gist of it is still the same. It's got a lot of the same buttons that you hit. So those videos will be able to explain it a lot faster than I can on the stream. So it didn't want me to change base here. There's just an error trying to... Oh, there we go. Did that work? I want to change my base so I can... Maybe I have to go to SPQT again. I think it's failing because my guy is traveling. That's probably what's happening. Yeah, it's got more missions in the default career mode. Charter missions. Yeah, this mod is its own thing. You just use this in free flight. The charter missions being broken is specific to Flight Sim 24's built-in career mode. Yeah, I can answer quick questions if you want, Ben. It is like both NeoFly and OnAir don't have the best interfaces. They're pretty complex. The one thing I noticed that's different though in NeoFly, or sorry, in OnAir from the last time I played it is, I believe it starts you on this freelance dashboard right here. Yeah, I think this is the first UI you see. And what you need to do to get into the career mode is this sidebar over here. See where it says, mine says advanced career mode, but by default, it's in the freelance only mode. Freelance only is basically you just fly from any airport, any plane. You can either find a charter job, you can do a regular route, which is like a real world route kind of thing, or join a VA. But, oh yeah, and then they have tours. That's kind of... anyway, you'll probably want to hit this button on the right side here. Yeah, Cumulus, Stratus, and Thunder. Cumulus and Stratus are easier in a way. The economy is more forgiving. You can teleport your pilot wherever you want. Thunder is like the hardcore mode. That's where I plan. Every flight has to be done by a real human. There's no AI pilots that actually do the flights for you. You still have employees like flight attendants, co-pilots, and stuff, but every actual flight is done by a human. It's definitely more punishing, but it's up to you. You could start in one of the other worlds if you want. It's just personal preference. But what I'm doing, this over here on the right, change mode, you have to click this unlock button and move it to advanced career mode to get the stuff that I have. I'm doing advanced career, which is like, oh, you can use autopilot. Yeah, autopilot's in the plane. I just mean you have to do the flight. You can't say, hey, you go do this flight for me, and then AI does it like in the background when you're sleeping and you get the money, that kind of thing. But if you want the most like hardcore experience where like everything's real time and all that, then use the Thunder world. It should tell you the difference between them though. Anyway, I need to, it looks like I can't change my home base right now. So I guess I'll just grab a quick job and wait for my pilot to relocate and then try again. On New Year's, you can only do cargo. Yeah, the, charters just, yeah, the private charters are just missing. Grinding low payouts in Cessna 172. I got the Corvallis instead. I don't think did I take out a loan? I don't think I took out a loan for it. But yeah, with my starting money, I was able to get the Corvallis. It's much better than flying the 172. I guess this one's the best one. I can do hazardous. You know, 800 pounds might be a bit too much, though. What is it? 200 miles, so I need like 200 pounds of fuel, roughly. I should be able to do this one. We'll see how our fuel is. Trying to earn enough to do airliner missions. Well, I don't know if you're doing OnAir or if you're doing OnAir Company, it gives you the choice. You can start as like a bush pilot or an airliner pilot. It'll like fast track you to give you it gives you like $1 million loan if you choose airline pilot, and then you can get into an airliner right away. Grand Caravan, the autopilot's broken. The problem with it is mainly how it swerves left and right, especially if you're using sim rate increase. Okay, I accepted the mission. Oh, I just saw lightning. Wait, was that lightning? Right there? I swear I just saw lightning. El Salvador in the 414. Oh, nice, Chase. Oh, yeah, let me change make sure I'm not on real time here. Okay, I'm not. I love playing earlier in the day because in real time we can use Beyond ATC and all that. Alright, I'm going to fly this one in the Corvallis. Yep, we're going to take the cargo. It says I have enough fuel loaded on for 272 miles with reserves, so that's definitely enough. All right, destination is SPAR. I'm going to do the sim brief dispatch button just to get a route and put in our flight number here. $4,000 feet for our cruise altitude. This is a very simple... Do I have a VA to join? No. The VA... We did the VA a few years ago. I don't know that I like it very much. I mean, we could make it again. I don't think I want to... it like takes a bunch of the money by default, right? Like I want people to have their own money and their own planes. But we could try it again. Initial owner equity. Oh, I need 100,000 to make it. Oh, the VA already exists. I think it's under my... Oh, it's under my old account. I have to... Yeah, I have to figure it out. Sign in with my other account and delete the VA maybe, or transfer the VA. I probably have to apply to join my own old VA. I switched accounts to my... Yeah, it's probably still in here. Alright, no, it's not. There are not many VAs. Oh, unless there... Yeah, I think that's it. There aren't that many. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth doing. It gets to be pretty complicated. What package do you need for Beyond ATC? You have 3 options. The Beyond ATC does the traffic injection itself. You just need to install some sort of model matching, some 3D models of planes. So FSLTL is the easiest. Just install the models, not the injector, just the models, using the fly-by-wire installer. Or you can use, what is it, AIG or FS Traffic by Aerosoft, but I would just use FSLTL. All right, let me get this thing started up. Batteries on, master switches on. What's up, Tobias? All right, pump, little throttle. Gas, fuel. All right, that's all on. This thing starts up almost comically fast. All right, avionics on. Garmin is booted. CDI over to GPS. Sync the altimeter 1008. And no flight tracking in progress, so let me start the mission again. SNOW to SPAR. Import SimBrief data. That's optional. It's just if you wanted to... If you use SimBrief in OnAir Company to generate it, you can then put in your username here and then import your latest flight plan, and it will fill your fuel automatically to the recommended amount from the SimBrief flight plan. The Corvallis, unfortunately, is not in there, so I can't put C400. I just put in the SR22 as a similar one. Select a pilot. What? SNOU. SNOU. I don't get it. He's here. Single engine piston land. Oh, he's sleeping. He's sleeping, so I need to hire another pilot. Because the AI pilots have rest periods. Okay. It's not like an AI pilot. I pretend to be him, essentially, the employee. So I need to hire a new one and put him where I am. Because my pilot is traveling from Washington, where I had him. He traveled all night. He's close to us. He's still like 30 minutes away, though, so he's still traveling. He's on a bus or something, or in an Uber. All right, category pilot. They need to be able to fly single engine piston land. And I'm just going to pick the cheapest one. Quintina. For 1 day and put her here. It's SNOU. All right, hired. Now I can fly. Yeah, this is only a thing because I had my pilot. My KIP pilot was up in the US still. Okay, so now she's the pilot I'm flying as. All right, make sure to bring the cargo. Oh, I have too much weight. Okay, I need to dump fuel. Feels bad. Weight is not valid. You need to validate fuel and payload. All right. And we're going to fly in real time. See here, this is where you could tell the AI pilot to do the flight for you. But on Thunder, see, it says AI flights are not allowed on Thunder. All right, starting flight. So it's going to weigh the play down. I'm going to watch it to make sure it moves. So as soon as I hit the button, we can watch the plane go. There we go. All the weight's been added. What's up, J-Town? I had a bunch of memberships gifted over the last... even yesterday, people were going a little nuts. We realized that pretty much every eligible member is now a member. There's too many members. Not a bad problem, I guess. Is it possible to get missions at night or sunset in stock career mode? No. Well, the only way to do it, you can force it by using a command in your control settings. Look for a command called set Zulu minutes. If you bind that and press it, it'll change it to the top of the real-time hour. And the weather will change as a result. But remember that you're going to be flying into a lot of small airports, mattering which mission type you're doing, and they might not have lighting. So it might be really difficult. But they do not have any nighttime missions by default. Okay, I'm going to get this flight plan imported in. I'm using the Navigraph plugin here. Okay, it's just now to dig in to spar. And it's expecting runway 3. And then on the other end, runway 8. Oh, I guess that's runway 9 now. Alright, earn a little bit of money here. I'm going to have to do the missions today. Yeah, the small airfields, yeah, especially during nighttime. I mean, ones that nighttime or bad weather, if there's no instrument approach, I mean, it's going to be really hard. It like wouldn't be realistic to fly into those airports in certain conditions and hours of the day, you know, or even times of the year. All right, I'm going to get Beyond ATC up. One night, I do like the thing about OnAir where I can say only use airports that are in SimBrief. It gives me a much better chance of Beyond ATC and SimBrief working. Career mode made you do a 20 knot crosswind. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, with an ILS, that's nice. I mean, in the northern hemisphere, the winds and the weather is pretty bad right now, so it might not be a sim thing. It might just be a realistic thing. Oh no, no airport cannot be, no parking can be found at Spar. Airport cannot be used currently. RIP. Alright, no Beyond ATC for this one, that's fine. We will just ATC ourselves out of here. Oh, taxi lights on the ground. I need to remember that. I keep losing points for no taxi lights on the ground. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's go take off from runway 3. And SimBrief said, was it 4,000 feet? I think it gave me 4,000 feet. I'll put that in for selected altitude. All right, 4,000 feet, 75% for cruise. It's 239 miles. All right, runway 3. All right. Oh yeah, I hear thunder. It's like a thunderstorm brewing over there or something. Middle of the day, thunderstorm. Pretty cool. Alright, I'm going to get landing and strobe lights on. Outside air temp is 29 degrees Celsius. Ice storm in Kentucky. You're going to get like hail. And I haven't seen hail in the longest time. I swear there was one time in California when I saw hail. Like, not like in the mountains or anything either, like in the city. It was super weird. Nice taxi, thank you. Yeah, I do what it allows, and it doesn't care where I taxi, so. Oh, freezing rain. Who's in the blimp? Zepp's always in the blimp or the balloons. Is there bad weather? For us, bad weather is like it rains sometimes. Like in the winter, but it's just a couple times a year, really. Other than that, it's nice. I mean, right now it's cold for us. It's 59 Fahrenheit, so to us that's kind of cold. But you know, you get used to the weather you live in. All right, let's go. Climb up to 4,000. Put on flight level change, of course. And I'll sync the heading bug. Heading mode. It's totally normal to set up the autopilot while rolling down the runway. Kind of a bumpy runway. Ooh, need some VX here. Alright, we need to turn all the way around. Dude, I think flying here has been like the most consistently like beautiful scenery flying in South America. It's awesome. What's up, HG? You get mad when it penalizes you for entering the taxiway when trying to do a U-turn? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just a little too strict. Like, they tried to do, like, the Microsoft flight, the built-in career mode, they kind of tried to do too much, I think. Like, we didn't really need the crew mode. We didn't need the historic weather thing. Like, there's just so much stuff that was not needed that they put in the first version instead of focusing on content. Like, number of planes, number of missions available worldwide. Like, nearly every airport, especially every Delta class airport, every Delta, Bravo, and Charlie class airport should have missions in the entire world. That should have been their focus. Like, people aren't going to play long term without enough content, so we're going to have to wait for them to add more missions. Oh man, I'm getting some bumps. Alright, we'll try to get up to 4,000 feet here. Crew mode's a lifesaver. Oh yeah, you can earn the money on charter missions. Yeah, yeah, crew mode's okay. I don't know. It's all right. I just wish I would personally I would like to not have to rely on automated passive income to progress as a pilot. Like, I wish they would just balance the money so you could realistically do it yourself. It just seems like one of those features they added that it's just like, kind of complex for a first version. Alright, autopilot on. Which mission? This is just an OnAir. It's an OnAir Company mission I picked up. So, going down here to the south to earn a few. I think it's only like $1,000 or something. But I think really what I need to do is I'm waiting for my pilot, my KIP pilot employee myself. I was up in the States still, so I had him traveling overnight. It took 16 hours or something for him to get down to South America. So he has to travel like, I don't know, like 15 more minutes at this point to get to the home base airport. And then I can do the missions. This is a charter job that I'm doing, but there's a mission system in OnAir Company that gets you the most money in XP. It's kind of meant to be like your tutorial and start. I think this one with a little gold trophy. So I'm on the level 3 mission. So it just wants me to do one cargo delivery, but then this will go to a level 4 mission. It'll be like a 3-part mission. So I basically needed to transfer that down here to South America since I had it up near Seattle before. All right, we're settled in at 4,000 feet. Lean the mixture just a tiny bit. Lost interest in it. Oh, yeah, it is basic compared to this. Like, Neofly and OnAir have existed for years, so they have a crap ton of missions and content. And you can use like any plane. Microsoft's is going to end up dominating, I think, but it'll take several years. And why it's going to dominate, in my opinion, is because of the wear and tear in all the planes. It's forcing every developer that wants their plane in career mode to have a wear and tear system with failures. So I'm using OnAir Company now, but you can use either one. I mean, it's totally a personal choice. We don't really like interact with each other than flying along in free flight together. So it's up to you. Like, Neofly is free, so I usually recommend people start with that. Oh, you're playing Marvel Rivals? Nice. I've been seeing people stream that quite a bit. It looks like Overwatch to me, but I haven't like actually learned anything about it yet. Path of Exile 2 is great too. Like, my buddies are playing that every single day. For me, it was just crashing me every day though, so I was really annoyed trying to play Path of Exile. What's up, Gary? Yeah, I saw some lightning too when we were on the ground. Neofly redirected you to a grass runway? What do you mean redirected? Like, did you turn on the random events? Always live? Well, I got 2 more days of vacation. If we count the weekend as vacation, then it's back to work on Monday. Back to the normal schedule. The holiday season's been fun though, being on like every day for like a month almost, it feels like. $11-hour stream. Yeah, it was like 13 and a half by the time I was done. It just cuts off at 12 hours on YouTube. Meet our event at the assigned airport and redirected you. Huh. It might be, you might have the random events turned on in the settings slipping. If you do, you can choose what percentage, how often they happen. So if you don't want those, you can just turn them off. But I think it gives you bonuses for reacting to the randomized events in Neofly. Oh yeah, there's the thunder again. Dude. Yeah, I changed the paint job. Yeah, the thunder sounds kind of crazy right now. You have it at 10%. 10% and did it twice in a row. Yeah, I did, I had the event on, I think on 10%, and I didn't get them for a while. I was in the opposite boat. Rudder pedals and the Tobii 5, nice. Yeah, rudder pedals are really nice for when you're coming in on final. If I didn't have rudder pedals, I would just turn on rudder assist in the assistance options. It's not worth trying to use a twist axis or anything like that for rudder. It's just not natural. It just feels weird, and it would be hard. It would be really hard to do like all 3 axes at the same time on a stick. Oh, the Tobii. I haven't used it in Flight Sim 24 without using OpenTrack. You could get OpenTrack, Andrew. It's free. It runs in the background and gives you all of the curve settings and everything. That's what I was using when it wasn't even supported in Flight Sim 24, and it works pretty good. So yeah, I would just use OpenTrack for now. Twist setting for nose steering. Yep, I do the same thing, Tristan. Yep. My twist is nose wheel steering for airliners. Or, you know, it works in most planes even if they don't have a tiller. Struck by light. That would be crazy if you could actually get struck by lightning. You get like an electrical failure or something. TBM? TBM is a specific type of plane. The Daer TBM series. There's like The 930 was the one that was in Flight Sim 2020, and there's also a 850 you can buy from Black Square that's more analog. If you've ever watched Steve-O Knievo on YouTube, Real World Pilot, he's known for flying the TBM. $170, yeah. This plane does a good job. I mean, it's like an SR-22. It's the Cessna SR-22 is what we got. I just watched 2 of his videos. Nice. I feel like I haven't watched a Steve-O video for a while. Alright, so this... does it show me the money? Yeah, okay. 1,500 for this mission. And then my pilot might be at the base by now. I was still traveling. And shortly after 1955 Zulu. It's 52, so I got 3 minutes to go. 2 to 3 minutes, my pilot will be at the airport we just left from. I'll probably just travel him to where we're going right now. Oh, what just happened? Did my plane just glitch? This was happening the other day. It's a Cessna, I'm just making fun of it. It's basically an SR-22. No parachute, but it's similar. Oh, the clickbait videos? Yeah. Yeah. You know. I guess it works. Your flight attendant to get you another drink? Wake turbulence? I don't think any wake turbulence is simulated. Because they'd have like a multiplayer issue, wouldn't they? Alright, runway 9. I'm putting the arrival airport, Spar. And there's no weather available, no frequencies available. And no charts available. Alright, this is a little runway. I thought I made it so it... Oh yeah, so it is in SimBrief, okay. I did choose the option for it to only give me airports that are in SimBrief. But this one seems to be a really tiny airport that doesn't have any parking spots defined in the sim. Alright, so let me just see what the airport looks like on the satellite image. What? Where? There's no runway. This is supposed to be the runway? Or is this the runway? This looks more like the runway than this. I don't know. Oh my god. I have no idea what to expect here. I mean, that's just a spot in the middle, like in the middle of the woods. This is a hazardous mission. We're carrying fragile industrial parts. Do we have a METAR here? Probably not. Yeah, I don't know that there's even an airport there. There's like there's no runway really, at least on the satellite images. Like, how does it even define the runway? Short grass, 870 feet elevation. It says it's like 3,000 something feet long. Yeah, this is going to be great. All right, winds are from the north, so I guess 2.7 is the best right now. It'll be a little bit of a crosswind. Let me set up for 2.7. Set up for it recommended 9 before, but it seems like 2.7 is probably better. All right, I'm just going to activate it. And is it giving me a reversal? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, just a right turn for 2.7. Yeah, this will be fun. It's a good way to start the day. At least it's pretty. It's basically gonna look like this, and it'll be like there's a little patch of land. It's like that's the runway. Good luck, everyone. The trees are alive. The broccoli, see ya. All right. Well, and what do these sim brief buttons do? It loads like live airport information, I think. Okay, it gives us just a ton of info on the airport. Airspace, NOTAMs, significant weather charts. Oh, it's just like a global chart. No TAF, no ADIS, no METAR, elevation 800 feet. Oh, it shows transition altitude, transition level. Oh, that was cubed. I thought that was lightning. You can use SimRate, yeah. If you use it on the Thunder server, though, the one I'm on, it will hold the airplane, and you can't use the airplane until the mission would have been completed in real time. So you can use it and then land, but then if you want to take that same plane out, you're going to end up having to wait for it to, you know, land for real. So it has like an estimated time here, like, see how it says 54 minutes? I think it's estimating how long the flight would take. So yeah, it's almost like if AI was flying your plane. Like if you sim rate it and land, you'll have to wait for that time to be over. Abe Lincoln?
Hi, Kip.
Hi, Abe. Honest Abe in the chat. Thanks for, oh, it says that's your 5th super chat. So maybe you changed your name. Because I don't remember there being an Abe Lincoln in here before. But thanks for the super chat, Abe. What a nice guy. Not just Thunder? Okay, yeah, it's all of them. Is it important to set your fuel tanks to both? You got a vacuum stall and a crash on a long 172 flight. Didn't know what happened. You figure your left tank was empty. Yeah, I mean, generally you're like swapping, like I need to right now. You want to like keep swapping back and forth to make them equal, so I have to switch to right. There's no both selector in this plane. Some of the Cessnas have a both selector, like the 172 Grand Caravan, or some let you open both tanks at the same time. So if they're balanced, then you can use both, so they hopefully are used at the same level, or you can periodically switch back and forth. We had talked about this a while back, like the left tank in Flight Sim 24's career mode, the fuel selector is on the left tank by default instead of both in the 172. And that caught me up a bunch of times because it used to be defaulted to both. Supposedly, we were talking about this a bit when I was asking about it and thinking about both, like why you would not use both. Like, of course, to fix an imbalance, you could use left or right. But somebody was saying that if there's a problem with the fuel system and you have it on both, you don't necessarily know which side is causing the problem. Is it the left tank or the right tank? Like say you have fuel contamination or something. If it's on both and the engine starts sputtering, you're like, I don't know which engine it is or which fuel could be contaminated, for example. So you'd have to go to left and then wait to hear it again, then go to right and see if you hear it. You know, you wouldn't know if it was on both, is what they were saying. But, yeah, it's probably something to look up in the POH if you want to know for sure. But just for convenience, yeah, I tend to use both whenever it's possible. And if I need to do a fuel rebalance, then I'll use left or right temporarily. Oh, everybody was changing their profile to presidents on Swiss's stream. The chat was full of U.S. presidents. Nice. Well, thanks for the super chat, Abe. You'd think a modern plane would have computer-controlled fuel? I mean, some planes do, like the Diamond DA, the Diamond DA-40 comes to mind, like the NG version of that has like a FADEC essentially. But yeah, I mean, you know, we fly a lot of older planes. There's a lot of, like if you go learning to fly right now, you're probably flying a plane that's like 30, 40 years old in the real world. So, you know, some of them won't even have GPS. Most of them won't have autopilots, you know, those kind of things. We're very spoiled in the sim because pretty much all the planes are like outfitted to the T, you know, like they're all like set up with the best avionics possible. In reality, we'd be lucky to have, you know, something like a G1000 in a plane we have. It's not necessarily going to be the usual thing, especially if you're flying like the older Pipers and stuff like that. But yeah, newer planes, newer 172s, Diamonds, Cirrus aircraft, they'll have like Avidyne and Garmin avionics in them if they're newer. Just from what I've seen and what I've flown in as a passenger, of course. What's up, Ed? Not too bad. We got some lightning here. Oh, looks like I have enough fuel. Just gonna knock out this mission. You know what? My pilot should be transferred by now, so I'm gonna see if my virtual KIP has arrived. Yes. All right, so I think I'm gonna transfer him again to the airport we're going to. So he's gonna take a car while we're flying to SPAR. Start the transportation. 32 minutes to complete, and we have 50 minutes. So I'm gonna have him start the transfer. So he's in a car right now or whatever while we're flying on his way. So I can finally fly as myself. And then I want to change this to my home base. Actually, I don't really want this to be my home base. I'll probably do one more after this. We'll see what the airport looks like. The issue is this airport might be so non-existent. Like with the satellite image, it's just a dirt field. It's like this little dirt cutout. I don't really want to fly there a bunch of times by making it my home base for these trophy mission things you do in OnAir Company. Yeah, unless you're paying $300 an hour in SoCal, yeah. What's up, Stevie? How's it going? Grinding away in career mode, 300K, saving for a caravan. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what plane I'm going to get next in this. Someone telling you the reason for left-right tank instead of both is to isolate a fuel leak. Yeah, yeah. Or like figuring out if there's fuel contamination, if the engine's sputtering or something. But yeah, it makes sense. Like you can't diagnose both left and right at the same time, so both sounds dangerous in a way. But man, in the sim, so convenient. Just want to leave it on both all the time. Makes sense. All right, we're just chilling South America. You know, this is where if you had AI pilots and stuff, you're like in cruise yourself and then you hop over and you're here managing your airline in the meantime, you know? It seems like Couch is just gone though. So I think when I deleted it, it still got it in a database somewhere. I'll have to check this later with my other account, my original account. Neofly and Beyond ATC? Oh yeah, totally. The only problem with Neofly and Beyond ATC is the whole SimBrief middleman. Part of the reason why I'm using OnAir Company today, as of like middle of the day yesterday, is, and you guys told me this in chat, OnAir Company added a setting where you can only fly to airports and do missions to airports that are in SimBrief. And by enabling that filter, that makes it very likely you're going to be able to use Beyond ATC, because Beyond ATC relies on SimBrief to make your flight plan. So if the airport you're flying to in Neofly or OnAir is not in SimBrief, you can't use Beyond ATC. But yeah, I mean, if you're flying to larger airports, then yeah, it's going to work. Or you can check SimBrief in advance of choosing the mission. That's what I was doing for a few days. It's fine. It's just really nice that OnAir Company has that filter. Even with a filter, though, it doesn't work sometimes. Like right now, we're going to this little tiny dirt strip that is in SimBrief, but it has no parking spots to find in the sim. So because of that, Beyond ATC isn't eligible to be used. 88 knot headwinds. Yeah, see, that's where SimBrief is really good too. If you use SimBrief, it's going to look at all the wind information and pick an optimal flight level based on the weather, the cloud levels, and the wind information that's known. So it can give you a better cruise altitude than you might pick yourself. Or you could go yourself and, you know, that's... Again, it's another problem with Flight Sim forcing us to use historic weather, but if you're on live weather, actual live weather, you could go and consult like real-world resources to look for wind levels, see what the winds are at each cruise altitude you might fly, and see which one's best for you. But you know, if you're flying north or south, you're pretty much always getting a crazy crosswind. If you're flying west, you're getting a crappy headwind. If you're flying east, you're getting a nice tailwind usually. Why did I stream so long? I was having fun. The lightning makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, some of it's not lightning anymore. It's our escorts. Let me see if there are any planes available at Spar. I'm going to go to airport database, Spar. This is this little tiny dirt strip. I mean, there's probably not any planes to purchase here. Somebody has a Titan there. Somebody's ferrying a Cessna 404 Titan. Is this one of you guys? Someone's ferrying a 404 Titan to the airport we're going to right now. That's the only airport, the only plane shown there. It'll show any plane that's parked there too, from other players or not. Oh, that is you, Jack? Is this your plane? 22 Papa? See, this is the unique thing about OnAir Company, right? Is like all these player interaction things. Like I can see Jack ferrying his specific plane. I can see the condition of his plane because it's in the database. Which Xbox? I got the Series X. I wanted it to have a chance of running the sim. Is Beyond ATC not of any use if the destination is not in the sim? That's correct. Beyond ATC requires you to use SimBrief. So SimBrief has to have the... That's how you do your flight planning, is through SimBrief. So that... And all the information it's getting is from SimBrief database for like the SIDS. I think it's like Navigraph and SimBrief. I mean, Navigraph owns SimBrief. Aviation MMO. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty intense. Like there's even new features I had no idea about. I was looking at yesterday. Like if I go to the multiplayer map, Like you can see, oh yeah, is this, oh, that's my AI guy. Like, look, there's south of here, somebody owns a base camp right here. So somebody built a base camp right here next to this river. And I can go look at their base camp. This is like, they built it there in the sim, essentially. Services, assets. Oh, they don't have a factory there. They don't have any planes. Anyway, this person owns this base camp that they built there. Yeah, I guess they made it. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. You guys were like educating me on it. People can essentially take ownership of any airport in the sim. So like if I go to this airport right here, there's a button that says take ownership right here. See, take ownership. So if you guys have ever played like MMOs or things like that where people own territory, so like I don't know if you guys ever played New World, but in New World, people could take the city over and own a city and tax people. And here, you can now take ownership of a specific airport. Like you could take JFK to be yours, or Reagan, or LAX, whatever, or this tiny airport. And when I click it, there's a little pop-up you can't see, but it says you need to deliver 50 airport ownership kits to the airport in order to take ownership. So that means I have to go into the industry section, find where I can purchase these airport ownership kits from, and I need to have the money for it. And then I need to actually go pick them up and bring them to this airport. And then I can own that airport for a 2-week period for every 50 of them I bring, I guess. And then people that come through, I take landing fees and stuff like that. I earn money. So yeah, is there airport? Yeah, look, airport ownership kit. So I have to go in here and find this item and see where they're supplied from. So look, there are 45 of them for sale at KDAG. So I'd have to buy them and then transport them to the airport. Like it's nuts. This is why OnAir Company is like a subscription fee. And you can see scattered all over the world, all these base camps and factories and industries that people have purchased. Like these are owned by players. All the tents and like, look, there's like a mine here or something. What is this? Yeah, there's a mine, an iron coal mine or something. Lithium cutting factory. So it's pretty intense. Like they do straight up try to make it an MMO. But what's interesting is these airport ownership kits are only in 3 places in the world. Like, oh, okay, yeah. It says only, so it's a supply and demand thing. Denny's branches. Look, it says only 10 airport ownership kits can be bought from the system at any airport. To get more, you have to produce them. So you can make, I guess you can make a factory that produces airport construction kits. And then other players would want to buy those from you. Like, it's totally a whole like MMO style economy. It's kind of nuts. Curacao to Venezuela. TNCC. In the Caribbean, we might end up going. We might end up going there on our way out of South America when we get towards the Caribbean, but it'll probably be a while. It could be a week until I get up there. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, it's pretty insane with OnAir Company. Like that's we did the VA thing back then, and you don't have to do the base camp construction kit in the middle of nowhere. I'm pretty sure that you can build. I'm pretty sure you can build it like make a factory at an airport of your choice. Purchasing assistant. Does this work yet? Coming soon still, it says. It said that for like over a year. Minor contracts. Travel token. Oh, you can buy travel tokens? Used to instantly transport aircraft and crew to any location. Wait, how do you get those? Maybe you can craft them. Steel bars, smoked fish. So I don't even know how to create. I think you have to make a factory first. There's a whole Wikipedia thing about it. Look, encyclopedia. So here I need to look at, oh yeah, here you go. So this is like the tree basically. Airport ownership kit facility. So to create airport ownership kits, this is everything that goes into it. You can see finally down here, you make 3 airport ownership kits. Turns into Minecraft. I mean, it's like an economy-based MMO kind of thing, yeah. And you have to move all of the, deliver all of these goods to the airport to make these things. Crafting and collectibles, yeah, it's pretty insane. It is very in-depth, and it's gotten more so. Like, this airport ownership thing was not a thing when I last used OnAir Company. So look, you need to get a builder, 3 lumber units, 1 steel bar unit. You can see the weight and the cost of each one. And then you have to hire 1 worker, which costs, I don't know, I assume it's recurring cost. You need to build the facility. And then look, it says inputs. So you have to pay money. You have to cover staff and food costs. And then you have to bring opticals, plastic, asphalt, electric components, and mixed food. That's for the workers. Just to output 3 airport ownership kits. It's crazy. But this is like a pretty complex one. Like, I think I was doing a fishing camp before. Yeah, like I was doing this at one point. So you build it. Once it's built, it's built. Then you have to staff it, and then it gives you bring it fishing gear, and then it outputs 10 fish per certain amount of time. Yeah, every 24 hours you get 10 fish. And then you have to decide, like, you can actually truck them. You don't have to go and pick all the fish up. You can set up like trucking routes to automate it at like a loss of money instead of picking it up yourself. But yeah, it's absolutely insane. It's so complex. Plate armor, stat upgrading, yeah, basically. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. But that's the big difference, you know, and this is all with other players and stuff, like interacting with what you're buying and selling. So yeah, it's pretty insane. You could do this forever. I mean, that's the idea, right? But that does kind of lock you down to a part of the world. Yeah, how's my score looking? I did miss the taxi lights, but everything else looks good so far. Oh, I didn't have the beacon. Oh, I started the tracking with the engines on, so I lost 3 points. Yeah, doing it on Thunder would be crazy, yeah. The thing is, unless they've changed the rules with virtual airlines, you cannot have more than 10 pilots in your VA unless you're on Thunder. So if you're doing one of the ones that lets you use AI pilots and all that, you can only have up to 10 people in your virtual airline with you. A total of 10, I think. So that's another reason why Thunder, at least like if we did it, we would want to do it on Thunder. Work orders. I forgot they have the whole tour thing too. So if you go to tours, they have like built-in routes and stuff. Or is it under activities, I think? You know, they have like bush trips and all sorts of stuff built in. Yeah, look at all of these. Players can make these too. There's races, tours. I mean, this is like, it's so much stuff to do. Like, here's a tour of Costa Rica. Oh, it's loading a thing. Anyway, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 8 legs. It shows in a pop-up, so I can't see it. Or I can't show you guys because it's in a different window. But yeah, there's all these tours you can start. There's so much in this. A lot of potential with that. I don't like this with the walk-around feature. Yeah, they made it so if you build a base camp, it like will physically put the object down on the ground. I don't know how many of those they have right now. It seems to be bugged to install them. Like if I go here and I click, oh, where is it? There was an option to install. I think it's because I'm flying. But it installs a bunch of things in your community folder, like 3D objects, like for the rescue missions, just like Neofly does. Rescue missions? Not yet, no. Hoisting missions? I don't think it does. I mean, maybe it will now that hoisting is a thing. It does have rescue missions, though. At the top, it has the filter. Passengers, cargo, sightseeing, rescue, fighter jet missions, glider missions. Oh yeah, this offshore thing is for landing helicopters on the oil rigs. It's part of the Aerosoft add-on for the oil rigs. Like, it's like near Norway and the UK and stuff like that. But yeah, helicopter ones. Maintenance crew transport. Ship pilot transport. It's got like different mission types here. This is based on the Aerosoft offshore landmarks. You had the North Sea add-on. Yeah, I haven't tried a rescue mission yet. I didn't put in the airport, so it's not showing anything. First flight in OnAir. Nice. Do it, Ben. Yeah, I do like how OnAir, it's a bit more strict, but the features are really nice. Next update? Nope. Nobody knows. I bet we'll hear from them on Monday, like when they're back in the office or whatever. What's up, Joe? Hey, Harry. Oh, the weather's kind of crappy. Just fog, I guess. It's 20 degrees. And we are headed towards some more precip, aren't we? There's some weather down here. If I move this cursor. Okay, it's kind of right past the airport, but we're definitely flying towards it. Hopefully it doesn't move towards us. Only downside is if your plane is not where everyone else is. Yeah, that's what you just use the freelance missions. Like both OnAir Company and Neofly have the freelance missions. So I can just go up here, go to the freelance dashboard, load into any plane at any airport in the world, and it'll just generate missions for me. So I don't have to move my whole setup, you know? Oh, it won't let me look at it with the flight in progress, but yeah, that's what the freelance missions are. Number one on wish list to be fixed. The weather not being the weather being decoupled from the time. It's extremely frustrating. That's the number one thing I hate is if you move the time back, the weather changes. You can't fly in the day with live weather. It ruins all of our real world tools that we've used for years. I can't use ATC programs. People can't use VATSIM or anything if they want the sun out while it's real-time night, you know? That's the worst thing in Flight Sim 24s. Is it with the historic weather thing is super annoying. I can't fly during the day and have live weather where I can look at METARs and, you know, use Beyond ATC, which uses live weather. It's super frustrating. How long? Like 13 and a half hours? I was up till about midnight my time. 6,000 the last charter you took up. Freelance to make 1K. Yeah, it's just a convenience thing for sure. You're going to make less money, but having to ferry the plane there is like, you know. I think the number two thing I would pick, not outside of career mode, like obviously career mode needs more planes. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Number two is just not seeing people's avatars and planes correctly. Like everybody's livery is using the default livery no matter what they pick. I can't see the liveries people have chosen, even if I own the plane. But the weather is the one that impacts everybody. I think it's the most annoying thing. Career mode will get better in time. Like, there's no doubt about it. Like, they're going to spend a lot of time improving it. It's just going to take a long time. What's up, Dorian? ATC voices are bugged. We were hearing some really funny stuff with Beyond ATC last night. Sim rate, you can, except with OnAir Company, how it handles it is, say the flight's supposed to take an hour and you sim rate it and it only takes 15 minutes, you're going to have to wait 45 minutes until the plane lands. It virtually holds the plane in the air. The plane, as far as OnAir is concerned, always moves in real time. So once you land, you can't take that plane out until it, quote-unquote, lands for real. But it's good to use. You can use sim rate to save yourself a little bit of time. Like, say you're going to land and then it's going to be 10 or 15 minutes before you actually take the plane out again. You could save a bit of time. Like, if I sim rated 2x for a bit here, by the time I land and check my stats and pick a new job and, you know, use the restroom and whatever, it might be 15 minutes until I actually take off again. So in that way, it's good to use sim rate to make your time a little more efficient. Or like if you're flying your last flight of the night, you don't want to wait 4 hours to finish some cruise of an airline, use sim rate and land, you know? Because like your pilot and your plane will be held up. But you could fly as another employee in a different plane. If you have a unique, different employee pilot you can fly as, that's a way to do it. Is 2024 worth it? Yeah. You use X-Plane 11? Oh, man. I mean, the difference between X-Plane 11 and even Flight Sim 2020 is absolutely insane. X-Plane 11, like, at this point, to me, is so outdated. And in my opinion, there's no competition between X-Plane and Flight Sim anymore. Microsoft has completely dominated it with Flight Sim 2020. Everything in 2020 is better. Okay, except maybe the roads. The road rendering sucks. They need to do what X-Plane does for roads, but who cares? Just roads. Flight Sim has the best, like, study level aircraft. Every real pilot, real world pilot says the Phoenix is like the best plane that's ever existed in terms of realism. You heard the physics were better. For every person you can see that says the physics are better in 11, you can find the same number of people saying the physics in 2024 or 2020 are better. So there's not a consensus. X-Plane is just archaic at this point in my mind. It's the most lonely sim. It looks as old as it is. The avionics are not good. Like, especially if you're flying GA even. The Garmin systems in Flight Sim 20 and 24 are so much more advanced than anything X-Plane has ever had. It's just, there's no competition. If you want to fly airliners, you have the A380, the A320, both of which are free in Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. You have the Phoenix, which is like supposed to be one of the best study level planes like ever made. Use GA and light jets. Realistically, should you go with 20 or 24? 20 is more polished because it's been out for 4 years. 24 is the new one that I've been using since it came out. So not every plane is ported over to work perfectly with 24 yet. And the stock planes, there's kind of a bug with each of them that's annoying in a way. It just matters your budget and stuff. Like if you... I don't know. I tend to tell people to get 24 because ultimately everybody's going to be on 24. They've made a few big patches already over the 6 weeks it's been out. The holidays have slowed that down, but as soon as next week starts, they're probably going to be giving us updates again. Who knows how long till the next patch? It might be a few weeks, might be a month. We have no idea. There are more bugs in 2024 than 2020. Yeah, so... yeah, you could do what JD's saying, get Game Pass for PC, so then you have both of them. You could try 2024, and if you run into bugs you hate or things like that. There's also no marketplace yet, so the marketplace is available in 2020. There's a lot of planes to buy. The planes are built for 2020. They're not yet compatible with 2024, a lot of them. They might work, like I've been flying some third-party planes, it's been fine. Like the Duke I was flying the other day. So yeah, 2020 is going to be more stable. Ultimately, everybody will be on 2024. I'm mostly on 2024 just because I can put up with the bugs personally. I don't really care. Yeah, Game Pass is probably the best option. Get Game Pass so you can fly both of them. Maybe start with 24 because it's the new hotness. See how you like it. If you start getting frustrated or there's a plane you can't get in it, then load up 2020. Loving Beyond ATC. Nice, dude. Oh, yeah. Congrats. Yeah, .NET was super nice to give his key back so I could give it away, so. Yeah, people always say the flight model and X-Plane is better, but no simulator is going to make you feel like feeling a real plane. It's impossible. Unless you have like a full-on on stilts and hydraulics motion-moving rig that's somehow fully compatible with the sim, it's never going to feel like real life. It's not meant to. Like, the important thing in a simulator is the systems, the procedures. That's the important thing. And I don't see how people think X-Plane can compete with what Flight Sim has at this point. All the Garmins are so good. You have like study level Phoenix and 737 aircraft. Like, it's pretty insane. No, I didn't see Say Intentions as doing anything because I essentially ignored them after they lied about or made it seem like there was readback enforcement when there wasn't. Their reply to me was like, oh, people knew it was that way. I just don't pay attention anymore. I don't have any respect for the way they're making that product. So I am not using it anymore, and I don't recommend it anymore. After the stream, when I realized that it was not doing any readback enforcement, the entire purpose of ATC programs is for you to practice ATC, right? And if it's got speech recognition, the assumption is it's listening to what you say and it's going to correct you, right? It was basically like smoke and mirrors when I found out that it was doing that. I was like, it gave me a whole IFR clearance and I said, oh, cool, toilet paper ice cream sandwich. And it goes, readback correct. And then they told me that that was expected. No, it's not. It was never expected that it wouldn't matter what you said. No way. I see after that time, they've said that they're doing readback enforcement, advanced readback enforcement. Yeah, like people wanted that from day one and it used to work that way. It was just like a bunch of BS, so I stopped using it. It is messed up. And the fact that they didn't say, like, even tell people, like, hey, by the way, it doesn't do readback enforcement at all. They never said that. They pointed me to FAQs that had nothing to do with what I was saying. It's just, they just pretended like it wasn't a problem. It's absolutely ridiculous. So I have no respect for anybody that behaves that way, and they've done a lot of cringy things since then. I do not support their product at all anymore. I used to, because it was good and it was exciting, and then all the cringy stuff started, and then pretending like not having readback enforcement back then was expected. It's just gross. Like, no thanks. I won't associate myself with people building a product like that anymore. Beyond ATC is the exact opposite. They give you exactly what they said. Their product has been way more stable. You can tell that they have a plan, you know, when they're developing Beyond ATC. There's actually a plan, and they stick to the plan. Say Intentions is like arms flailing, doing whatever possibly crazy idea comes to mind that day and seeing how fast they can get it done to announce it as a new feature in its most infant state. It's just, ugh. It's an undisciplined way to create a product, and I have no respect for it. And it shows, I think, based on the 6 months I used it, where it still couldn't use my push-to-talk button consistently. It was insane to watch. It was, ugh, unbelievable. You can't get a push-to-talk button working in 6 months consistently? Like, come on. I'm supposed to trust that the other features are going to work well? No, thanks. And you want me to pay monthly or yearly for it? No, thanks. It's, yeah. No, thanks. So yes, I recommend Beyond ATC. And they're going to be working on VFR anyway. Sometime this month, they said they're going to be releasing the to the experimental version, their LLM stuff they've been working on, which will run on your machine, by the way. It's not using ChatGPT. It's some LLM they made themselves for aviation, for ATC purposes, which is incredible. Like, they're making their own technology. They're not just trying to conform an existing LLM to do ATC, which is super weird. Yeah, I really respect how they're building Beyond ATC. They're really good people. They listen, they respond well. They're not afraid of criticism. Somebody the other day said that they got banned from the Say Intentions Discord because they mentioned Beyond ATC. Those are the kind of people that I don't want to be associated with. It's crazy. Yeah, toilet paper ice cream sandwich. That's the, well, that was the readback. It was readback correct when I said it, according to their system, so. That's what you're paying for, I guess, or what I was paying for. Oh, my frames are taking a hit. What is it loading? ATC flies you. Doesn't matter what you say, you're good to go. Oh, okay. Seems realistic. How long until we're landing the dirt patch? Looks like 17 minutes. Let's see if the winds have changed. Alright, winds are still from the north, so 2.7 still the best. Actually, 3.5. It's pretty much straight from the north. Yeah, I mean, we have 2.7 or 0.9. It's pretty much a crappy crosswind both ways. Excuse me. Oh, that's the coffee. No, Beyond AT doesn't work with VFR, not yet. Probably sometime this year now that they're making their own LLM to be able to support VFR. So I think there's going to be a lot. You got ripped by Say Intentions for pushing for a feature you had been asking for. He went off. I'm so surprised that somebody's angry for their customers asking for features for reasons. So ridiculous, dude. Certain people should not be talking to customers. It reminds me of like Office Space. What would you say you do here? I talk to the customers so the engineers don't have to. It's almost like when an engineer tries to run a product or run marketing for a product, but you can tell that they are not somebody that runs a product. They're just the person that makes the product. It's just, yeah, I have an annual subscription with Say Intentions too. Actually, it might be expiring soon. I think I bought it in January of 2024. I paid for it outright as soon as it was available. With my money, I think they offered at one point to pay for mine and I rejected it. Then they offered again and I rejected it. It's like, I was like, guys, I am paying for it. Leave me alone. Stop. Like, I would pay for everything with my money. I do not want. Nobody is paying for anything for me because then they don't get my actual opinion. PC load letter, yeah. It's just the classic thing. Like, you have like people that probably only develop products trying to run a business and they have no idea to interface with customers and they just have no, I don't know. They're just, something is very wrong if you're yelling at your customers for asking for features, if that's what happened. Like, yikes, dude. It just seems so immature and just, yeah, I just see like someone flailing their arms around, like, you know, like they have no idea what to do. They're just trying everything. Throwing all the darts, you know, like. It's on the Discord. Then he sent, oh, DM and continued on. It was out of line. Yep, sounds about right. Yeah. Sounds like somebody that knows that what they're making is not great or something. I don't know. I don't know how people can act that way. It's ridiculous. You're trying to get people to buy your product and you're angry when they ask for features or then when they mention a competitor. I don't know. It's just, yeah. I'm glad to not use it anymore. And I will never recommend it again. I haven't for months and months now. If you can't take criticism for your product, you should not be making a product because you clearly aren't trying to make it better. If you're the only one that's right, then, you know, you're the one who's wrong. You're a business owner you can't imagine. Yeah. Well, I think we know which way businesses that are run this way go. And it's not up. It's just a matter of time. In the career mode, is the weather live or a preset? It's kind of both. So in Flight Sim 24, there's a historic 24-hour rolling clock. From this moment in the real world to 24 hours rewound, it keeps a 24-hour history of the weather. In career mode, it pulls the time back to a specific mission time, and the weather gets pulled back to what it was at that time. So when you load a mission that says 2 p.m. local time, whatever the weather was at that airport at 2 p.m., that's what you're seeing. And that's also why in Flight Sim, even in free flight mode, this is my number one complaint about Flight Sim that I want fixed, about 24. If I move this time backwards, the weather will change. Watch. I'm at 2042, which is just about real time. But watch what happens to the clouds in front of me. I'll pull it back like a few hours and let go. Watch the clouds. Oh, it's clear. I'm still on live weather. Oh, the clouds are back. Oh, wait. Did it just change me to real time? Oh, right. So that OnAir Company moved me to real time. Sorry. That's what that was. So if you change the time with live weather enabled, in career mode, live weather is forced to be enabled. When you change the time, you change the weather because it's historic 24-hour rolling rewind of weather. And it's kind of cool, but it's also extremely frustrating. The reason why the technology is cool, it's cool how they built it, because when you look at the EFB and you look at a METAR for an airport, if you do the translation and look at the Zulu time for when the METAR was reported, it is a historic METAR as well. So that's it's kind of cool that it can do that, but at the same time, the major problem is you can't use any real world resources. You can't use Navigraph that has METARs. I can't use Beyond ATC accurately because it's ATIS and weather, and all the decisions it makes is based off weather right now, live time of day, always actually live. So if I pull back the weather to make it daytime, it's going to pull the weather back itself and the time. I will not have the live weather. And therefore the winds are different, the clouds are different, the active runway might be different. And then Beyond ATC is looking at real world time saying, hey, they're landing on runway 9. And I'm like, oh, but that's a crazy tailwind. It's because in the sim, I have a tailwind because of the historic weather, you know? I've rewound the weather. So it's extremely frustrating. So I know they've heard a million complaints about it. Like, people have been complaining about it since day one. So what they need to do is make it work like it does in 2020. Especially in free flight mode. If I have live weather on, it should always be the weather right now. This time should not influence the weather at all. I want live weather with the sun out. Because it's impossible to do bush landings. You know, I'm in South America right now. In 4 or 5 hours, it's going to be dark here. If I want to do bush landings, I want it to be during the day. But I also want to use my live time resources, like my live real-world METARs, my Beyond ATC weather info, my SimBrief and Navigraph weather info. All of that is real time. But none of that will be usable if I pull the time back to be daylight. Because it'll pull the weather back too. It's annoying. They just need to decouple it like it was in 2020. Mad at Overkill? Oh, did Overkill make a video about Say Intentions? Is that what's happening? You guys have to tell me the drama, because I don't know. I try to stay uninvolved. I just, have no idea. I watch Overkill every now and then. Wonder if they'll fix it. I bet they will. It's just, it's something that people are, like, it's a reason to use 2020, so. Oh, Jay, are you talking about Overkill's Beyond ATC video? Because he made a video about the update, right? He does a lot of videos. He made one about the LLM, I think. Beyond ATC is really doing what simmers want. Like, I'm okay with a subscription. Most simmers are not. And a lot of simmers don't like the online stuff. Like, you know, a lot of people want to download everything locally. And Beyond ATC, by making their own LLM and having it run in the software, not over the internet, it caters to that. Like, people would prefer it that way. They want it running on their machine. So it's a great move. They're smart. They're really smart guys at Beyond ATC. They run it really well. Oh yeah, the speed brakes. Yeah, you want to use spoilers. Remember, I was doing it with a spoilers axis by accident. Oh, Overkill said he would not do a Say Intentions review. I wonder why. Do you think it's because their reputation is pretty crappy at this point? It's just embarrassing watching the way they're running it. It really is. It's sad because there's a lot of good ideas there. Some of their devs are doing some great work. Just seems like certain people are ruining the whole thing because they seem to think that they're like, I don't know. Maybe it's an ego thing. I have no idea. Being angry at customers for requesting features is a new one. Thanks for... Hey, I'm angry at you for giving me ideas. How dare you? It's not a coincidence that recently, after I discovered that the readback enforcement was broken, that they introduced a new advanced readback feature. It's definitely not a coincidence. I mean, getting ideas from your customers, you should thank them. When you have the opposite reaction, you are the problem. Everything's public for all of eternity. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. People don't forget. I mean, the flight sim community is also very small. Like, we're in a very niche community. Especially those of us that would be using things like Beyond ATC, Say Intentions, VATSIM, IVAO, Navigraph. Like, we're doing the most advanced stuff. Like, we're in a game that most people will stop playing within a few hours probably, right? Like, flight sim is a small community of people that get very advanced. The people that stick around get very advanced very fast because we want all the realism stuff. You know, we want ATC, we want to do all the cool new planes, we want to learn all the systems, you know, we want to use all the career modes. Like, there's so much to do that it's a very intelligent community of people that have to be really tech savvy. Everybody that's flying in flight sim long term becomes, whether or not they were before, they become pretty tech savvy people, and it's just like, it's not a huge community of people. So if you're not on the same level as them and understanding their point of view of what they want, why they want it, you really don't understand them, and you're just trying to throw like your first solution at your first idea at everything and just try it. Like, I don't know, and not listen to them and be angry when they give you advice. Like, it's crazy. People giving you, people sending in recommendations means they like the software enough to want it to succeed, right? They're not going to give you their feedback and ideas if they want your product to fail. Like, they're giving you ideas because they want the product to succeed. And if you're just like crapping all over their ideas, even if you disagree with it, if you're just crapping all over their ideas, it's like, you don't want to make the product better. You don't want them to remain your customer either. You're just destroying your own business. Ben says, just did my first flight, smooth landing. Nice, dude. Heck yeah. Yeah, I used to use OnAir a lot. We had the virtual airline with it. I kind of stopped when for a while I was not doing the economy part of it and not working on my own planes in my own company. I was just kind of using it as a route finder. So I slowly kind of moved away from it. But, you know, the Flight Sim 24 career mode got me away from airliners, back into the small planes, more on the grind. So, yeah, I'm back in it again. Wonder how big the Flight Sim community is compared to Farming Simulator. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Farming Simulator seems like, to me, it seems kind of like, not in a bad way, but it seems kind of silly and casual to start in. Like, I could see anybody playing Farming Simulator because it seems kind of silly on the surface, whereas Flight Simulator instantly seems serious to me. Pilot's Life? Yeah, I've used a Pilot's Life. It's great. It's perfect if you want to fly airliners. If you only want to focus on airliners, I love a Pilot's Life. If you want to work your way up and do the economy stuff, then NeoFly and OnAir are better. You know, they're more made for that. But strictly airliner stuff, where you want it to help you find places to fly and kind of role play as an airliner pilot, it's incredible. It's the best just for airlines. 34 episodes of a British YouTuber who's into it. Oh, for what? Laundry store? What? Laundromat simulator? I didn't set our descent here, did I? Yeah, we need to go down to 1,700 feet. Let me catch up here. Laundry? You mean like a dry cleaner or like a laundromat? I mean, yeah, I mean, any simulator game has the potential to play it, you know, for dozens and dozens of streams, you know. It's like, yeah, it's fun. Does it inspire me to do my own? Looks at a mountain of it? No, the answer is no. And you know the life hack to not doing laundry? Never change your clothes. Goat Simulator. What's up, Tristan? Loaded passengers and cargo into your PC-24 before you loaded it into the map. It put physical passengers in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. I tried it once and it didn't seem to work. There's just so many bugs with the way this this load manager works. Like, this thing is super buggy. When it works, it's great, but they need to work on this. This thing is so confusing. And most of the time it doesn't work. And they need to make it so you, whenever you just plop someone in here, if you load it, it just puts the passenger in. All right, let's find this strip. Is that it right there? Oh my God, where is it? The glare. I don't think. Oh, there it is, right in front of me. Nice. Okay, I see it. Oh my God, just this little dirt strip. All right, I need the speed brake, pump, mixture rich. Backup pump is on. We need 127 knots for flaps 1. All right, there's 127, flaps 1, and get the speed brake off. Flaps will do the drag for us. All right, we have a crosswind and a little tailwind. It's 6 knots, 6-knot crosswind, so either runway will work. This one looks like the right one runway, the way the trees are cut out. All right, let's pull the nose up to slow down, get into flap, get the full flaps down, under 100 knots. All right, full flaps. All right, now we need to pitch for about 80, 85 knots. I don't know, maybe either way can work. This way looks better, the way that there's this cutout here. All right, now we're getting kind of a tailwind. All right, music, go away. I have realistic turbulence on again as of a few days ago, so it's still a little crazy. Increasing the difficulty. Alright, the bumps are scary. All right, not bad. I'll take it. Now I gotta watch everybody else land. The best part after landing, watching everyone else land. Whew. Where is everyone else? The heck? I don't see anybody. Do I have to move my time again? You miss your girl Elena? That was great. Yeah, everybody disappeared. Oh, there's a lot of people here? Yeah, I don't know. Everyone just... Oh, there we go. I moved the minute back and now it's reloading. Oh, there we go. All right. People are still coming in. Eurbit's just over here chilling. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of people here. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's when I was messing with the live time to show the weather. Here comes Lolich in the Corvallis. Surprisingly, nice runway here. Group and in-game ATC. It's just a voice channel like Xbox Party. You can invite your friends to a voice channel. You think Asobo underestimates how much they want to see other folks flying with them? Yeah. Having multiplayer off just makes the world feel as dead as X-Plane feels when you load in for the first time. It's just like, wait, it's just me in the entire world. Feels weird, man. That's like the X-Plane experience. Whoa! Here comes Jack. Hey, Jack's in the Titan, right? Oh, this is Dan first. Dan and Jack at the same time. I haven't flown the Titan. Maybe just one time. F-35 vertical landing. Yeah, so you just like slowly stop. It's kind of confusing. You played with a Titan one day. It looked like it had been sitting in a barn for 40 years. Hey, I gotta shut down the plane to get credit. Just gonna hit the quick shutdown button.
74.9 gallons of fuel added during the flight.
Added? I didn't add. Wait, what? 79 gallons of fuel added? Huh? What the heck? Where'd he go? Quick shutdown stops the tracking, resets the weights in the plane? What? Okay, so if I start tracking, turn it on and turn it off, will it work? Because it knows I'm here.
Wrong date and time in simulator. You
Auto
need to
set date and time.
manually in your simulator. Wrong date and time in simulator. You need to set date and time manually in your simulator.
Okay. What? Why? Set 2058.
Wrong date and time in simulator. You need to set date and time manually in your simulator.
Why does it keep... It changes it to the wrong time and then tells me that it's the wrong time. Okay, there, now it's done. All right, real time. -1. All right, finished. There we go. Okay, I won't use quick shutdown anymore. Quick shutdown resets the weight? How does that make any sense? That's so weird. All right, 1,500. You know, this airport isn't that bad. I should have brought my pilot here, or my pilot should be here already. So for my next flight, I can actually fly. Yeah, he's at SPAR. That's where we're at. Okay, so now I don't need... I can fire these other people. This guy's actually on a contract. They're both on contract, so they'll expire automatically. So I can fly as myself now. You use quick shutdown, didn't get any issues. Huh. Maybe it just depends on the plane. Anyway, it's fine. It's easy to just... It only... all you have to do is pull the mixture, and it just detects it as... If you stop the engine, then it detects it as finished, so... I'll just do that from now on. Easy fix. Aircraft market. Aircraft market. Search for the aircraft into my sim. I don't think there were any planes here. It's just Jack's. Just me and Jack have a plane here. Or I and Jack. Just me? Me and Jack. Anyway. Just me. Just... The only two planes here are my plane and Jack's plane. There. Jack and I don't think so, because I wouldn't say I plane is here. I would say my plane is here. I think it's Jack's and my planes or something like that. Because you have to be able to say them individually, right? Like Jack's plane and my plane. So you wouldn't say I. Because I wouldn't say I plane. Jack and Jill. Yeah, Jack and Jill. That's it. I don't know. Who? English class. I need to go back maybe. Okay, so I earned a little bit of money. I want to find I think my goal needs to be to do I need to earn enough money to get another plane. And I think the fastest way to earn the money is doing those mission jobs. This level 3 mission local job. It earns me mostly XP, but I think maybe level 4 or level 5, once I do this one, it starts giving you tons of money as like the main missions to do. So to do that, I need to relocate my base again to this airport and do them from here. Change base to SPAR, if it'll let me. Okay, let me change it. So now if I go to my missions, it should have generated a few missions from here, which are different than the jobs. What's up, Bio? What's up, Svi? If Jack help you off a horse, would... I'm not reading that. Okay, so this one is giving me a level 3 mission. I just have to do a cargo delivery to SPQT. Wait, what? From SPQT? Why would I have to do it from there? Oh, no, I need to regenerate it. That's why. There we go. I hit the little refresh button. It'll regenerate it. Whoops. There we go. SPAR to S... Okay, so I need to go from this airport to SPTU, and then from SPTU to SBRB. Now, ideally... Let's see. Yeah, so we go up here to the north. Now, the question is the cargo here? If all of the cargo is here and I need to bring it to 2 locations, it's best for me to take all the cargo, go to SPAR, then to SBRB up here, instead of coming back and picking up the rest of it. If that's possible. It looks like it is, because it's only like 200 pounds of cargo and 1 passenger. So 324 plus 89 for the total weight. I can take both. But the first leg is to go to SPAR. That's pretty short too. 58 miles to SPAR. All right, so I'll prepare the plane. I'm going to load everything. Payloads at SPAR. Wait, hold on. This always confuses me. Current and 2. So my two destinations, oh, we're here. So anyway, I should go south and then north maybe. Yeah, we'll go down to here and then up to there. But I think all of the cargo is here at Spar. Current. Oh no, maybe it's at the second one. I don't know. This thing is so confusing to read. Anyway, we'll just start here. We'll take all the cargo that we can. We're gonna go Spar to SPTU first. But then look, I have... Okay, no, we're just taking cargo and one passenger to SPTU. All right. So we'll take all cargo. Simbrief dispatch. Yeah, you pick it up as you go, yeah. Please, Simbrief, let me lock those. Please. 2024? Yeah, I'm not using the 24 career mode now, though. I'm using 24, but I'm using OnAir Company. All right, 4,000 feet again. We import the Simbrief data and it sets our fuel and we have 369 pounds remaining. So we're just going to leave it empty. Validate fuel and I am the pilot finally. Sweet. I'm the captain now. And we'll do no offset so it'll be around real time. Fly now. All right, start tracking. The plane just got weighted down. I could see it moving. Get beyond ATC going. All right, tracking is started. Make sure to turn the taxi light on. Oh, see you, Yerbit. Yeah, I had to do that regen again, yep. Oh. Dude, doing VFR and not needing a Simbrief flight plan eventually in Beyond ATC is going to be incredible. It's going to be so cool to just have it open, just contact whatever tower there is. Oh yeah, I can't use it because of this airport, so. No parking spots at this airport. It's going to be so awesome.
Loaded payload is lower than due payload. 12 instead of 500.
I got out of the plane.
Pounds.
Start tracking again. All right, let's get it started again. Battery, master switch. Taxi light's on. Nav light is on. Fuel is on. Oops, backup pump. Okay, sync the altimeter, 1006. RPM settling down. The music, it's, I pay for it. It's royalty-free music from Epidemic Sounds. It's just made for streaming and videos. All right, flight plan catalog. All right, we're just going to PDO. Here's the route, super simple. This is a short flight, 57 miles. And it looks like it's right near the river. There's no terrain between us and it. So we can fly pretty low. I'm going to do the recommended 4,000 though. And that's still pretty low. 4,000, heading mode, flight level change mode, 110. All right, 110. All right, I'll just get landing lights on and strobe lights on, and let's take off. I think we want to take off the opposite direction so we can avoid the trees. feel like the cutout was better over there. And it's kind of soft field, so I use the nacho flaps for takeoff, I guess. Alright, and this looks like runway 26. So roughly 267, so that would be 187 would be the reciprocal. Or 087. There we go. I'm in OnAir because 2020 career mode. Well, I just kind of did everything in 2024 career mode. The only thing left to do is earn a 737 max, and it's kind of boring. They need more content. They need a lot more missions. I can fly. I don't have to teleport anywhere in using OnAir or NeoFly. They're just, you know, it's going to take probably a couple of years until Microsoft has enough planes and has enough missions to keep people going kind of forever. Yeah, I'll go back to it when there's new DLC, basically. Alright, we're going to aim for VX once we rotate. It's like 100 knots instead of 110. Can't quite get to 100. We're going to be a little slower than that. Good luck, guys. There's trees. Zep with the Zep. Zep with the blimp again. Alright, we need to get up like 400 feet or so. Wait till I'm at like 1,600 feet, then we'll turn to the right. We're just going straight south. Stream delay? There is no stream delay. The delay is just from encoding it. So it's probably like 7 or 8 seconds, something like that. There's no like artificial stream delay. Please no DLC. No, I'm just calling it DLC. It's not going to actually be DLC. I just mean when they make major updates and add more content to career mode. Alright, nav on standby. No, there's no way they're going to make it DLC. I mean, the DLC is the marketplace, just like it is in 2020. Microsoft isn't going to want to put more paywalls in front of people. Like, what they want to do is make us want to buy planes from the marketplace to use in career mode. That's the goal. That's why you see the marketplace buttons in career mode in multiple spots. It's like, hey, want to buy a new plane, a used one, or get one from the shiny marketplace. So, yeah, that's their goal, clearly. Like, it's in the UI. We can see it. They'll have tons and tons of DLC in the form of the marketplace. They just need to get all of those, as many planes as possible, compatible with career mode. And they need to turn off the dumb historic weather that nobody ever needed. And then they need to allow people to see each other while they're flying along in career mode. And they need, like, at least one mission at every single airport in the entire world. If not like 20 missions or 100 missions at every airport. They need to just generate them en masse. Until all those things are done, they're not really going to compete with OnAir and NeoFly. But if they do all of that, then I think they're just going to win because of the wear and tear on all the planes. And that it's built in. Like, nobody likes this. Nobody likes to deal with like the oddness of having a third-party software, like in the limitations it has, and you know, just like me landing and using the shut-off button, messing up my flight. Like every one of those little annoyances, those are going to add up to be a reason why ultimately people will probably prefer the built-in career mode. But yeah, they just need all the content. That's it. I mean, you know, it makes it sound simple, but you know, that is really it. They need multiplayer capability and they need the content out. They get commissions, yes. Yeah, I don't know what percentage they take. Is it like 20%? I'm not sure. There's going to be a cut. I mean, they're, you know, devs can sell their planes on their own websites if they want, but if they want the convenience of the marketplace, then it has to be, you know, they got to take some percentage. I don't know what it is exactly though. %? This FS News website, this article from last year, or from 2023, says Microsoft retains 30% of each purchase. 30% is pretty standard. I mean, YouTube takes 30%. I think Twitch takes 30%. Yeah, it makes things more accessible. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I have so many planes in the marketplace because they're all streaming into Flight Sim 24 already. Hope by the end of January the biggest issues are gone. Yeah, I mean they did a lot in the 6 weeks it's been out. I mean, you know, we've gotten interrupted by Thanksgiving and by the holidays, by December and New Year's, right? So, I mean, there's no way they're not just gonna like hit the ground running on Monday and try to get more patches and more fixes as fast as they can. They're gonna have a whole slew of new people that are encountering these bugs from the holidays, like people getting flight sim stuff, people getting the sim itself, people getting peripherals, people getting Xboxes with Game Pass on it and checking the game out. Like, you know. Dude, what is the R2? What is that? The engine looks like comically large. What is the R2? The GB R2? I haven't flown that. Just started playing the game, new to Flight Sim, played combat Flight Sims. Yeah, career mode, I mean, that's why I'm using a third-party career mode app. There'll be more to do in time, you know, it's version 1 of the Flight Sim career mode. Alright, this is a short flight, so I gotta start looking at the... I mean, the wind is still from the north like it was before, so let's see what runways we have. Whoa! The heck? We have ILS? Alright, this is a significantly larger airport then. Flight planner. Let's add in our destination just to see the charts. SPTU. Padre Jose. ILS 1 was chosen by default. Weather says VFR. Winds are 170 at 4. Thunderstorms. Few clouds at 2,000 feet. QNH 1005. Bird hazards. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, with the winds are 170. So I mean, I'd rather land on the visual, especially if the weather's good. It says thunderstorms, but it also says, yeah, winds are variable. Okay, 140 to 220, and thunderstorms. The clouds are at 2,000 or below, though. I don't want to deal with an approach if I don't have to. Top of descent in 15 minutes. Just land on the south runway. We're heading south anyway. Runway's at 191. And eventually we'll get down to 1,500 feet, it says on final. Airport is at 688, so 700, so at 1,000. Safely get down to 1,700 or so, and then spot the runway from there. Put VNav on. Oh, it was already on. VPath is on. We might have charts for this airport too. Yeah, we do. Facility chart. So the MEF to the north, 3,000. This, I think this is probably the Aroka instead, which is like, includes like clearance from the mountains and stuff. So 3,000 is probably the safe altitude, not the maximum elevation. I'm not 100% sure with the LIDO charts though. And yeah, we have an ILS if we do runway 1, but whatever. We'll save time by landing south as long as the terrain is okay. I mean, it's near these rivers and the city, so hopefully landing south is fine. All the approaches are for north, though. And the weather is coming up. Do I prefer OnAir to NeoFly? They're just different. NeoFly is free, so it's 100% worth it. If you want to get into the way more advanced stuff, like NeoFly has some good features that I really like the SimBrief integration and filtering out all airports that are not available in SimBrief is really nice if you use Beyond ATC. But NeoFly is fantastic. OnAir just has all of the crazy MMO-like features, but it is a subscription, so it's going to cost you like $40 a year or something. You're going to get a dedicated racing flight sim cockpit seat and throw the honeycomb and everything at it. Oh, it's on wheels? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I've never used one of those, but they seem to be pretty popular. I just sit at a desk. Expensive adult toys. What's up, Robert? What's up, Rick? OnAir is good, Schwinger. I mean, I used to use OnAir for years. I made like a video series a while back on how to use it. $160 knots? No way. I got money to make. I'll see you on the ground. Alright, I didn't try the repair button on this either to see if it cleans it. I should probably try that. Keep forgetting. Alright, let's turn that to auto. Yeah, weather is getting kind of crappy. It says these clouds are not going to happen below 2,000 feet, so once we start descending, we should be good. Pour whiskey in it. Yeah, the OnAir map does show the sim rate. It also has a feature that's kind of funny. You can click this button here, play sound on change, and it'll play a sound to tell you what your sim rate is. So if I hit up, and now if I hit down, so if it plays da-da-da, you know you're at the right sim rate. So here's 2x, 4x, and now if I slow down, the down means I slowed down, but it's not in real time yet. If I go down again, that triple bell sound, that da-da-da, means that I'm back to 1x. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's funny that it doesn't just say the sim rate. Like, why doesn't it just say 2x, 4x, 8x? It doesn't affect pay or rating, it just holds your plane. It knows how long each flight should roughly take, and if you make it there faster than expected, your plane will still be it'll basically be held until it expected the flight to be finished. But even just using it a little bit in each flight, you'll end up saving a bunch of time because all that time you're sitting on the ground, prepping for the next one, you know, it'll be ready by the time you're, you know, say you save 10 minutes on the flight time. You'll probably sit on the ground for those 10 minutes. Option on the Cessna T207. Do you mean is it in OnAir, David? Each of the add-ons have their own databases. They're both very, very complete though. Like OnAir is a bit different because you can play it in any sim. You can use Prepared, X-Plane, FSX, Flight Sim 20, Flight Sim 2024, X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12. It works on all of them with your same thing. So I could quit. I could close Flight Sim 24, open 2020, and then continue my on-air career. Or close it, open X-Plane. Not that I have it. Well, I purchased it back in the day, but I don't have it anymore. Yeah, you can use whatever sim. So if I go to World's Aircraft Market, I can go here and look at every plane that's compatible. So what is the 207? Is that like the original Caravan or something? But I could filter for 207 to see which planes are compatible. It also tells you in which sim they're compatible, or you can filter by sim. 207? Yeah, there's a 207. There's a 207 and a 207 cargo variant. It's got both of them. And then if you click compatible add-ons, it will show any third-party compatible add-ons as well. Oh, it's the Stationair. Yeah, so it says 207 is usable. And then up here you can choose which simulator. So all simulators. So here, these are probably for a specific sim. Compatible add-ons. This is the Alabio Skywagon for X-Plane 11. But you can just filter by which sim you're using. Filter by affordable aircraft. I can see what I might be able to fly next. The Bugatti, the Vertigo, Cessna C400. That's what I got right now. Oh yeah, the GB is in here. Seneca, it says, is affordable right now. G36 Bonanza, Stearman, Van, Seminole, Comanche, Ovation, Draco, DA40, the Navion, Twin Navion. I wonder, 3 seats. Yeah, I mean, they have an extensive library of planes. What happens if you land at an airport outside of operating hours? That's a good question. I do not know. In general, OnAir will remember where you landed your plane, though. Like, I think you can land it in the middle of a field over here, and it'll just know your plane is there. Because they support the whole base camp thing. Like, you could set up a base over here and build a base camp, like a hunting camp or a mine or whatever. Or just put fuel there for yourself. I think it just remembers that you're there. Oh, the airport's right in front of us. Alright, speed brake time. Backup pump. Going in. And we got a bit of a tailwind. I should really turn around and land the other direction. Yeah, it's like up to a 10 knot tailwind, so I'll turn around and do a little left traffic pattern here. Alright, let's get that speed brake off. Props full forward. Man, South America has been so good to fly in. Looks awesome. Oh, you hope it hasn't turned off the runway lights? I don't think that's simulated in the sim at all. Like, if it has lights, they're always on. So you shouldn't have to worry about the lights being off. I don't know what the hours of operation in OnAir Company is. It might just be when missions are generated or something. I have no idea. Or maybe you can't get fuel? I don't actually know. Any way to unlock all missions? Well, there's like a bug right now where the private charter missions have disappeared since the new year hit. So if you're asking about that, I mean, the only way to unlock it otherwise is to, you know, you got to do the tasks. You got to unlock all the specializations, certifications. I mean, it's a career mode, so it's meant to be a grind. If you don't want to do the grind, then you can just do free flight and fly whatever you want, wherever you want. Yes, Y2K plus 25. Where's the airport at? 700 feet? Yeah, about 700. So 1700 pattern. You can't fly that much. Yeah, I mean, that's your only option, really. You could check the activities section of the main screen and see if it has them in there as one-off missions you can do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to fast track it or get the one-off missions. Yeah, you could check activities on the main menu. There might be some in there. I'm not sure. I just did it through the career mode because, yeah, I have the time. Or I had the time. Alright, flaps 1. Alright, let's get the music off. Gotta have a sterile cockpit for landing. Alright, flaps 2. You think they might get rid of the refuel? Yeah, I mean, they should. They should get rid of the refuel button. Best plane to start with? Dude, I'm a fan of the Corvallis. I sold my first plane and then took out the loan, the level 1 loan or whatever, and then rented the Corvallis because I did not want to fly the Cessna or the 172. I mean, this is a Cessna, but yeah, the starter plane I just sold so I could get a different plane. I mean, the 172 is probably the best starter plane. Just matters what you're doing. I mean, if you're doing search and rescue, you might want a tail dragger. But if you're going to do the level missions first anyway, I think, if you want to get the XP faster, like I'm doing now. They take you on, like, cargo missions, pretty much. In the jungle? Oh yeah. Still in the jungle. Really? Did it shift to a tailwind? That's so annoying. I did the whole traffic pattern because there was a headwind, and now it's completely shifted 180 degrees to a tailwind. What's that static sound? It's such a long runway. Alright, I will not use the quick shutdown this time. Did it not count my... Oh, it did. It's weird. It didn't say anything. Alright. Level 3. Okay, so this was not for money. This is for the mission. The multi-leg mission. So that's one leg done. There's one more leg. So I just need to go to missions. Next is SPTU to SBRB. All cargo, all passengers. Sim brief time. Probably 4,000 feet again. 7,000 feet. Ooh. A new altitude. Here's the route I got in the chat. Import the recommended fuel from SimBrief. 470 miles with 30-minute reserve, and the trip is... What is the trip? 182 miles. You guys still landing? Eric is coming in. This is a huge runway. Dude, the F-117. How's the Titan? Is that the Titan again, Jack? Titan cargo. What's better, paid career mode, Neofly bundle, or OnAir? I mean, the thing with Neofly is it's a one-time purchase. OnAir, you're gonna probably want to do like the annual subscription if you get into it to save money. Needs a fairly long runway. I think I only flew the Titan one time. I think OnAir has more features and it has that player interaction stuff, but it's a subscription. Neofly bundle like adds AI pilots and stuff like that, so it's hard to say. Like, I think overall I like OnAir better just because, I mean, it's cool that it supports all the different sims. So, you know, like, even though I started a new account, if I didn't, even though going from Flight Sim 20 to 2024, I would still have my career carried over. I think Neofly is the same though. It works in both, so that would still be the same. I don't know. OnAir Company has more, has really advanced stuff, but I don't think that people really need it. It's just if you get like super into it, it's nice to have the option. But generally, I would say people should start with NeoFly just because, yeah, the UIs are, I mean, OnAir is not that much better as a UI. It's more like a table format everywhere. It's still kind of confusing, which is why I made like a bunch of videos on it a couple years back. Yeah, I think they're both great. I'm really using OnAir right now just because with NeoFly I ran into that problem getting the load correct. NeoFly or OnAir Company sets the payload and fuel for you. NeoFly doesn't right now, at least, and you have to do it manually by going to the EFB, and the EFB is all sorts of buggy. So like when you have like seats versus cargo. So mattering your plane, like you'll load the cargo in a different section, and NeoFly was not detecting that. So for the mission I had, I could not load enough cargo between seats and cargo tabs here to get it to let me have enough payload. It just didn't work. So I still don't know if even though OnAir Company says it's loaded it, I don't know that it's actually loaded the cargo or not. Like it definitely loads the fuel. I also like how OnAir has those SimBrief features. Like you can just hit this button to generate your SimBrief flight plan. And when you hit import, it'll auto-fill the fuel to the recommended amount. And you can have it limited to SimBrief airports only for the missions, which is great if you use Beyond ATC. So soft lock, yeah. I mean, I think NeoFly just needs to be updated to support whatever cargo sections there are in the planes now. It's just, there just needs to be bug fixes. I mean, I'm sure I'll run into bugs with OnAir as well. You did auto set cargo. Your plane reacted to all the extra weight. Yeah, it definitely reacts to the fuel being loaded. I don't know if it reacts to only the cargo changing, but yeah, I feel like in general, OnAir would be better if you're using Beyond ATC because of that, strictly because of that option here. You can go to global settings and tick this box that says exclude airports not in SimBrief. And I would also recommend checking allowing using small airports, unless you're flying a really big plane that can't land at them. That'll make sure you have the maximum number of missions possible. Oh, you didn't do auto set fuel to test it. Nice. Yeah, you'll get a progression in both of them. The SimBrief option in OnAir is going to make it more likely to give you compatible flights with Beyond ATC, but that doesn't mean you won't get them in NeoFly. And NeoFly is free, so you don't even have to pay for the airline and AI features if you don't want them. I mean, for me, those are only, at least right now, I'm just like, I just want to fly as a solo pilot. I don't want to manage an airline tycoon mode style, Some people like that stuff. All right, let me get this started again. It is nice when it auto sets the fuel though, and the payload. What's up, Nate? This plane is so funny looking. Like, what is even happening? What a strange looking plane. I bet that plane's really fun in VR. All right, we're already tracking. All right, next I'm going to SBRB. SB right back. All right, SimBrief import. All right, I'll paste the route again. This one's a little more advanced. Just a lot of directs. Yeah, we're supposed to go to 7,000 feet this time. That's what SimBrief wants us at. And I don't think there's parking spots here, so I'm not sure if Beyond ATC is usable. And that's still a risk. Like, even though it's in SimBrief, that doesn't mean that it has parking spots. I think later, like, if Beyond ATC removes that requirement, it's going to be great. You can just use it en route and use it for VFR.
Beyond ATC connected.
Yeah, looks like it's working. Yep, Beyond ATC is a go.
Couch 323, looking to pick up our clearance to President Medics Airport.
It was a race plane. Nice. I mean, it looks like it.
Puerto Maldonado Tower, expect runway 19er. Climb flight level 070 on runway centerline, then expect radar vectors accrued. Squawk 4745.
Expect runway 19er.
4745.
Climb flight level 070 on runway centerline, then expect radar vectors ACRUD. Squawk 4745. Couch 3.
She said flight level 070, so gonna be standard Barrow. Already at 7,000.
Couch 323.
Couch 323 ready for taxi.
Couch 323, runway 19er, taxi at pilot's discretion.
All right, 19er our discretion.
Couch 323.
Is that an Indian accent? CJ4 missions, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're on are you on Xbox, Condor? Yes. When I was doing the flight sim, the 24 career mode, I felt the same way, man. Speed on taxi, yeah. You can go up to 40 knots. As long as you're below 40 knots. Well, yeah, I'm at 19. I can't really go too fast on the grass anyway. Hey, they let us do couch captains style taxis in OnAir Company. Alright, I don't really need to go all the way down, right? We're just going to say that we're ready for departure.
Couch 323.
Too lazy.
Departure, runway 19er.
Couch 323, Puerto Maldonado Tower, wind 175 at 4, fly heading 030, runway 19er, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 030.
Fly heading 030, runway 19er.
Alright, 030 in a heading mode. So we're going to have to turn around. Alright, let's get that engine sound up. Under 20 knots? I'm pretty sure it's under 40. Oh, let me look again. Departure, taxi, ground speed less than 40 knots. Right here. Unless there's another one. Yeah, taxi speed less than 40 knots. I think it's because it needs to support big planes. So doing like a 30-something knot taxi on a straightaway with an airliner at a huge airport. With a small plane, it's ridiculous, but you know, if they're gonna let us, I'm gonna do it. All right, let's sync the heading bug. Oh no, heading bug is behind us. We're gonna make that left turn around. All right, we're at 600 feet. Get up to 1100 before our first turn. Oh yeah, Flight Sim 24. Yeah. OnAir is more lenient. New Sky is also lenient. Yeah, I think it's because of... I think it's just because of big planes that it's so high. Alright, we're up 400 feet. Why did I change? There was just a bug. I couldn't do a mission in Neofly with the station or with the Sky Courier because of it wouldn't let me load enough, or it didn't recognize any of the cargo pod loading I did, so I couldn't start the mission. Well, I think I could have started it, but I wouldn't have had the right payload. And OnAir Company sets it for you.
1,700 feet.
But they're both great. Like people should, I think, yeah, people should start with Neofly probably. Save money, try it out, see if it's for them.
Continue climb to flight level 070.
Continue climb to flight level 070.
Neither of the interfaces are great though. Planes available. It's one of the sidebar things. It's like airport market. I think it's like the 6th icon down maybe. And then it'll filter by ones at your current airport first, but you can filter by the name of the plane or the type code of the plane or a different airport. See, you know, find where they are. All right, let me fly that. Expected. They said it climbed to 7,000. We want to be on that heading 030 heading up to 7,000. Use the 7-day free trial for OnAir after trying Neofly. Yeah. I mean, they're both. Neither one of them has a great interface. Honestly, it's kind of really complicated. But it doesn't really matter which one you use. I mean, just use which one you like. And they're both good. And yeah, it's hard to beat free, so starting with Neofly makes a lot of sense. You're gonna find missions to do, like wherever we're flying, so. That's the cool part about them, unlike the Flight Sim 24 one where we can't even see each other, and there are three VIP missions in all of California. Is weird, you know. Yeah, it'll get better. No problem. Ooh, my coffee is here looking at me. The industry function, yeah. Yeah, the one thing that Neofly does that's awesome is the goods market, where every single airport is viable to make money to and from by just buying goods at one and selling to another. So I think that's really clever. And then yeah, OnAir has just insanely complex systems. Like, so if people want that stuff, owning FBOs, selling fuel, building their base camps, owning an airport, like the grind to claim airport ownership is insane and really cool. Like, you know, if we all get into it and we really want to do that, like maybe we can consider it eventually. It's just, it is so much work. But yeah, we could try to like take over Chicago or something and own the airport together by ferrying as a VA, ferrying all the materials, building the base camp, making the airport construction kits or whatever they're called, airport ownership kits, and then owning the airport. It's pretty insane. I mean, that's a relatively new feature. All right, see you later, shooter. All right, almost up to 7,000. We do standard altimeter at 7,000. She called it a flight level, so go down to PFD, standard baro. So once I finish this mission, this will complete the level 3 mission, which is different than a job. These get more and more complex and longer as you do them, but yeah, this one is only going to pay me 1,100, but the XP is the big thing to get you started with the skills tree. 3,000 XP. If I go home, I can see my current level. I'm sure it'll get me to level 4. Yeah. It's 3,000 total XP to get to level 4, so then I'll get 1 or 2 more skill points, and I can grab last minute jobs and maybe medical jobs. I don't need this hiring agreement anymore, actually, because I have my yeah, I'm gonna reset the skill tree for 1,000. passenger and dangerous jobs and medical jobs. Save. But then you can unlock, yeah, owning FBOs, stuff like that. The industries thing is so insane. Work orders, activities. It's pretty nuts because you could do OnAir Company and not even fly planes. You could, like, there's enough to do where you could literally manage that virtual airline with your pilots and go and define missions for them and try to do all the logistics and planning to get your real world pilots, you know, the people in your VA to contribute to like owning an airport or something. You can define and assign all of them in the VA management section. It's kind of crazy. But that's why we kind of stopped doing it. It was just so complex. I was like, I wasn't even doing it and it felt like work. Like other people were trying to figure it out. You know, just the opposite of it being like super flexible and just doing whatever you want. But yeah, it could be fun. Military air missions in the base game, yeah. That'd be nice. I don't know, you know, Microsoft has always avoided that kind of thing. They avoid any kind of weapon systems on military planes. You can't have those, at least by default, like when you buy the plane in the marketplace. You know, there's no like crash damage, like visible crash damage, stuff like that. It's like mostly to do with agreements with the airplane manufacturers. I mean, you know, it's not DCS. It kind of makes sense. It'd be cool to see flat tires, though. Things like that, like the smaller damage would be cool. All right, how long is this flight? 55 minutes. SBRB. 600 feet, marginal VFR. It's nice to use real world METARs. What is TCU? Towering Cumulus. So a few clouds at 3,000, towering cumulus. Winds are 340 at 8, broken at 5,000. QNH 1007. And they just have us on this heading, so. Yeah, US standard barrow's 18,000. Yep, it changes per country. So, but yeah, it's really nice in the whole US. You just have one standard barrow setting, one transition altitude. It's great. Same with Canada, 18,000. Facility chart. This is our destination. Transition level by ATC. Transition altitude 3,000 here. And yeah, the terrain around it, 2,200, 2,000, 2,000, 3,000 at the airport. Rio Branco. And then there's an ILS on runway 6. RNP, so it's probably a GPS approach on 24. And we're coming in from the north, right? Oh, we're coming in from the south. Whoops. Huh? Where's the airport? Oh, over here. There we go. Is it closed? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Just the displace threshold. This is interesting. It's got the white arrows, which normally mean you can use it for takeoff, but then it's got a big X, so it looks like it's under construction, right? That looks like fresh concrete or something being laid down. I don't know. So maybe it was closed temporarily. And a big X here, so we just start our takeoff here. And it's recommending ILS runway 6. So we could use, do we have RB003? No, we have RB006 right here is in our flight plan. That's weird. RB006 is in the plan, then it says direct RCO. We'll probably get the ILS, we'll see. You make jokes with Rio Branco, or is it Bronco? Imaginary city, no one's ever been there. Does the METAR update automatically? It doesn't seem to, no. The way I've gotten it to update is just by loading another METAR. So here, if I go to weather and I realize that the Zulu time is in the past, or, you know, like more than an hour past, I'll go back and then click another airport and look at its weather, and then go back to that first airport again. And I've had some luck with it refreshing them. They really need a little refresh button right here, though. Another reason why being able to use real-world tools is better. Yeah, because they don't have any other terrain higher than that, yeah. Yeah, let's see. Highest mountain peak in Brazil. That says... Wait, are we still in Brazil? Actually, I don't know if we're still in Brazil or not. I've been flying around a bit. Did we cross the border? Well, we're going north. I think we're still in Brazil. We might be in Bolivia. Or are we in Peru? It's so hard to tell without borders on any of these maps. But this mountain range here goes... I mean, this is part of Peru and then Bolivia right here. So I think we might be in Bolivia right now. Destination airport, SBRB. Between Peru and Brazil. Oh, okay, Rio Branco is in Brazil. Well, according to Google, the highest elevation, the highest peak in Brazil is 3,000 meters. So that would be almost 10,000 feet, but it's in the very north on the border. Yeah, in the very north on the border with Venezuela, it looks like. It might change from region to region within the country, or, you know, a different state of Brazil. It might be state by state instead of countrywide. So when we're in like the Amazon area, Amazonas or whatnot, then maybe there it's got its own. I mean, it's got to be state by state, right? Because to the north, yeah, towards Venezuela, there's some mountains up there. It says there's like a 10,000 peak. Yeah, 3,000 meters. The TA changes a lot according to the TMA. Well, yeah, right now it's 3,000. I like how it's done in the US though, where it's just one altitude. It's just like, all right, well, we don't care where you're flying in the country. It's just 18,000, okay? All right. Sounds good. So then what's the, do you happen to know the airspace then? Like in the United States, you know, above 18,000 is Class Alpha airspace. And that's, you have to have an IFR flight plan then when you're in the flight levels essentially. So the transition altitude is the same as the transition to getting into Class Alpha and requiring IFR. It's all the same at 18,000. Is there something like that in Brazil? Do you know? Like, are you, is it just at a different altitude? So it happens to be here, flight level 030 is transition altitude. So then, but I'm guessing you're not required to have IFR flight plan at 3,000 feet. So does it, I wonder if it just has its own requirements. Like what is there even the concept of like Class Alpha airspace? Is that just probably just a US thing, right? Good rolling cache settings. I have no idea other than I wouldn't use 0. I have mine at like 100 gigs, I think. So whatever you're willing to give up for your hard drive space. I don't know if more is better or not, but it seems to be working fine for me. Like at like 100, it's set to 16 by default. It's just how, you know, it's up to you how much space you want to dedicate to it. You can always delete it when the sim is closed. Just find the file and delete it in your flight sim folder. Yeah, the in-game EFB to show state country borders. You can use little nav map for that. It or you can try that Sky for Sim app as well. But you have to have those running in the background. I do wish this flight planner had like a roads and cities option. That would be really nice. Yeah, to see borders of states, cities, names of rivers. You can use Navigraphs. It's decent. It's still not the best though. Like Navigraph has a world map, but obviously you have to pay for Navigraph, or you probably know you have to pay for it, but they do have a world map. It's just kind of whatever. It's not the best. So we see the border of the ATC borders here, like the FIRs or whatever. And you can see some city names and stuff. Sometimes you can see the river names, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you have to zoom in like really close. But for a free one, like little nav map is good. You just have to have the program running in the background on Windows. Yeah, Navigraph app is for Navigraph subscribers, yeah. SimBrief Dispatch EFB app was causing your game to crash. I had it crash mine once when I tried to import the route in a certain plane. But, yeah, I mean, you can always tab out to your browser to use SimBrief. It's kind of nice in here, though, because you can just have it all in the sim. But, yeah, I've had it crash mine before, too. Ground winds. Winds at flight level 50, winds at 10,000. 5,000 versus 10,000. Look how much they shift to the east when you get up to 10,000. So right now we have like a tailwind. 10,000 have a crosswind. It would cause crashes on descent? Huh. Yeah, the SimBrief EFB also messes with your in-game maps too. The default maps, which is kind of annoying. I guess I'll fly myself on a course. I'm gonna go to that first waypoint, guys. Acrud. CIJ. And then RB002. By the time we get over here, we're gonna be getting vectors for the approach, probably. Alright, let's go to left fuel tank. Oh, I'm on left fuel tank. I mean right fuel tank. Yeah, I'm sure they'll fix SimBrief, like the EFB app over time too. It's still decent. Like I like being able to, especially when flying an airliner, look at it and look back and forth between this info up here when I'm setting up my flight plan, setting the altitude, you know, setting the fuel and payload stuff, looking at the cost index when it has one, reading the route off here to put in the SID and the star in an airliner is nice. Yeah, you could just tab out or having it break the airports on the regular EFB app is the annoying part. So like on here, I have no airport icons now. Can't find or click anything. I do like though when you hit import, it'll fill out everything here on the flight planner. So then your map here, if you do use it, is accurate. Oh, does it? Maybe it doesn't know how to use these. Oh yeah, it does. I think I need to figure out what to do. When I land here, it's going to finish that mission. It's going to give me 2 more skill points. I think it's 2 more each level. So then I could do like FBO. I might want to do the bank loans thing. Yeah, unlock loans at the bank. So then I can buy a better plane, or at least rent a better plane. So I should check airport database and look at our destination. It's a bigger airport, so maybe they'll have planes for lease or sale. Search aircraft. Query database. Huh. I feel like there's a bug. Why does it show nothing? There's got to be some planes here, right? Aircraft market. I think it's called aircraft at airports or something. There's so many screens to go to in the drop-down menus. South America, there are no rules on airspace design. Charts denote the inverted cakes. Right now I'm on a Class E. Class A is over flight level 245. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just so used to the FAA stuff. Oh, there's a database. Airports managed by companies is a new list you can look at. So I guess it'll show any airports that players are claiming. Holy. Oh, EDDM is one of them. So they got Munich. What's this? Munich, Hanover, Mallorca. Base camp. What is this? Industry boost level. What the? Freelance boost level. Logistics center boost level. Oh my god, Vancouver. 45 in-sim flights. And there are so many. These are like, this is like the list of all the base camps. Pretty crazy. It's weird. I feel like there aren't planes available at most of the airports I'm flying into. Class Delta is like a smaller towered airport. It'll have, like on your sectional charts, it'll have a small, I think it's usually a 10-mile blue ring around it. So Class Delta will be like the smallest of them. And then there's Charlie. Like in California, I always think of like Santa Barbara as a Class Charlie. And I think maybe Long Beach is a Charlie as well. A Delta would be more like, what is a Delta? Is Van Nuys a Delta? I think Van Nuys is probably a Delta, and like Burbank is probably a Charlie. And it's just the size. And then Class Bravo are the major airports, you know, like Los Angeles. Like LAX, SFO, all the major international airports. So the Deltas will have a blue line around them on the sectional charts, a blue dashed line. The Charlies will have blue solid lines with sometimes different shelves on them. And then the Bravos are huge red lines with many shelves, like the inverted cake, inverted wedding cake style. B equals big, yeah. Yeah, so if I look at like LAX, and then change the map to the VFR. I can do the sectionals too, but yeah, on this map, the magenta. Actually, on this map, isn't it blue? Anyway, I should look at the sectional. So here's the FAA sectional. So like here's Burbank. Did I get the colors mixed up? Burbank is a Charlie, so it's got these red rings around it. There's like cutouts as well. This cutout is actually because of like a Delta here at Whiteman. And then over here you can see another Delta right here. You can barely make it out because it's so, for Van Nuys, because it's so congested. And then down here you can see another Delta. Actually, that's just a compass rose. But here at when you get to LAX, you can see all of these huge blue shelves for the Bravo. So there are all these different areas cut out with different altitude constraints. So it shows that, yeah, which altitudes you need to be between to be in the Bravo. So if you're flying along Malibu right here under 5,000 feet, this is in hundreds of feet. So if you're between 5,000 and 10,000 feet, then you would be in the Bravo airspace right here along through Malibu. But if you're under 5,000 feet, then you're not in the airspace. So if you're flying eastbound at 3,500 feet here, then you're not in that Bravo. But if you go south a little bit, right here, bam, you've busted the LAX Bravo airspace. And the San Diego one's kind of complicated too, actually. Look at all the crazy, like, different shelves here in San Diego leading out this way. So it's mainly because I think of like overlapping airspace. Yeah, like right here in the middle of it is Gillespie Field, and that's got the Delta dashes around it. And then here you have like, yeah, it's like this cutout here. But there's also this shelf here, right? Like there's this one, which is 4,800 to 10,000 that cuts all the way around here where Gillespie is. And then Gillespie is 2,400 or below is what this box means. So this is the top altitude. So surface to 2,400 feet. Then this one over here, Montgomery Gibbs, up to 2,900 feet. But you can see this little tiny dot. It's like very hard to, like decipher these VFR charts in these complex airspaces. So a lot of them will actually, if you look up like the FAA's version of the charts, they'll have ones that are made specifically for transitioning. So there'll be a chart just on how to transition the Bravo airspace around LAX, for example. So it'll have like VFR airways, or they call it a flyway chart, to help simplify what altitude to be at. Oh my God, it's working. Dan, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships, dude. It's working again. Maybe it gave the queued ones away overnight. Thanks a lot, Dan. Appreciate that, man. Welcome to Marlu, maybe? Marlis, Golo, Mookie, Tacksmith, Mike, Vinicius, Keith and Stokesy and Taylor and Haberman. Welcome, welcome. Thanks a lot, Dan. Here, I'll bring up Sky Vector real quick. With Sky Vector, if I look at, yeah, we go look at the sectionals up here. It actually gives you access to some of these. So like, so in LA, for example, like see all these buttons at the top, they're kind of hard to see, but I can click on these and look at, for example, the Los Angeles fly chart, see how much it cleans it up. So this is if somebody's flying like VFR, this fly chart or flyway chart is like super useful because it'll show you these blue lines and tell you, it's basically showing you simplified places to fly if you're VFR. So here it's just saying above 5,000 in this area, you're safe. You're not busting any airspace. Here, be above 5,000, above 5,000. Down here, it's like if you're going north, stay below 3,500. And it's showing you, you know, the airspaces that you're avoiding by being at those altitudes. Here's Disneyland right here. So 4,500 if you're going west, 5,500 if you're going east. In here, stay below 9,500. So it's just got, it's simplifying how that airspace for you on these charts. These aren't available in like, you know, they're not available in Navigraph, for example. It just gives you access to the basic VFR sectionals where it's really complex. But there are all these buttons at the top you can switch between. So there's like this LAX area chart, the LA flyway chart, the TAC chart, and they have all of these notes. I think the TAC chart is mainly used also to simplify it a bit, but it's between common airports that you're flying to and from within the area. Yeah, and there's all of these side notes here. So terminal area chart. So we have like the Coliseum route, and it tells you, you know, what VOR you use. It tells you what altitude to be at. So it's got all these like footnotes in the side to help you navigate the complex airspace like it is in LAX. There's the mini route. This one lets you fly over LAX. Actually, it's this one. Sorry, this one doesn't fly over LAX. I don't think the mini route, but this one does. The LA Special Flight Rules area, where if you're on the it says Santa Monica, flying over Santa Monica or using Santa Monica VOR on a 132 heading only at 3,500 feet, you can fly over the airport. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't know all the details with like how you get permission to do these or whatever, but yeah, the charts get insane in an airspace like LA's, which is why it's crazy that like the Mountain can fly in this airspace. You know, it's insanely complex. You gotta know. And I don't know all the rules. I just know that those charts exist, you know. Lots of thunderclaps. We were hearing them from the first airport. I don't know if I've been hearing them now. I haven't been paying attention. Been staring at charts. Thanks again, Dan. Much appreciated, dude. I'm not a pilot. No. My girlfriend's the pilot. I haven't done VFR stuff forever. Like IFR is so easy because especially if you're flying somewhere like LA, when you do an IFR flight plan, like ATC does all the work for you. You have a flight plan with a known route. ATC is doing all the airspace clearance, TFR clearance, military airspace clearance, like anything that's like they're handling all of it. You just follow the route, follow what they say to you, you're good to go. You don't have to worry about contacting each airspace, changing the frequencies yourself, you know, like making sure you have permission to enter the airspace. IFR is so simple by comparison because it just all the work is done for you. Somebody's plane misfiring, yeah. Post a playlist for learning the GPS. I think, yeah, I think I made a playlist of just a couple of videos I had on the G1000, if that's what you mean.
Couch 323. Amazonico Center, couch 323, flight level 070.
Couch 323, Amazonica Center, identified.
Yeah, here you go. Here's the playlist link. I think it's just four videos, but it's the order I would do them in. Free flight? Yeah, Michael. We're doing free flight with OnAir Company and NeoFly career modes, whichever one people want to use. I really wish Microsoft made it so there's just one world map and you manage your hangar, career mode or not, in your airplane selection. Like, it could all have been integrated into free flight. And then when you choose the mission, you're still just in free flight mode, but it's tracking you. I don't know. I don't really like that they made it a whole different section. It should just be integrated into the sim. Like, I should go to the free flight world map. Like, we don't need two separate maps. Like, just the free flight world map. And if I have mission mode turned on, it just shows the missions or not. And when I pick one, then it walks through and says, like, all right, which plane are you flying? Do you need to maintain it? You know, are you flying freelance, or are you flying like just free flight mode? Or do you want to use your planes from the career mode that you own? Yeah, like persistent hangar, exactly. Star Citizen. I mean, it's just weird that it's separate, right? Like, we already have free flight mode with the world map where we can choose any plane. All it needed was, do you own that plane or not? Filter by planes you own. Okay, do you want to buy that plane? No. Do you want to do a mission, or do you want the missions shown on the world map or not? Because now, like, what if you want to do a free flight that's not a mission and you want to fly the plane that you own with the wear and tear on that plane? And for the realism of having the wear and tear. Like, now I have my separate 172 I've put 50 hours into that's in career mode. But what if I don't want to do a mission right now, but I want to fly my plane somewhere? I want to fly the one that I feel like I own in this sim. Well, I don't have that plane. I have some brand new plane now. Like, I don't know. I like the idea of the persistence. Like, I can always choose to fly a brand new plane if I want to, but I don't feel like I own the planes in free flight mode. First draft. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, it is the first version of it, but I don't know. Sometimes things just seem so complicated, like the whole historic weather thing. Like, did we really need AI pilot crew mode by default? Did we, I don't know. I don't know. I wish it was like becoming a living world thing where this person over here is doing their firefighting mission. This person's doing a free flight. That person's doing a cargo mission down to this airport, and I see them flying around, and we're all in just one world. Like, doesn't matter what they happen to be doing on their end. Yeah, the forced routes was too much. Forcing us to use ATC is too much. They should have focused on your landing rate, the stuff that the other career modes focus on. Did you get to the airport? Did you follow like realistic flight rules? Like, you're not too much G-force, you know, were you careful with the fragile cargo you have? Did you exceed speeds or altitude limits, like the bank, the airspace, whatever? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I know they're trying to make it usable by anyone, but it's kind of nice when it chooses your route for you. Like, it's like, thank you for picking my route, for the people that didn't know how to do it or won't know how to do it on their first time. But when you know what you're doing, it just becomes annoying. Tristan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, dude. Welcome Brandon, Roberto, Melm, Hotworm, and Airplane Guy. Nice. Thanks so much, dude. Much appreciated. 5 new stools. Plus Dan's, we got 15 new couch captains today. SimBrief, yeah. I mean, they need to make it work for people that will never know about SimBrief, so I get it. It's just a lot, like I don't know. It does give you kind of an intro to IFR flying, though. When it picks your route for you, files it with ATC, make sure it enforces the route, you know, so you can get over. So you have to fly to each waypoint in the route. I don't know. It's kind of whatever. The weather thing. Once they fix that, I think a lot of the complaints will be gone because we'll just be using our normal career modes. We'll just see how they do over time. Yeah, they have the find route button. Yeah. I mean, they want to enforce an IFR flight plan. That's why they're doing it. So it makes sense because ATC would enforce your IFR flight plan. You're following the flight plan, and ATC is enforcing that you're flying in that flight plan. So it makes sense. I think if Beyond ATC was part of it, integrated, I think my complaints would be much less. Because we do want it to enforce the flight plan with ATC and IFR flights. The problems come with how bad the ATC is, though. Yeah, telling you to climb 16K feet. Yeah, if the ATC was as good as Beyond ATC, and if the flight planning was as good as SimBriefs, we would all have much fewer complaints about career mode, I think, and the weather part. So, yeah, those are the big things. And I'm sure they'll inevitably add more planes and more missions. That's a given. But yeah, it being tied to the historic weather and the in-game ATC is the ATC LLM. Yeah, it's another really good thing that they made their own LLM, because if Microsoft were to acquire them, see, like that's a huge, important, and I think wise decision that Beyond ATC is making, right? Beyond ATC is kind of positioning themselves to be acquired. Like, I'm not saying that's their goal, but the technology decisions they're making would make it much easier for Microsoft to acquire them, right? So if you want to pit like Beyond ATC versus Say Intentions is tied completely up into ChatGPT. Is Microsoft going to want to acquire a company that is reliant completely on a competitor of theirs like ChatGPT? Wait, did Microsoft has a stake in OpenAI though, right? I don't know, but anyway, it's having it built into the software itself is great because it's just there working as part of the software. Like, it would just be downloaded as part of Microsoft Flight Simulator running on your machine. So it seems like it'd be way easier to just drop in Beyond ATC. With the LLM running on your computer, like it's going to run on Beyond ATC in the software, that's one less service to integrate. So Beyond ATC requiring the LLM on your machine. Yes. Not good? What do you mean not good? That is good. It's their own LLM that they made that is going to run in the software itself. It's not reaching out to the interwebs every single time you try to use it. It's running locally. Security reasons? I mean, every program you run on your computer, you're trusting. Like, I think most people would be comfortable with it running on their machine locally, as opposed to reaching out to ChatGPT for sending all the data to ChatGPT or whatever it needs. Like, it's just constantly sending all the data to some third party. Right, it's avoiding the network latency, and it's running on your computer, so the level of access. I mean, you're trusting every program on your PC. Microsoft Flight Sim could dig into your file system and scan it if it wants to. I mean, that goes for every program. I mean, that's why they have like the certificates, software certificates and stuff when you install programs through Windows. Like it warns you what to use for start and end location. That's Volanta. It's just for the stream though. Volanta has a streaming overlay I use, and I customized it a lot. You know what the VRAM is going to be for the LLM? Yeah. I mean, Beyond ATC is already pretty good on performance, even with all the traffic injection at big airports. I mean, it's not going to be zero impact. Oops, I didn't hear him. Say again for Couch 323.
Couch 323, Amazon Eco Center, expect ILS Victor, runway 06.
Expect ILS runway... Correction, ILS Victor runway 06, Couch 323. Okay, so what's our initial approach fix? 3? We have 2 and 6 in our flight plan, so I'm just going to pick 2. That's already in our flight plan. So ILS Victor. SBRB approaches ILS Victor runway 6. This is Yankee. Yeah, Victor gives us 002 right here, 3,000 feet. And then our minimums are 860. Barrow minimums, 860. All right, 860. And we'll just load that in. And we'll get rid of the en route. Destination, the en route section. There we go. So it's all connected. 18 minutes to top of descent. Yeah, the letters at the end are variations on the approach, usually based on like your navigation capabilities. And then they'll have, sometimes it'll be on the direction you're coming from. And then the minimums are usually different as well. So like we'd have to compare them back and forth. So let's see. Okay, Yankee, I can tell just by the way it's drawn, right, is this arc. This is a DME arc. So these approaches are based on you being able to fly a DME arc. So you either need, see how it says DME required right here? And it's got different initial approach fixes as well. It also could be which runways it allows you to land at based on that approach. So if we look at the bottom here, we have... hello? What is... Microsoft. What is going on here? Holy crap, I can't even click the... Oh my god. How do you make an entire OS and you can't... Where is my chart? What is happening? The heck is going on? How does scrolling not work? Sometimes it's just like, dude, how do you... The charts are broken. They just broke. Look, I can't load another chart. Okay, there we go. What is it doing? I'm not even clicking. Oh my god, Microsoft. Oh my, what's happening? Is this one of the... Did you guys ever see like those memes where it's like worst UI designer ever, or like evil UI designer, and you point at a button and it moves the button when you point at it? That's what we're seeing at the charts. Like, what is happening? I'm literally pointing at the chart and it's look, as I point at the chart, it moves it off the screen. What? How is this possible? Oh my god. You gotta be... Is this an April Fool's joke? What? It's like it doesn't realize I'm not pressing my mouse button. Oh my god, dude. I can't move it up. I can only move it down. Oh. Holy crap, it's working again. What? Who coded this? Holy crap. Ugh. Would they use AI to code this? Good God. Okay, can I use it now, please? Okay, here we go. All right, there, runway 6. So this only covers runway 6, the Yankee. These both are runway specific. Anyway, the Victor for runway 6 has the same It has the same, but look, this one requires GNSS, which is like, we call it GPS in the US, but GNSS. So they just have different navigation equipment requirements for these two. So this one requires GNSS and RNAV or RNP1. So GNSS is required. So we need to be able to use GPS, whereas the other one only requires DME for the ILS Yankee. So we can do this just with DME equipment and a radio navigation receiver that can handle a localizer and ILS. But yeah, it's just different equipment with these two. DME, VOR, and LOC. So a VOR is a radio-based navigation aid. It's physically installed somewhere. So like a VOR will be installed on the ground here. It's like circular. And think of it like a lighthouse, but with radio waves. It's like emitting signal at 360 degrees really fast. And your equipment will kind of read those signals and figure out where you are relative to the VOR. It'll also figure out which direction or which radial, basically like the course between you and the VOR, what it is. And because of that, you can choose which course you fly to or from the VOR on and navigate using it. A localizer is specific to a runway, so it'll be installed at the end of a runway. That flight that crashed in South Korea, what they ran into was like a berm, like a mound where the localizer antenna was installed. The localizer antenna is another radio-based navigation aid, but its specific purpose is to line you up with a specific runway more accurately. DME means distance measuring equipment. It's going to give you your miles from that aid, whether it's a VOR with DME or a localizer that has DME. It's going to relay to you how far you are, and your equipment will tell you how many miles you are from it. If it does not have DME, you won't know your specific distance to it. And that's line of sight distance. So it's not from the ground under you to the VOR. It's actually line of sight from your plane to it. So through the air, a line down to it is the distance reading, which is different than the ground distance to it. So yeah, VOR and localizer are both radio-based navigation aids. VOR means VHF omnidirectional range. Loc just means localizer. VORs can be put anywhere, and you can fly to or from them on a specific course. A localizer is specifically to line you up with a particular runway. DME just means that you get the distance to or from that navigation aid. It may or may not have DME. Okay, I'm probably supposed to be descending now.
Couch 323. Flight level 070.
Alright, I'm gonna go down here.
Branco approach to NH 1007. Expect the ILS Victor runway 06 with the RB002 transition.
RB002 transition.
QNH 1007. Expect the
Let's
ILS
dive
Victor
and
runway
speed
06
brake.
with the RB002 transition. Couch 323.
Couch 323. Cleared direct Rob 002. Cross Rob 002 at or above 3,000 feet. Cleared ILS Victor runway 06.
Cleared direct to 002. Cross up 002 at or above 3,000 feet.
Alright, we're good on the
ILS
top of
Victor
descent
runway
now.
06. Couch 323.
Alright, get the GPS back on. Hold altitude, we'll put VNAV back on. Need to go direct to this waypoint. Alright, VPath, top of descent's in 2 minutes. We need to get down to 2280. So I'll put in 22. VPath is on. I'm just gonna hit approach mode. Oh, I can't yet. We need to wait until we're in range. Alright. So this approach, let's see. Yeah, we'll have DME. Let's see. Yeah, so the little D here means we get DME from the localizer, 109.3. Remember, the localizer lines us up with the runway. because we programmed it in from the Garmin, it automatically tuned our 2 navigation radios. If I want the DME info, I have to go down here to PFD options and turn on DME. So it's saying whatever is programmed in the Nav1 radio to this, which is on this frequency right now, will give you the DME info from it. And if I want, I can also see the bearing to the DME in advance or to the localizer in advance by turning on the bearing down here. It'll actually show me in gray outlined lines once we get closer. Oh, we'll see that come up. Because right now we're navigating with GPS, so these magenta lines, like the primary course we're seeing here is our GPS. It's going to show us a preview of the course that the localizer gives us to fly directly to the runway, line up with the runway. So that'll show up once we're in range of it. So we'll see a gray arrow pointing over here when it's in range, like a preview. And then if we hit CDI, that'll switch us over to use that as our navigation source instead of our GPS. But once we get close enough, we can just hit the approach button, and the Garmin will actually switch over for us when we get close enough. OBS. OBS is awesome. It's so you see how when we look here, we have a course defined from one waypoint to the next. So between these 2 waypoints, we fly a course of 067. That gets us to the next waypoint. Then a course of 067, 042 to get to this waypoint. Whatever your active waypoint is, here, I'll just show you real quick. I'm going to go to heading mode to go straight ahead still, so it doesn't mess with our autopilot. I can hit the OBS button to override this course and change it to any course I want. So if I hit OBS, see this change? Now I can use the course knob, and I decide what course we're flying to get to that waypoint. Where this is really useful is if you do it on an airport as a waypoint, you can turn OBS and dial in the runway heading and essentially get a really long extended runway heading to that runway. But this is just some random en route waypoint. So I want to use the GPS to find course. So I'll just turn OBS back off, go direct to. But OBS lets you override the course to your active waypoint. Okay, and I'll go back to nav mode here. Pitch mode, let's do altitude holds, VNav on standby again, top of descent in 34 seconds. Does LPV use a localizer? No. LPV is specifically controlled by GPS and WAS. I did do a video on that a couple years ago. So LPV is like a variant or a capability of a GPS approach that requires a ground station. So there's something called an SBAS. That's satellite-based augmentation system. So if you think of GPS like your phone uses, in the US, GNSS is a global navigation satellite system or something. GNSS just means using satellites to navigate on planet Earth. Satellites, you get a few satellites, like 3 or 4 or 5 or 7, whatever. When you're connected to all of them, it can triangulate your position, tell you very accurately where you are. In the United States, there's an SBAS called WAS, Wide Area Augmentation System. Think of it like GPS on steroids. It's not just the satellites. It also has ground facilities that interact with the satellites and your aircraft to give you more precise GPS locating information. So it's like GPS, improved GPS by way of also using ground-based stations. So when you have a when you have an SBAS, in the US it's called WAS, WAAS, that unlocks an approach type called LPV. So it's like a very precise GPS approach. It does not use localizers. It uses GPS and the SBAS system. Yeah, like GPS 2.0 kind of, yeah. So it's not just using satellites, it's using a ground-based station that is doing like error correction and stuff along with the satellites to give you more accurate GPS navigation. So because of that increase in precision with the WAS system, that's how we get LPV approaches And those specific approach types give you better minimums. So that's how they're like as good as an ILS approach. Yeah, if you get an LPV approach, then you're basically getting as good of an approach as an ILS approach, but it's powered by the GPS and SBAS. So if we find one of those, like here it's RNP runway 6. This is not in the US, so it won't say WAS. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's an actual RNP approach, it looks like. No, it's not loading the chart. ILS or localizer. The charts are like broken again. Anyway, since this is an ILS approach, I'm just going to... Where's the runway? I'm just going to hit the approach button when we can. So we're getting DME in here. So I can hit approach as soon as we get the DME. It's not showing the bearing, though. It should show the gray bearing. Yeah, it's not there yet. But if you're on an ILS approach, just hit the approach button early. And you can see here it's waiting to capture the localizer and the glide slope. Those are the two components of the ILS. What's up, darling? Sounds like I'm calling you darling. Runway is right in here. But as we get towards the final approach fix, actually I think it's the initial approach fix, it'll change over to the localizer automatically. So it should happen when we cross over RB00. Oh no, we're at RB002. Guess it's the next one. This is the wrong approach. It may even be mileage based, I'm not really sure, but at some point it'll automatically change us to green needles here to intercept the localizer. But we could do it ourselves by hitting the CDI button. That's going to change our navigation source. So remember, yeah, if you're doing an ILS, you don't use GPS, you're using radio-based navigation instead. And if you keep it on GPS, you will not intercept the localizer, you will not intercept the glide slope from the ILS. Alright, they already cleared us for runway 6. I wasn't even listening that whole time, but to beyond ATC, it's fine. Marginal VFR 1300 for the clouds. And, oh yeah, what's the... 1008, so we descended, so... I think 3000 was actually the transition altitude. See how it just changed to Loc 1 automatically? So, I think that changed from back in my old tutorials. It used to do that automatically even before you hit approach mode. Now it seems like you have to hit approach mode. Yeah, the window's disgusting. And VNav is still taking us down because I let it take us down to the final approach fix altitude. So once we get there and we level off, we'll capture the other component of the ILS, which is the glide slope. So it's just our vertical navigation. And if you're used to using vertical navigation with GPS, it's usually magenta. Here you can see it's green to let you know it's like radio based. So green needles for localizer, green diamond here for the glide slope. And I already put the minimums in. On the PC-12, while hitting tune to nav1, change the CDI. It should do it when you... Well, I don't know the Honeywell avionics too well yet. You can try approach mode like I did here. Tune to nav1, that sounds like it's going to just tune your nav radio for you. So like if the Garmin said tune to nav1, I would expect it to put it as my frequency in my nav1 radio. That's it, just tune the frequency only. And the visibility is crappy. Yeah, GA career, general aviation, baby planes. I'm using OnAir Company. Alright, we're about to get the glide slope. So this will turn green. There we go. So we got vertical guidance. We can go all the way down to 860. All right, I'm going to pull my throttle to idle on this guy because it takes a while to slow down. Oh my god, I didn't have my landing light or strobes on. I'm going to lose so many points. Crap. Yeah, landing lights on. Yeah, this is worse than the weather. I can see the pappies already though right there. And I can see the approach lighting system. Alright, we should have left tank. Alright, we're slow enough to do flaps 1 already. And then I'll just sync the heading bug straight ahead. I hate how often the charts break here. Like, I've tried to click ILS Victor. This is the Yankee, and it still won't load the charts. Like, it just goes down every day. It stops working. Really frustrating. So, since we're on the glide slope, our altimeter doesn't even matter, which is what's cool about a navigation approach. Like, if I grab my baro, I actually had it wrong anyway. But if I change my baro, watch, see my altitude changing? But notice it's not pitching us way down. Look. I'm telling it that we're at 300 feet, which we're not. It just stays on the glide slope because the glide slope's radio based, not GPS based. Well, actually with GPS, it's going to be good too. But if you're doing like an advisory glide slope, then your baro really matters. Or like an LNAV approach, or I think even an LNAV VNAV approach. I should try that with the next LPV approach, but I'm pretty sure we can mess with our baro knob and not disrupt the vertical guidance on an LPV approach. Got us really low on this glide slope though, so we're gonna not do that. All right, full flaps. Let's get the music off. You always gotta watch it to make sure it's not diving you into the ground. Like, it looks like it didn't know it was a displaced threshold, so it was like bringing me down at the start of the threshold there. I mean, there's so many runways in the database, there's gonna be some that don't work right.
Exit next available taxiway, couch 323.
Any memberships found people? I think they might have overnight because, yeah, you guys gifted a bunch. You guys gifted 15 today so far, and they found owners. The stools found owners. Alright, parking brake, taxi light, strobe off. Flaps are up. Yeah, the runway's closed. There might just be the displace. Oh yeah, there is a yellow X on it, isn't there? Cyber and Luke are on their way in. Yeah, look at all the markings on this thing. Like, it looks like they were, like, extending the displaced threshold over here, right? This looks under construction. Like, they're going to extend it, and then, maybe it was closed for the construction when they got the data. It's kind of cool. The balloons look so awesome. I can't wait till we get more, I can't wait till we get more liveries and we can see people in those liveries. Alright, parking brake is on. I will not do the quick shut off. There we go. Oh my god, was my alternator off the whole time? I think my alternator was off somehow. Alright, it says I've reached level 4. Oh man. Ooh, that sounds nice. Magnetos. Alright, here we go. Luke's coming in. Yeah, apparently the damage to the battery isn't modeled, I guess. Or the battery draining. EC45? Generic Turo 2 engine. Is it going around? What's the EC45? Oh, Eurocopter. Oh, that's why. Eurocopter. No spinning props, yeah. I feel like we usually see spinning props on the newer base planes, like the ones made for 2024 seem to be better. But there is that funny like level of detail problem where when you're far away, it like removes half of the airplane and you just don't see it. You just see a flying fuselage. It's such a weird choice. It's got to be a bug, like. All right, let me check my level here. Level 4. So the point of doing this specific mission was to get more XP. So I'm at, it was only 1,000 payday, but 3,000 XP. Reputation. I don't even know what reputation and level does besides give you skill points. So now I could do the bank loan agreement, which I should probably do. And the FBO if I want to be able to build FBOs. Build FBOs and get logistic query license for one sector every 5 days. It like makes missions for you. And then hiring agreement. I might need that later anyway. So it should have generated a level 4 mission now. It's probably like a bunch. Oh, it's only a single flight. It's just a cargo delivery to SPTU. Didn't we fly to there already? No, it's to the south. Is that where we started? Oh, that's where we just came from. Wait a minute. Aren't we at SBRB right now? So why is the mission from SPAR to SPTU? Yeah, I'm up here. Can I just regenerate this from our current airport? There we go. Oh, so this one is where you need to load all the cargo and bring the cargo to both airports. How much cargo is it though? Oh, it's not much at all. All right, so I need to go. Oh, wait, no. The cargo is here, isn't it? And I need to deliver it to where I am and to this other one? Ooh. Regenerate. So this is grab passengers. It generates all the missions starting at your base. It's kind of annoying because this did not return me to my base. So now I have to fly back to my base to do the mission. So I guess what I want is to find a mission that goes from SBRB back to my base. Or I'll just make this my base since it's a bigger airport. I guess it's kind of cheating. I mean, it's not cheating. It lets me do it. So I could just go employees and then just make this my new base again for SBRB. Change base. SBRB. Change base. There we go. Yeah, I'll just change my base each time to save time. All right, I relocated. Now I should be able to go here and regenerate it. Got a new bug with the 172. No engine sound in the cockpit. You can delete your streamed packages folder, or the contents within your streamed packages folder. So if you find your community folder and go up a bit, and then go into like local cache, streamed packages, delete everything in there. That's where it like caches all the planes, or just delete the 172 if you want. That's fixed audio bugs for me before. All right, this should say base SBRB. There we go. Nice. Okay, so all I have to do is bring 1 passenger and 89 cargo to SBGM. Guajara Miram something. All right. This is a level 4 mission only worth 1,500. Okay. I'm just going to keep doing the missions. This isn't one mission to choose from. These are the ones I've accepted. This is like the main mission that helps you level up and get your skills and get a lot of money faster if you do enough of these. But there's a huge database of missions. I'm just looking at that one. Those are just my pending jobs basically. But I can go in and pick from a huge list if I want. I'm just focusing on these missions instead of like a charter job. All right, sim brief. SBGM. The sim brief integration is great because when I do sim brief, 7,000 feet, 307 block fuel. When I go back into here and I import it, it automatically, well, it'll know my route on the world map, the moving map, but it also sets my fuel automatically from the sim brief calculation. Okay, and I'm making sure I'm taking the right. Yeah, we got 1 cargo and 1 passenger. Total payload. How much does a passenger weigh? 89. Oh, 190. Every passenger is 190 because I think they assume you have some baggage. And then it includes the crew as well. 190 for the pilot. So 190 pilot, 190 passenger, 89 extra cargo, and then there's our fuel. I think I'm just going to pull the flight time back by 1 hour because it's going to get real dark here soon. Maybe 2 hours. I'm going to go to 2110 UTC, minus 2 hours. The Corvallis is my best friend again. All right, it's going to automatically set all this. If you fly like more complex planes that have their own EFBs and loading and stuff, like you can always do the weight and balance yourself. Like if I was flying the Duke or something, I would just do it myself using the EFB or flying like the Phoenix. But for the simpler planes, the auto set works just fine for the fuel and the payload. In Neofly gives you a choice of a few planes. But you can always sell it, take out a loan, and then get the Corvallis as a good starting plane. Rent the Corvallis. What's up, guys? Are you guys actually here or is it glitched? Usually, even when people are in their planes, it
12 instead of 469 pounds.
Even when people are in their planes, what's up, Jack? Yeah, Neofly is great. I mean, it's free. It's kind of a no-brainer to try it out. What's up, Brandon? That's a nice ponytail. 2020 with the Just Flight Warrior. Nice. Oh my god, it's starting to rain. It's starting to rain. Get back to your planes. It's raining. Get back to your planes. It's raining. Run away. Run away. Seek shelter. Seek shelter. Well, at least for me, it's starting to rain because I pulled the time back 2 hours. Need to do more squats in game. Don't we all? I got to restart the tracking because I jumped out of the plane and it messed with the weight. Flight Sim's a real MMO. I mean, it kind of is if you use online or if you use OnAir Manager. OnAir Company. It does feel that way. I should just leave the strobe, taxi, and nav light on always, or just all the landing, even the landing lights on with the OnAir Company.
Beyond ATC connected.
Open the door without exiting, yeah. It's nice when you have a little like storm window you can open to hear your engine start up. Or do your clear prop yell, you know?
Couch 323, request IFR clearance to Guajara Mirim.
Alright, let me remember the alternator this time.
Rio Branco Tower, expect runway 06, file to Alpha departure, initial climb to flight level 070, squawk 2761.
Fill 2 Alpha departure, squawk 2761, couch 323.
Couch 323, read back correct. Call me back when ready for start or taxi.
Roger
Oh, I
that,
think I
couch
killed the battery
323.
actually. Yeah, the battery's not working. Oh no, I need to repair and refuel. Let me hit this shortcut and see what happens.
54.8 gallons of fuel added during the flight.
Oh, it didn't clean the plane, did it? Yeah, I just hit repair and refuel because the batteries are dead. Wait, the screens aren't turning on. Did I break? I broke it? Uh-oh. I did hit the repair and refuel. I'm not sure that it does anything. Well, it did. It changed the weight. Let me check my shortcut and make sure it's in there. No, Avionics Master is only after you get it started. It's for the second, like the Avionics bus, I think. Usually just do battery, then start it, then do the avionics and alternators. Yeah, the battery switches are on. Repair and refuel. Control Shift R. I want to clean the plane, and maybe the rain will help. Alright, I did it a few times. So we have the master switch and the batteries on. The screens are just dead. Weird. Alright, I'm just gonna load it back in. Yeah, I wish it cleaned the windows. Or they need a window cleaning button. What level? I don't know. I think I just got like level 4. SBRB. And we're going to SBPV. I'm taking one passenger. Let's try the EFB and see if it loads them in. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go here and get rid of the co-pilot again because we don't have one in this plane. Goodbye, co-pilot. Wipers. I wish this one doesn't have wipers. I don't think the Corvallis. A big plane maybe. All right, so if I go into EFB and I load a passenger, we'll see if it works. Put him back here. 190 is the way it does it. And then I think we had 89 on the cargo. Start at the ramp. And OnAir Company is going to change the time. Should you play career? Of course. Whatever career mode app you like. NeoFly, Flight Sim 24 career mode, OnAir Company, A Pilot's Life. They're all good. You had this before in the Corvallis. It's a bug. The plane won't restart. I think mine might be messed up because I forgot the alternators. What is happening? Where am I? Hello? Oh, it's crashing. This happened yesterday. Remember it spawned me like upside down in the woods or whatever, and it was making, no, I spawned on the grass and it was making the heavy breathing sounds. What is happening? Yeah, I'm restarting it. It's crashing. It's just gonna be frozen. All right, rip. All right, it's restarting. Good time to use the restroom. I'm gonna grab a protein shake, use the restroom, be back in a few minutes while it restarts. All right, I'm back. Oh, bye, Cyber. Have a good one, dude. Horror game mod? What? Oh, under the airport, yeah. Nice crabs. Very nice. Haven't had too much crabbing the last few days. Eurocopter. I'm not sure if I have the Eurocopter. It's kind of cool that the career modes have helicopters and fighter jet missions. So people can just kind of fly what they want. I should see if there's a rescue mission at some point too. I'll do this level mission. Because I think once you get up to the higher level missions, like these predetermined missions from your home base, they start paying a lot more, and that's how you can get into a bigger plane faster. The initial load, yeah. I mean, I also have like 4,300 sim objects, including FSLTL loading, so like it's a lot of stuff to load. Helicopters together? What do you mean? You can fly a helicopter? I do not fly helicopters, not really. I'm more interested in planes. But the career mode's supported. I mean, you can do like cargo, passengers, VIP stuff. Neofly has cool VIP missions where you like land in backyards and stuff and drop off VIPs at their mansions. I don't know how they look in 2024 though, with like the crazy tree rock things all over the place in some areas. Where's the marketplace? Will we get it on Monday? Eurocopter? Eurofighter Typhoon. I don't have the Eurocopter. Keep the huge crown spires. Yeah, they're beautiful. All right, Corvallis. Let me get back in. Let me try the fuel and payload again. So we had a passenger here. Neofly uses 190 for passengers and the pilot. And they had 89 pounds of cargo. I think. Yeah, 89 pounds of cargo right there. Whoops. No, I'm doing OnAir Company. Sorry, did I say Neofly? It's so between like Neofly, New Sky, OnAir, they're just I get them mixed up sometimes. It's yeah. Okay. SBRB. After getting crashed in official career. Oh yeah, try Neofly. Start with Neofly, it's free. It's great. The UI will take a little to get used to, but that's just all of the career programs are... The UI is confusing on all of them, really. Wow, ready to fly. Alright, I'm finally back. Oh, the EC-45 was renamed to H-145 after Airbus bought Eurocopter. Oh. Yeah, programmers made all the UIs. And most of the things we use, you can tell. Yeah. All right, let's see if the plane starts up this time. Actually, I should track. I need to start tracking. There we go. Battery and battery.
Wrong date and time in simulator. You need to set date and time manually in your simulator.
Why can't you do it? This happened before. 2114. Okay, now it's tracking. All right, let's get it started. Fuel, pump. Okay, alternators this time, and avionics. Alright, in SimBrief, let me grab the route. Oh, we actually have a departure this time. Alright, SimBrief, view, and import. SBRB to SBGM. Importing it to the flight planner. Nice, it's got the departure. And we have a SID chart as well. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Time I put in 21:15 UTC. If you guys want to match it. 21:15. I mean, it's not going to be right with Beyond ATC. I'm just going to skip Beyond ATC for this time. Use the in-sim ATIS if I need it. I don't need Beyond ATC every single time. It's nice though, but yeah, it's just because of the live weather debacle. Alright, sync the altimeter 1007. And what did SimBrief say for our altitude? 7,000 again. Alright, 7,000, heading flight level change. 110 knots. Alright, landing lights, strobe light. I'll just get them on in advance. I think with OnAir you only need them for takeoff, but it doesn't penalize you for turning them on early. And then we got the fill 2A. I'll program this one manually this time. So we're going from SBRB. Expecting runway 6. Destination SBGM. Expecting runway 35. Okay, then we have the Filth 2 Alpha departure procedure. Filth 2 Alpha. Alright, so taking off runway 6. That's departure end of the runway, then 1,100 feet. Some intercept direct Filho. And then that's it. After that, it's direct to the airport. And we'll just see what we have at the airport for approaches. It was expecting runway 35, and we got LNAV VNAV for runway 35. We'll pick that. And then if we look at the map, we're coming from the west. So we're not going to use this waypoint. We want this one here for our initial approach fix. All right. Load that in. All right, looks good. And the terrain's flat, like all the way there. There's no red anywhere, even when we're on the ground, so. Not worried about the terrain. All right, so we take off, and then we're going to turn right to this intercept, and then it's going to go directly to Philho. So when we take off, we're going to want to use nav mode right away. The Octavi? Is that like a big, is that like the real sim gear stuff? I do have real sim gear in the closet, I just don't use it. It's just too much crap to have on my desk and all. I like to keep it clean on the desk. Keep it minimal. Holy crap, there's a lot of us. Alright, runway 6. And we have the SID right here. Airport ground chart. Take Alpha to runway 6. Runway 6 is 067 heading. What's up, Alert? How's it going? Oh, it's a small device that controls the G1000, size of a small phone. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I mean, I have a lot of knobs and buttons on my throttle, like kind of like I did on the Bravo, so I'm used to using those. I don't know. I'm very. I try not to have too many devices. I don't really mind using the mouse. But I've seen that it's a cool looking device. I assume it needs its own software running in the background and all that, so there's only so many things I want plugged into my computer if I can help it. Spaghetti and meatballs or lasagna? Spaghetti. Spaghetti and meatballs. Absolutely. I feel like for me, lasagna is like hit or miss. I've had a lot of lasagna that I have not liked, and very few that I have liked. I feel like spaghetti and meatballs is almost always good. Helps me stay in the sim. Yeah. I do use my knobs on the right on my throttle a little bit here and there, like when I'm doing a heading change, syncing the heading bug, turning on flight level change mode. Just because I've done it so many times at this point, I think everyone's seen me click it. They know where the button is, but all right, looks like we're all lined up and ready. Holy crap. We're just taking over the airports. You just ordered a steak? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Go around and hold procedures if you want. Knock yourself out. I mean, I try not to if I don't have to. I've done videos on go-arounds. I have one that has like a missed approach. But I'm trying to earn money here in the career mode, so time is money. And holding and doing a missed approach equals time. Alright, landing light is on. What's interesting though, Beyond ATC supports go around, so like you can tell it you're doing a missed approach, or if there's traffic, then it'll tell you to do a go around if there's AI traffic on the runway that hasn't taken off or something. Hasn't happened to me yet though. Crosswind. Our favorite and most common type of wind. A TCAS RA? No. They don't have traffic separation in the air yet, only for go-arounds and on the ground. But it is something they're going to do at some point, is going to be like traffic advisories and telling you to change speed or altitude to avoid traffic. But yeah, that's not in there yet. I mean, they just barely released traffic to everybody, so. Okay, we need nav mode on. I should have started that turn way earlier. It's a temperature, 23. Warm, rainy day. You had Mayday fuel in the 787, told the controller's voice change when you told me you can't say Mayday. Oh, I've never tried because they don't have emergencies in it yet. It actually responds and tells you not to say Mayday. I didn't know it even did that. Alright, heading mode with nav mode on standby. And we're climbing up to 7,000. There we go. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't even know that it did that. And on air, I thought doing freelance, they filled you with enough fuel. I only did the one freelance job yesterday, and I just topped it off as much as I wanted to. You probably need to just add fuel yourself. Like, it'll be on the slider, and I think it doesn't charge you or anything. You can just add unlimited fuel, I'm pretty sure. Or, you know, as much, you can top it off if you want. Just matters how much you have available. It probably only does the fuel for you if you use SimBrief. I don't know. I've only done one of them, so. That would be nice if it just gave you enough fuel based on its like little estimate that it does with the range and your reserves. All right, we're in the soup. Is there an ATC program that like works well with the way Flight Sim 24 does the weather? Like, I wonder if... Oh, we're over 5,000. I need to lean the mixture. A little bit. I wonder if there's one that like uses the in-sim weather, but I don't think there is. I'm trying to think of like, I don't know, like, is there any program that will override the weather to do live weather, like Rex, or can we use Rex instead to overwrite the live weather it's trying to force us to use? Like the historic weather or like active sky or any of those? Like the weather usually looks worse. You don't get as good like cloud formations and stuff not using the built-in weather, but oh, you lose all the visuals? Yeah. Flying without weather. I like flying with it just because it's just the coolest looking stuff you can get in the sim weather-wise is from the live weather. All the presets are, you know. Yeah, flat cloud layers. Yeah, that's why it sucks. Like they can't compete with how good the flight sim renders the weather itself. Oh, you meant ATC. Oh. Yeah, flying without ATC is nice. Like I'm doing it right now. Mainly because of the restriction with the weather, though. I can't fly with live weather during the day. They have to change that. Like that would actually be a reason that I would, if they never change that, I would probably load 2020 up again. Like anybody, the biggest thing too is like VATSIM, right? Obviously I don't use it. I have my point of view on it, but like there's a lot of people that use VATSIM and they're going to want to use Flight Sim 24. They literally can't use it unless they run live time, live weather. They cannot turn the sun on anywhere in the world. So if you get home from work and it's dark in real life and you want to fly into Denver that day or whatever 5 airports they fly into in the US, where there happens to be coverage, then you have to fly during the darkness, like during darkness. You never get to fly during the day if your only time ever to play is real world nighttime. Or you have to fly somewhere where it's daytime. Like you have to fly in like Japan every day. Something like that, where there's probably not any coverage. Oh my god, this looks so good though. Rainbow power. You'll fly VFR without ATC? Yeah. It's pretty rare I'll fly airliners without ATC. Yeah, it's a pretty unbelievable oversight. The thing that's crazy about it too is like, it would have been way less work to not do the historic weather at all, and that's what people want and need at this point. Like, they literally made work for themselves and built this whole system that we didn't need. Yeah, it makes the head shake. It's so strange. Like, why did they spend all the time doing this historic weather thing? He'll say it's more real. It's not more realistic. The most realistic you can get is live weather only. Not rewinding the weather. Like, live weather should be what it says. Live. It's called live weather, but it's not. It's historic weather. It's time traveling weather, you know? Even the name of the feature isn't accurate anymore because it's not live. Haven't seen the sun in the game for a few days because you play in real time. Exactly. Yeah, you need to be able to turn on the sun, like experience the live weather and the challenges that it gives, but also be able to do bush flights, for example, into unlit airports without lighting. There's no way to do that otherwise. Yeah, the game just looks so much better during the day, even in 24. Like, they definitely improved nighttime, but I don't want to fly at nighttime most of the time. No thanks. Oh, I didn't update the... Update Volanta, sorry. Alright, there we go. I can't see any of you through this soup, but I know you're back there. Oh, I can see Ezekiel. Wonder if we're going to get out of this. We're at 7,000 feet. I think I'm going to climb up to 9,000. Maybe even 11,000. Yeah, let's do 11. Or even, let's go up to 13. I don't know how bad the winds are, though. We have a decent tailwind. A little bit of a tailwind. But I don't want to be in the... In the soup. Climb at 160. Just a slow climb. But it, you know, it shows 7,000 based off the clouds 2 hours ago, so. TCAS with airliners. We've done it with we used to do it with airliners every day. Every stream, like from the summer until November, basically, like for like a 4-month period, it was airliners all day, every day. And yeah, we would all take off at the same time pretty often, or yeah, there was a lot of TCAS. We didn't turn on TARA. Yeah. Haven't seen the moon because I'm always flying in career. Man, the ground looks so good here right now. Looking good. I keep forgetting to message Sushi. Is the call sign couch? Call sign is what ATC calls you. So it would be like a flight number. Yeah, like couch 323 is, yeah. The call sign. So like your registration number is like your plane tail number. If you're a GA flight, generally you're being called after your tail number. But if you're a commercial flight, you have a call sign. Because every commercial flight, the plane technically has its own tail number and registration number, like a November number in the US. But on top of that, they're called like their company name and their flight number as their call sign. The tree model hides the blurry ground. Yeah, yeah. It's noticeable when that happens though. Like you'll see the trees and then it'll be blurry. This aerial photography looks decent. But yeah, depending on where you're flying, it can be sharper or not as good. Yeah, it is a little blurry right here. But yeah, it definitely helps mask it. Especially when you're not zoomed all the way in. It's an improvement. Kip is children in Dutch? No, it's chicken. Chicken in Dutch. Yeah, chicken. There we go. That's true. That's how I fly my planes. Like a chicken. You big chicken? You afraid of a 50-knot crosswind, you big chicken? Chicken nuggets? Kip nuggets? Mmm. Thanks for the tutorial. No problem, Ricardo. Glad they're helpful, man. I'd landed Hurricane Crosswinds complained that he broke the Air Force beer. Oh yeah, dude, that was a little bit of that is something. Wait, does OnAir do that? Does it tell me what type of cargo we're taking? It just says cargo delivery. Oh, it says vehicles. What? Vehicles? 89 pounds of vehicle cargo, like what do we got in there? Like oil filters or something? I like how Neofly says exactly what you're bringing though, like antique aged wine. That's where AI is helpful, like making huge databases of like, you know, things like that, like lists. That's where AI should be used. Alrighty. Call sign plus flight number. Oh, balloons. I played around with them just a little bit. 382 kilograms of servers. Level of detail systems too aggressive? You mean the way where the blurriness is? Chicken nuggets at Taco Bell made me laugh. Taco Bell. Considered a confirmed bug. Oh, that's good. I mean, if we get sharper ground images, that'll be crazy. It's gonna look even better. Yeah, you can definitely tell they're blurry right now. Oh, because of ground blurriness, yeah. That's cool. Carrying scooters. Yeah, it says 89 pounds of vehicles, whatever that means. Call sign plus flight number. So you think the call sign is just couch? Yeah, I don't know. I thought the call sign was just what ATC called you, like in whole. But I could be wrong. I would Google it myself. It's kind of a longer flight, right? Yeah, 42 minutes. We've got 2 hours of fuel. Let's switch to the right tank. Tank check. Tank check. Oh, call sign is just couch. Oh, interesting. That's weird. For 4 scooters in the back, yeah. That's fine. We'll take them their vehicles. Oh yeah, we're supposed to have 1 passenger. See, it didn't work. I loaded a passenger in before I loaded into the plane, right? And they're not here. It's probably because well, it's probably because of this. Look, it doesn't even show the 4 seats anymore. There's just so many bugs with this. And it only says 190 pounds. It should be double that. 1 for me, 1 for the passenger. But I think the EFB with the weight and balance is just super buggy. Whatever, as long as it gives me credit, it's doing the fuel, it's ranking me, I'm getting the monies, it's all good. Not gonna worry about it. Tried to do cargo with a Corvallis when you loaded it in, the tail hit the floor. I did that in like was it the Beechcraft Duke? I would put too much in the back and yeah, it went right down. It's hard to make the decision when you don't know like where the CG is visually. Actually, I think you can get to it when you go to empty, right? Yeah, it shows where the CG is, so you want to like make it, you want to load the majority of the weight, so yeah, the CG stays the same, I guess. $270 pounds. I mean, it is a pretty small plane. Like a plane like this, you're barely taking 2 adults in it, besides the pilot. It's pretty rare you're going to actually have all 4 seats occupied. I mean, I don't know the actual payload limits of this. I think it's like 1,400 pounds. So mattering how much fuel you have. Balance is not great. You have to max out the passenger weight first. Yeah, the weight and balance just seems a little weird with the EFB. It is not finished. Cargo is in the tail. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't know about like, it's not going to be here. It's going to be right here. It should be right here. Oh my God. Dude, I heard the helicopter. I was like, what? Why does it say generic piston 1 inch and then H47? We clearly see the Chinook. Only option to start Neofly was a 152 Cub or a Robin. Oh. Yeah, I picked the 152, take out a loan, and then see if you can sell it and get something else on a rental. I sold my first plane pretty fast. I think I got like an extra 10K though, because I bought the company edition. I started it as a company instead of as a career or whatever. But I'm using OnAir now, and I don't get any of those benefits. But I was able to rent the Corvallis pretty fast. $152, rented the 172, sold the 152, yeah. Yeah, the 152 doesn't even have an autopilot in it, so if you love you some autopilot, 152 is not for you. OnAir gave you 170K? Huh. I think it gave me 10K to start, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Income ratios. I'm pretty sure I started with 10K. Yeah, right there. Owner's equity, 10,000. That's all I started with. Oh, it gave me 10,000 more. It says special cash bonus for changing to advanced career mode. And then, yeah, look, I immediately used 5,600 as a bond to rent the Cessna. The Corvallis was the very first thing I did. Bork, bork, bork. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that bork bork emote. It's unfortunately here to stay, I think. I don't want to need a bork bork emote. She's a Chihuahua. She's 1.5. Actually, she's about to be 2. Yeah, how did you get 170K, Ben? What the heck? Hacks. He's hacking. Call the career mode police. It says 100K to 200K depending on the world. Oh, it's, yeah, okay, because I chose Thunder, that's why. Probably. 1.5 mil. Oh, yeah, if you start as an airline. But that's in the form of a loan, Dan. If you check your loans, you'll have a 1 million loan. Or 1.5 million loan you have to pay back. Need a character for her? We can reveal. Yeah, the puppy's been on Discord photos before. She's okay with her privacy being violated. Hand yourself in. No, you don't have to do that. Just send me the money, okay? Send me the credits. So I can get a Sky Courier or something. All right, so 24 minutes till top of descent. I put in the LNAV VNAV for runway 35. Let's double check the weather. SBGM. No METAR available. And it's just a Unicom frequency. So it's like a CTAF frequency. It says information though. I don't know. I guess I'll tune in. Just in case there's... Just in case it's like an ADIS style thing, but I don't know. Tune La Paz Center. Flight following. Nah. Even with the 170K, yeah, still in the Corvallis, yeah. Yeah, I think I want to do. It'd be cool to do the Sky Courier again. I was kind of having fun with it, NeoFly, until I couldn't load the cargo section properly. I don't know. I feel like with a bunch of fixes, like as the integration gets better, it'll be so cool if the career mode apps can load passengers in. So if all of a sudden when we load 2 passengers, it puts them in the correct seats, and you see the avatars in there, would be so cool. Because the avatars in 2024 are great. The variety is awesome. Like when we're flying the ES-30 and stuff and flying the Saab in career mode, having all those passengers in the back was so cool. I just want that, and it's cool when you're doing any plane, any kind of passenger thing. So I just want that to work with the other, with the other career mode apps. Yeah, the sun glare can be really annoying. All right, so 1,200 feet. No, sorry, 2,100 for the final approach fix altitude. Oh, I never climbed higher. I didn't give it enough. I guess we'll just do altitude hold. Should probably go higher actually. Let me get up to. I guess I'd get down to 9,000. I didn't give it enough speed to get up to the preset altitude. I was trying to go up to 11,000, but we've been out of the clouds, so I've been okay with it. All right, I'm gonna go down to 9,000 first. Can you enter someone else's plane? No, not yet. Allegedly, they're working on it, or at least working on shared cockpit first. Wipe the screens, yeah. And wipe the bugs off. Like, there's an option to clean the bugs off. It looks like... Oh, no, I reloaded in, so they're gone. But yeah, to clean the windshields. They, like, don't expect you to fly, like, 5 flights in a row, I guess. I don't know. But if you just do one long flight, it's going to build up over time anyway. Longitude with a hacked one set. Dude, the longitude's so good. Yeah. I mean, it's nice to fly a variety of missions. And, you know, use a bunch of different planes. Alright, there's altitude capture for 9,000. And now I'll set it down to, what was it, 2100? 2100 VNAV. VNAV is broken. So I have a, it's funny, I have a shortcut for flight director toggle, which you would think would be the exact same thing as clicking FD over here. But you see, there's still no VNAV. Now I'm going to hit my shortcut for it. Bam. VPath. Only when I hit the shortcut, not when I hit the button. It's so weird. I don't know how that's a thing. You would think they would control the same... they have the same effect. But no. It does not. Your dream is Flight Sim 24 with Beyond ATC VFR, shared cockpit, emergencies and traffic. Yes, and being able to choose live weather with any time of day. And that. But yes. I mean, they're working on, they're going to be working on VFR. It's on their roadmap. They announced the LLM. That's going to like start the kind of the foundation there. The flight director. The flight director is like what is calculated for your flight path, and the autopilot just points to the flight director. So I think of the flight director as like what it sounds like the director, like it's deciding what needs to be done, and the autopilot does what it says. So if we turn off autopilot, the magenta attitude indicator here is basically the flight director's attitude instructions. And then, yeah, like, I think only this is considered the flight director. I'm not sure. Oh my god, Sushi's here. What's up, Sushi? I wish there were VIPs and... I wish we could do VIPs in YouTube like you can with Twitch. But yeah, this is the flight director, and the autopilot just points at the flight director. So it matches up the yellow arrow, the yellow chevron, with the magenta chevron. And yeah, the flight director determines, it's there based on any of your lateral and vertical instructions. So Sushi makes all the emotes for the channel, by the way, guys. She's responsible for all the emotes and the graphics, literally everything. My avatar, my channel image, all of it. Give it more power? I can't. It's 100%. Oh, the mixture. Oh, you're right. I can lean the mixture. Challenge for Beyond ATC is how complicated it is. If it was possible to fully automate, it would have happened in real life. Yeah, I mean, they try to treat it realistically too. Like they're not trying to make ChatGPT learn how to be ATC, which is how it gets so crazy. Like Beyond ATC has a restricted set of rules that it follows, and therefore it can be more stable. But yeah, that's why they made their own LLM, I guess, is because they're not going to try to turn ChatGPT into an ATC, you know? It's not meant for that. It would take too much training, so they're training their own. It makes sense. It's pretty awesome they're doing that. But yeah, VFR will be great, just so you can ask for flight following or take off and hear. Oh, all those clouds just disappeared. Take off and just hear traffic on the radios when you're just flying wherever would be cool too. I guess it kind of needs to know where you're flying, but for the traffic injection, I don't know. What's the difference? OnAir is like insanely feature rich and has like MMO like features where you interact with other players like if you want to. And everything's stored in the cloud and it's a subscription, whereas NeoFly is more like just for you. You don't really interact with other players, but NeoFly is free to, you can do it free forever basically. And NeoFly has some add-ons to do like airliner, like airline manager type stuff. But OnAir Company is just, it pretty much has everything you can think of. But both of them are great. I usually tell people to start with NeoFly. Like the insane thing about OnAir Company is you can like own an airport. Like you could essentially, like an MMO, like you could take over JFK and be the one that gets the landing fees for any other planes landing at JFK. But you have to like craft items and stuff by bringing things to certain locations. Pilot's Life, yeah. If you do airliners only, then I would say a Pilot's Life is the best. If you want the like bush pilot career mode, like building up from scratch kind of thing, then NeoFly and OnAir. Main reason I prefer it? Well, when I was using both of them, Beyond ATC was always more stable. It's also affordable for everybody. Like, it being $30 is insane. It's an incredible deal. It's also extremely responsive. It's just polished software. Whereas when I was using Say Intentions, it felt like they didn't know what they were doing half the time. They couldn't even get, like, it was exciting because it was one of the first ones and it did more than just IFR. So that was kind of exciting, and the multiplayer aspects are great. But over time, how I see it is that they don't know what the heck they're doing because they will instantly make any feature they think of as fast as they can and announce it. It's like they don't have a plan. Beyond ATC is being built very deliberately with a very straightforward roadmap, and they're sticking to it. Beyond Say Intentions like feels very chaotic. That's the problem with it. And outside of the development of the product itself, the team that runs it seems just they do embarrassing things. Like just in here, people were talking about being kicked out of their Discord for mentioning Beyond ATC, being told they're quote on thin ice because they keep recommending features and asking for features to be made, and are met with hostility by the team. Like they seem like they just don't seem like nice people. And they've done some cringy stuff, like they're like when the A380 came out and they made their cringy Reddit post. They made a Reddit post that was like, "Congrats to the fly-by-wire team for the release of the A380. It works with our product." Like it was like this. It was them just marketing their own product under the guise of like trying to act like they're congratulating the other developer. Like it's so cringy, dude. Like I just don't recommend it anymore. Not this again. Yeah, bunch of Discord mods. It's just ridiculous. They just feel like thin-skinned people. From what I've seen, they can't take criticism. And they told me that it was when I like months back when I stopped using it, when I realized it wasn't doing any readback enforcement, and you could say ice cream sandwich and it would say readback correct, and you didn't even need to use your call sign. You didn't need to use You didn't need to tell it the right altitude readback. Nothing you said to it mattered. You could just go blah, 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 and it would say readback correct. Climb to 14,000. It never did any readback back then. I complained about it. I was told that that was expected. There's no way that was expected. And then, guess what they did? Introduce readback enforcement as a feature. Advanced readback enforcement, experimental feature. Literally like 2 weeks later. It's just, ugh. It seems like it's run by people that shouldn't run a product. They don't seem to know what they're doing. They seem to have bad relations with their own customers. So, for that reason alone, no matter which features they make, I really don't care anymore. It's run by people that are embarrassing. I mean, they embarrass themselves. So yeah, I do not recommend it anymore. The Beyond ATC team is much more, they are much more capable, it seems like. They have a plan and they're sticking to it. They don't want you to buy their Christmas ornament or whatever. Like, I think there's a charity thing linked, which is fine. But like, they have, didn't someone say they have like a merch store or something? It just seems like they're trying to get as much money as they can by developing as many features and things as fast as possible, instead of just focusing on building a quality product and having a good relationship with their customers and building what their customers want. It's like a throw all the darts and see what sticks strategy. It's like, feels like amateur hour. Their two teams could not be any different. I mean, it's not necessarily the entire team, you know, it's like the people running the show. It seems like they couldn't be any different. You guys said a few YouTube channels are pushing them hard. Yeah. How critical are those channels of the features? Tell me one, for all those channels, like if you want to know if somebody is a shill or not, or like a paid sponsorship kind of thing or not, see if they have anything to say bad about something. If they can't say a single bad thing about it, then you shouldn't trust them. Because I can say a bad thing about every product that I love. You know, I'm sure you guys could do the same. If you can't say anything bad about it, you should not. You shouldn't listen to that person. If they only say good things, that's sus. There's a downside to every product, everything, every single thing in life, right? You can say something bad about it. If they don't say anything bad, you can't trust them. They're either paid to not say anything bad, or they're afraid to not say something bad about it. Like, you know what's crappy about Beyond ATC? I can't use it with VFR. I had voice glitches last night where it was going, that's crappy. Like, that's an annoying bug, whatever. I mean, I laugh at it because I know they'll fix it. But I can say bad things about everything I use. Flight Sim 24 was released way too early, but I've been having enough fun with it where I don't really care. Like, I'm glad to have it in its early state because I think it's enjoyable still. It's just, if you can't say bad anything about it, yeah, it's just, you're not being genuine. Everyone has at least one actual complaint about everything. So yeah, when you're looking at anything to buy or be recommended, if you hear no cons, then it's probably a lie. It's probably fake. Shill for Taco Bell. Oh my God, tacos are so good. Starbucks pastry and cold brew. That's true. But when I say I love Starbucks, I do say I know a lot of people think it's crap, and it's expensive. So nothing bad to say about Taco Bell. Yeah. They'll praise it like crazy on the few I've seen that use it. I am fair with every software user. I'd like to think I am. I can say the good and the bad. I can still say, as much as I think say intention should be avoided, and I disagree with how they're developing it, they had some really good ideas. The way they approached fixing taxiways and crowdsourcing it was a really good idea. And I think their programmer, was his name Ryan that made it, did a really good job on it. Really fast work. It was solid. Really good development on that thing. Their multiplayer ideas of like hearing chatter from other pilots on your same frequency, great idea. I mean, it's just mimicking how the real world works, but putting it in the product, it was great. That was one of the best things about it. And the flexibility of not needing to use SimBrief, for example. it does have good features, or did have good features, but as soon as you start doing things that are they're like combative against your own customers, you lose me. It's over. That is not how you run a business, and nobody should continue to support any company that treats their customers the way I've seen and heard of people being treated by them in their Discord. And, just in here, you guys have said all the times that they've like kicked you from the Discord for mentioning Beyond ATC, or telling you to stop suggesting features, like it's crazy. Like that is just, it's not good. I don't support people that do that kind of thing, regardless of how good the product might become or is nowadays. I just don't care. Possible stream? Yeah, probably. Oh, how far out are we? 5 minutes, stop at ascent, 1200. Product development 101. Yeah. Customer feedback. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, somebody earlier said they got a talking to in DMs on their server for asking for features too often or something, or reminding them about a feature that they wanted, and they were angry at the person for asking. It's like, holy crap. Could you make any worse decisions? This is the Corvallis. Too easy to break flying how we are right now. Yeah, the multiplayer, like traffic separation in multiplayer would be a challenge like this, right? But if all of us were using it together, we'd probably just abide by the traffic separation rules, right? Like if we're flying this close together and all taking off at the same time, because it doesn't have any awareness of us lining up together. If it did, I would wait for you guys. I would wait for every takeoff, just like we would on VATSIM, right? We would treat it the same way if it had the same kind of enforcement of traffic. And maybe it will someday. I don't know. A lot of devs don't have great people skills. Yeah, exactly. Which is why they'll destroy their own company. And when you ostracize the people that support your product from the beginning and do things to lose their support, that's on you. It's not on them. But most likely, the same kind of people that will do that to their own product are the people that will never see that they are at fault in anything. It's always going to be someone else's fault the way things go, never their fault. It's going to be that kind of relationship. The customers are the problem. I know everything. It's like, yeah, you shouldn't be making a product then. You don't know everything. Thought you'd have to come up with a plan B for background sound. Fly-by-Arty A380. Doesn't it work? Someone was flying it the other day in 24 along with us. Favorite part is sometimes of not using it is not making to have to use a flight plan. Yeah. Well, that's where like the LLM and VFR stuff would come. You would be able to just call for it on the ground, Redlining? Nope. No red numbers. Engine hasn't exploded. Yeah, I've tested this thing. It has no adverse effects if you just keep it full forward the entire time. It doesn't care, so I leave it for maximum speed, and it's a rental. When you say it's perfect and then the community finds all the problems, yeah. I mean, as much as there are bugs in Flight Sim 24, they gave us 3 patches already during the holiday season. And now I wouldn't be surprised if we get another patch in the next 2 or 3 weeks. They're working their butts off. Like they have weekly developer streams where people ask hard questions and they respond to them. They don't ignore the questions. Like what the heck is with the stuttering and, things like that, the VRAM issue, and they're like, yeah, we're working on it. They recognize the errors. Like Microsoft's team that builds this is generally good, I think. And they do a pretty good job of communicating with everybody when they can. I mean, we all know there are bugs. It's fine. I mean, they seem to genuinely feel really bad about the launch. I'm guessing that they were told to launch it. You know? It's going to be like that within a company. There's going to be things you have to do that they don't want to do. And they're like, all right, well, we'll launch it. It's just the truth. It's how it is. But they're like, well, we launched it. We messed up. Here, we're going to give you 4 free planes for it. And we're working on it. And here's a giant patch right before the holidays with like 800 fixes or whatever it had. I mean, they're clearly working on it. Yeah, you can't redline the Caravan, yeah. Yeah, it'll break the engine. But this one doesn't care. This has some sort of electronic control to prop RPM too, because it just keeps the prop at the consistent speed. So if I pull my speed back, watch, it's going to pull the prop up to 2500 again, regardless of my throttle setting. Now it'll pull it back. It's got some kind of FADEC or something like that. I'm not sure. I haven't looked up the real plane, so I don't know if they're modeling it accurately or, you know, if it's like a Diamond FADEC, kind of like a Diamond DA40 has one. No idea. My complaints also apply to PMDG, plus the pricing. They apply to PMDG? I have flown the PMDG planes. I've always said that it's weird that PMDG thinks people need to use their real name on their forum. I think that's cringy. For the same reason that it's cringy that VATSIM has a policy of using your real name. I think it's creepy. Creepy and unnecessary. Flight Sim was pushed out earlier. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's quite obvious it was pushed out too early, right? No marketplace. And that's the #1 thing. Why would a company release a product with in-app purchases, essentially, with no in-app purchases? Like, that's where they get so much money, is from the marketplace. Like, yeah. Like, they would never have released it without the marketplace if they could avoid it. But apparently they had to. Put early access on it. People hate that too, though. Yeah, someone's getting a bonus. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's another like always truth, right? Like if you can't make any logical sense of it, it's probably because of money. I don't get it. Why would they do that? Couldn't they tell it was, yeah, money. That's why. Someone getting a bonus, yeah, or a group of people, or yeah, 100%. The alpha test before, so the release will be a beta. Yeah, they didn't call it a beta. That was kind of funny. I had a fun time in the alpha though. I liked it. Yeah, we're in the yellow. It's fine. Yellow's fine for smooth air. 4-knot tailwind. We're good. The barber pulls the scary part, or yellow when you're in unstable air. But it is pretty smooth. Maximizing our speed. 222 knots true airspeed. But thanks for the warning. I know you're just trying to help. Yeah, if the wind is calm, you can go in the yellow. This is the scary one's the barber pole. Yeah, I mean, Microsoft tried to do too much. Like, for the amount they tried to do, they needed more time. I mean, personally, I would have been happy with everything in a better state with the marketplace and no career mode yet, and then they add career mode in a year. I mean, because career mode right now, like, there's only so much you can do. Like, I'm already kind of done with doing it. I feel like they just did too much too soon. They should have had it more stable without career mode and then introduced career mode later. But that was a huge marketing thing for them. Like all of the trailers were about career mode, you know? Firefighting, rescue, hoisting. And career mode is the reason why I think we have this historic weather thing, because they wanted to like pull the time back to what the weather was. But yeah, it's just overly complex. All right, I'll start slowing it down. We got a left turn. This is a GPS approach. Do we have a chart for this? Where's the chart? No charts. Somehow. There should be charts for this. Maybe charts are loading, but that bug I had when you click and move around is like affecting this screen or something. I don't know. All right, let's sync the altimeter 1008. And we got final approach fix 2110 and then 1200 over this waypoint and then the runway. It's an LNAV VNAV, so I'm just going to hit approach. Oh, I can't hit approach yet. All right, gotta wait till we're closer. I guess since we don't have the vertical guidance, it's not going to let me yet. We need to wait for the gray. Aside from the bug planes and no marketplace, it's really where most of the bugs and issues are. Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm glad that I get to play it. I'm glad that it's out. I'm glad it didn't get delayed till March or something. Yeah, I like the Corvallis too. All right, where's our airport? Yeah, if 2024 was delayed, you wouldn't have been playing so much. Yeah, me neither. I probably wouldn't have played 2022 over the holidays. I would be playing like Path of Exile and stuff like that, other games. PoE 2, and I would probably be playing a lot of Farming Simulator, actually. I was playing that leading up to the release of 2024. Farming Sim was a good time. I didn't really get too far into it. I was playing with my brother. It's a fun one, though. I had no idea what I was doing. Oh, tips for vertical like elevator trim. When I use trim, I'm mostly just tapping. I just have it on my thumbstick or on a hat, up and down, and usually I'm just using it like a single button press at a time. So I'll just like press. I'll repeatedly press the button down instead of holding it. When you hold it, it can get accelerating pretty fast. But remember, like when you're trying to fly like level or just hold a specific attitude, it's not just the trim, right? It's the trim and your power setting at the same time. So it's a combination of the two. Like if you're trimming and you're also changing your power, then you're going to be trimming again. But it's always like just in general, like, you know, managing your altitude is a combination of your pitch and your power. So if I'm coming into this runway, like I'm coming towards now, and it's like, say I want to lose altitude more quickly, I'm not just going to pitch the nose down, right? Because pitching the nose down is going to increase my airspeed. So if I want to increase my vertical speed, I'm I'm going to just start pulling my throttle out. And then because I'm pulling my throttle out, like if I want to descend, yeah, I'm going to pull my throttle out while I pitch the nose down, or I'm just going to pull the throttle out and then try to pitch down to maintain my same airspeed. So like I'm at 125, 500 feet per minute roughly. If I want to go 130, 500 feet per minute, well, I need more power. And as I'm adding the power, I need to pitch up at the same time. Because if I don't, I'm just going to increase my vertical speed because I'm just adding power while still remaining pitched down. You know, it's a combination of the two. You kind of have to do both at the same time. So now that I'm up to, or I'm not at 135 yet. So where's the airport? I'm going to make sure. I thought it's out here. I'm off this direction. But yeah, you're kind of doing both at the same time. So when you're coming into land, the best advice people give is always like pitch for speed, power for altitude. So say you're coming in and lining up with the runway, and you're like, uh-oh, I'm too fast. So if you want to slow down, pull the nose up. And then if you're climbing because of that, well, you need to lower your vertical speed, so you need to pull your throttle back to do both. Otherwise, that pitch up translates into altitude going up, speed going down. If you want to keep the descent going, you got to do both if you're trying to slow down. But yeah, if your pitch isn't changing, if your airspeed isn't changing, and you want to descend faster, just pull the throttle out on final. So throttle, pitch up and down for your airspeed, throttle in and out for your altitude when you're on final. So I need to speed up right now. So as I'm adding throttle, I'm pointing the nose down more. Because otherwise I'm going to climb like crazy. So I want airspeed, but I don't want to climb. So as I'm adding power, I'm pointing the nose down and trimming down more to compensate. No, I don't have my pilot's license. I just play the sim. You know, kind of an interesting way to do it too is like play around with the autopilot. Flight level change mode is interesting because it's kind of like what you're doing on final is almost like a manual flight level change. So with autopilot, flight level change holds your airspeed to a specific airspeed. It does that by pitching up and down, right? It doesn't have control over my throttle in this plane. So all it can do to maintain airspeed is slow down by pitching up or speed up by pointing down. Therefore, if you think of it locking the airspeed in like that because of the pitch, well, the only way to lose excess power, to lower your excess power and lose altitude, is to pull the throttle. So if you're in flight level change mode with autopilot and you pull your throttle, you increase your descent rate. Your vertical speed goes down. If you want to climb, then you add power because that excess power has to go somewhere. So it's going to result in a climb because it's holding the pitch the same. It's holding the airspeed the same. So yeah. Am I going to go around? Oh yeah. I'm just here talking about, staring at my instruments, talking about power and pitch, but yeah. I'll just do a 360 and land. But yeah, like flight level change is cool because when a lot of people use vertical speed mode for a while, which, you know, it keeps you, it's just the opposite of that. It holds a certain vertical speed. As you add and remove power, you're changing your airspeed by adding the power, right? Because the power is not going to change your vertical speed because the autopilot's holding that vertical speed for you. When you do the opposite, you do flight level change, it's holding the airspeed for you. So when you give it more or less power, you're in control of climb and descent. VS vertical stall mode, yeah. What's up, flight director? More hours in the sim than pilots in the air. I don't know about that. I mean, I think Flight Sim 2020, I had like 3,000 or 4,000, maybe 4,000 hours or something, but it's not all flight time, you know? You'd have to look at the logbook, right? The logbook actually shows your like time in the air. So I'm only at 200 hours. Even though in the sim I think I have like 500 of game time. Won't allow third-party access. They might not. I don't know. Like, are they going to let third parties take advantage of the avatars loading in the planes for passengers? I'm not sure. Are they going to let them access the wear and tear system information? I don't know. You know, in the planes that have it, like the 172 and the Grand Caravan and all those that are in career mode? I'm not sure. It would be to their advantage to not allow them access to that, so you can't get that detailed in your career mode like they can. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think somebody said they looked at the SDK and there wasn't really anything in there about like career mode. They said it was like the same as 2020. SimBrief needs more airports. Yeah, with the OnAir Company, you can have it only choose airports that are in SimBrief, which is a nice feature. So if you use Beyond ATC, you might want to use OnAir Company and turn that feature on. Oh, that is in there. Missions cannot be created. You can get the wear and tear. Like if the battery's broken, the battery's messed up in a specific plane. Yeah, Neofly adds their own assets, yep. Yeah, I don't know if Microsoft's going to allow it or not. I don't know. .NET is saying you can get the wear and tear info though, so that means they wouldn't have to do their own wear and tear. All right, so we're essentially using flight level change mode right now, manually. I want to maintain my airspeed. So I'm going to pitch up and down to maintain 90 knots if I can. But I need to descend right now. So because my airspeed is quote unquote like locked, I'm trying to lock it. If I'm locking that airspeed in by pitching up and down, the only way to lose altitude is by pulling the power right now. So if I pull my throttle, but I'm still pitching to maintain that speed, then my airspeed's going to remain roughly the same, but my vertical speed's changing by using my throttle. But it's just a combination of the two. But yeah, when you're on final, the good tip I got for a lot of people will say is, yeah, pitch for speed, and then your powers for your altitude. So I'm at like 90. Say I want to be 85. I need to pull up the nose a little bit. That's going to result in me climbing a little bit. So I need to pull out a little throttle to continue that descent. Okay, so I'm at 85. I need to pitch down a little to get back to 85. Need to add a little power because I'm going down too fast, you know. It's just a combo of the two. I'm getting a little slow, so I'm adding a little power and then pitching up a little. Now I'm just starting to pull my throttle all the way out. It's almost all the way out. Okay, now it's all the way out. Left rudder to try to center line it, which I almost never do. And just hold the nose up the whole time. Ideally, we get a little stall horn before we touch down, but... Give us the money. Oh yeah, the Corvallis speed brake is super nice. I don't even know if we had any winds. Oh, windsock looks pretty dead over there. Landing using the green indicator. Oh, yeah. The flight path vector, yep. Yeah, the little green crosshair. That's on your PFD will show you how you're moving through the air. So you can basically just aim that right at the threshold of the runway. It's really useful for crosswinds. Vision Jet. And maybe I should try to get the Vision Jet again. I haven't checked how much that costs in OnAir Company. I forgot to put my mixture rich on landing. Yeah, the flight path vector is awesome. Short GA with IFR. It's great. It's the best of both worlds. Short flights, no worries about airspace. That's why people want their instrument ratings as private pilots. I mean, they're not people that are private pilots who are instrument rated are probably not flying in jets, you know. They just want to fly in weather. They want to have more opportunities to fly instead of waiting for perfect weather. I mean, mattering where in the world you are, I guess. Never sell the Corvallis because the speed brake saves me. Yeah, I mean, you kind of need it. I use it pretty often to get down to 127 to get the first notch of flaps out. You need 127 knots. All right, let's get the lights off. Pull the power. Oh my god, I'm level 5. Bam. Yeah, this is like the system will level you up if you do these gold trophy missions. 23 feet per minute. Thunderstorm time. Tires and gas have been incorporated into the careers. You think so? I don't know. I mean, like an OnAir Company, it only gives you like a general wear and tear for the airframe and the engine. That's it. It's like the plane, the engine. Those are the two things. And it's just like a function of time, I think. And then it has a failures thing you can turn on, like random failures. I think it'll do like just minor failures though, if it can, like turning off lights or turning off your attitude indicator, but it's not based on wear and tear. It's just random. In the UK, we have a restricted instrument rating, allows people to fly into IMC, but outside Class A airspace. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know what the US equivalent is. So I have a level 5 one now. See, it still only pays 1,700, but I think at some point, if I remember right, these start paying a lot more because I'm just doing the local jobs missions. Maybe it's based on the plane I have. I don't know. Oh, much cheaper than a full instrument rating. Dude, we have a posse here. So many Vision Jets. The helicopter showing as a PC-12. Yep, that happens. Single engine over the Amazon, yeah. The Sims counting a Vision Jet parachute landing as a crash, teleporting you back into the air. Oh yeah, the crash system is, it makes no sense because when you enable crash damage, it saves you when you crash. So it's confusing all the career mode apps. It's like, oh, you crashed, but you're in the air, totally fine. Instantly. So to crash, you actually have to like disable crash damage so your plane actually hits the ground. It's pretty funny. So this one goes SBRB. Yeah, I don't like how I can't do it continuously. I have to keep going back to my home base and then dropping passengers off. So I guess I just need to keep relocating my employee to my current airport. So I'm at SBGM. So I need to go in, move myself, change base to where I currently am. Okay, that's my new base. Then I go in and regenerate the mission, so it'll make the mission from where I am. So, because otherwise I have to keep flying back. Definitely hacks. There we go. So now we need to fly. This is still for 1900, but it's for another 5,000 XP. So it's trying to get, it's giving me XP now. 2 more skill points. Look, negotiate parking fees. Parking fee reduced by 5%. And then landing fees reduced by 5%. FBO and workshops. Hiring agreement. I don't really need that right now. So I'll do better. I could do better interest rates. 1% better. Some of these have multiple points you can put in. See the little blocks? You can do that 2 or 3 times. 2 times, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. So the times 3 interest rates, 3% better interest rates. I'm going to do the parking fee reduction. Why not? That'll help every flight, I think. Doesn't the dashboard have like a tip thing at the bottom? Like what to do next? Oh yeah, right here. Install the in-game panel. Wow, it really wants me to do that. Pending job. I think I'll do 1 more of these. Well, this is 2 flights. So we need to take cargo to SBGM. No, wait, we're at SBGM. So from SBGM, we're taking a cargo delivery to SBRB, which is where we came from. And then we're taking 1 passenger from here to SBPV. Let me regenerate that one. It seems a little boring. I want to get new airports if we can, like to the east or the south. That's just SBRB again. That's the same one as before. I am restricting it to only SimBrief airports. Let me turn that setting off. And then let's see if it gives us something new. Nope. 960. 700,000 for VisionJet in OnAir Company, or? I mean, I could take a loan out now, I think. Let me see what loans are available. With the lowest annual rate. So I can get a 20,000 loan. You can take multiple loans, I think. Oh, yeah, your reputation applies to the current value, negative 1,600. Oh, which airport? We're at SBGM. There, I'll put it in the corner, sorry. It resets it automatically. Dave Ramsey would be disappointed. Let me try to regenerate it again. No. Alright, I'm going to turn on the SimBrief option again. And I'm guessing... Well, we'll see if this airport has any planes for sale or rent. Search aircraft. Ooh, there's a Beach Piston Duke for rent for 1,600. And then there's Jack's Titan right here. Do I have the Piston Duke installed? I think I do. I'm kind of worried that I'm going to break that plane, though. I have to kind of learn it again. But what can it take? 5 seats. It's probably going to take a lot more fuel. Hate to defend on air, but people claiming it's too expensive. I don't think it's too expensive. They're just a lot of people who are just they just hate subscriptions. If it was $1 a month, they would still hate it. But I don't think it's too expensive. Like 40-ish. I think it's $40 for the year or something, or 50 maybe at the most. I mean, that's half the cost of Navigraph, and it's going to keep you playing. So, I don't think it's too. I don't think it's too expensive. No, I don't really schedule them in advance, Dread. On the weekends, it usually starts when it did today, like around noon or a little before noon California time. Unless I sleep in late or wake up early, then it'll be later or earlier. Let me just check if I have the Turbine Duke. I mean, I guess I could try it. I play on Thunder because I like the idea that everybody has to fly the planes. It's not like a bunch of AI stuff. But the rules are a bit harsher. The economy is harder to advance. The reason I did Thunder a while back was because we did a virtual airline in OnAir Company, and you couldn't have more than 10 people in a VA unless it was on Thunder. Oh yeah, I only have the Duke turbine installed. RIP. Okay. Get a Vision Jet? Yeah, Vision Jet's just great overall. The Corvallis isn't that much different, though. I mean, the Corvallis goes pretty fast. I guess the Vision Jet will give it like an extra, what, 40 knots maybe? Something like that. But there's no Vision Jet here. And what I could do is just check an airport, search the airport database for a specific plane, aircraft market, and then see where the closest Vision Jet is. I mean, Vision Jet's just really fun to fly. I like it a lot. It broke my streak of not making tutorial videos. That Vision Jet. Vision Jet G2. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's not affordable then. Vision Jet SF50. It says I can't afford it. 50 miles away, yeah. Wait, it says 0 miles away. What? Wait, this thing is broken. Look, it says there's like 4 of them available at my airport. What the heck? Yeah, I can't afford it. Well, actually, renting bond is 17,000. I have 8,000. I need 9,000 back from giving my plane back. So let's see if I can get 9,000 back. If I stop the rent, it says I'm going to get back. The problem is it charges you. It charges you a fee to get the airplane back to its original location. It says you're going to pay 1,400 credits. Don't I get my deposit back, though? I don't get it. Where's my deposit? I just don't know. Oh, it wasn't showing that in the list because it wasn't affordable, I think. How do I know how much deposit I get, though? Fuel on board. Rented. Rent price. I need it to tell me how much I get back from the deposit. I mean, I guess I can just rent it again. Well, it's actually, I think it's going to teleport it back. 5.8K? Oh, that's not enough then. Oh, 10 times the rental price? Is that what it is? I need like 9K. I don't think I can do the Vision Jet yet. Oh yeah, I could take the loan, you're right. Downside to the Vision Jet is I can't use the couch liveries. Yeah, I could take a loan. Like a small loan. Small loan of $1 million. Alright, let me try it. Let's see what happens. Stop the rent. $12,000 cash, so yeah, did I get 5,000? Yeah, I got 5,800 back, you're right. And then I had to pay 1,400 because of the paperwork and the pilot wages, whatever, returning it back to the airport it came from. Okay, so now I have 12,000. SBGM planes. Yeah, it must be hiding ones I can't afford. There we go. Yeah, now we can see everything. Which one's the cheapest? They're all in good condition, actually. 9899 hotel is this one. 999 hotel. So yeah, renting bond is 17.2, so I need, you know, 5K. It says it holds 9 passengers. What? No, it doesn't. How does the SF50 hold 9 passengers? Wait, 1. It can hold 6, right? 6 plus the pilot. It says 9 economy passengers in the pop-up. What the heck? How do you change the base? You go to employees and manage yourself, and there's a change base button. All right, so let's get a cheap loan here. These are all the same rates, so I'll just get the 10K loan. Oh no, repay a loan. Weekly payment $219 plus 11% interest. I already owe $556. Feels bad. Ah, debt. No. All right, but now we can rent the Vision Jet. I guess I do. Wait, family holds 9? Does it really? Isn't the back row 3 people, the middle row is 2 people, and then 1 in the front? So a total of 7, including the pilot? Or is it just wrong in the sim? All right, we got the Vision Jet, November 9899er hotel. The Vision Jet is back. I thought I was done with it. Family seating. Yeah, it's 3, 4, 5, and then 2 in the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe it's just a different configuration. Alpine white. Issues with getting certain missions to pop up. Yeah, ever since the new year hit, people have said that the VIP missions don't show up anymore, or the charter missions. Anyway, if it lets me take 9 passengers, sure. I don't know if the weight will work out, but we'll find out. All right, SBGM. I'm the owner of a rented Vision Jet again. The other seats are in the cargo hold. We'll just put 2 people in the back, yeah. Hey, as long as they pay us, I don't care. Is it legal? Who cares? Are we getting the money? Yes? Okay. I'm good with it. I will be fine with that. Can I do... Well, this is not the type of plane to do rescue missions in, but I'm curious if it shows them yet. Yeah, there's one rescue mission. Off-road rescue mission at a precise location for 5,000. Yeah, not with this plane. If it's an on-road one, maybe. I think I should keep doing the main missions here. The preset missions. Let me regenerate it. Maybe it'll give me something different with the Vision Jet. Nope. But it'll be faster with the Vision Jet. So from here we go back to SBRB and then to SBPV. SBGM to SBRB. 3 passengers. Ben, I'm not sure if you heard me before. You go to your employees, My Company employees, and then hit manage on yourself and move yourself. There's like a transport button that like just move your pilot, and then there's a change base button, and that's where those missions like the one I'm doing right now are based out of. So I just keep relocating like that. No problem. Okay, we can actually put in the Vision Jet SF50, so we'll get accurate weight and balance now. And we're taking all the cargo and passengers. So 54 pounds of cargo, 3 passengers. Let's do the dispatch. Okay. I think we might get beyond ATC this time. Oh yeah, the base and personal buttons. Oh, are in the same spot. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it's tied to the person. I don't know. That's where it is, though.
Beyond ATC.
All right, going back to the place I came from. 54% fuel. 700 pounds to spare. And I need to get rid of the chocks and stuff before I load it in. Oh, that's not mine. Is that mine? All right. Select a pilot. What? Where's my pilot? Wait, what? Where does it think my pilot is? Idling at SBGM. Oh, I need to do the Checkride. You're right. Crap, you're right. I have to do the Checkride. Yep, jet rating. So, do I just prepare the plane for the Checkride? Yeah, you can hire a plane that has the rating. Yeah, you can. Manage Checkride. There we go. You must unload all cargo and passengers. Whoops. All right, let's go unload them. That's cool. I'm going to get the jet rating. I have to go to prepare plane. Okay, validate fuel and payload. That should have removed them. Yeah, it's an employee. Yeah, you can hire an employee and fly the plane as if you are them. And their ratings will work for you. All right, manage Checkride. All right, it's going to auto set the date. Start Checkride. No.
Taxi to the runway and take off.
Not nighttime. Is there airport lighting here? Is there runway lighting? Yeah, there is. Okay. All right, this is doable. Would it say taxi to the runway and take off? All right. You're doing the check ride in the night right now too. Nice. I didn't realize it forces real time for the check ride. Man, nighttime looks so good though. At least we got a little bit of a moon now. All right, I'll start it up. Flaps and trim. Where are the lights? Here we go. Oxygen, air, Gen 1 and 2. Okay, and then runway 6. I'm gonna just clear the flight plan. Can I just add destination, SBGM? Okay. So I just need to do, I'll just put in the visual approach. We landed on 3.5, I think, so I'll just put in procedures 3.5. I really just want to turn on OBS mode. I'll just do that. OBS and dial in the runway. Looks like it's a little to the left. All right, 1.7 and 3.5.
Taxi to the runway and take off.
All right, all right. Yeah, the landing lights in this just don't work. They aim directly at the ground. It's creepy. How am I supposed to taxi this with no lights? Am I in a grass right now? I can't even tell. Alright, I think we did 3.5 last time. And we definitely have landing lights. They're just messed up. They point down. The only lights we have are strobe and landing. They just point straight down to the ground, though. Or they're just not even showing any reflections. No taxi light now. You just use the landing light. It's just a strobe and landing. That's it. There's a wing light to check icing. Yeah, use the flashlight. Can we just tape the flashlight to the top? All right, good old Checkride time. All right, I'll hit my takeoff or my toga button. Good enough. All right, let's get our probe heat on, even though it's 24 Celsius. Just to get rid of the cast message.
Fly runway heading. Continue to climb.
Fly runway heading, continue to climb. Okay. $400 AGL. 500. Autopilot
Right.
time.
Heading 040. Climb to 7,500 feet.
7,500 040. Alright, flight level change mode to auto throttle. 75040. Alright, flaps are up. Oh, I didn't hit the gear up. Oh my god. I've been flying fixed gear for way too long. No, that's OnAir Company yelling out the instructions. It's just very quiet for some reason. Alright, 7,500, so... Oh, why are we in pitch mode? Flight level change, there we go. Climb, flight level change, 165 auto throttle. Flaps up. It's just gaining speed and then it'll climb. Ooh, the night lighting. It is so nice. I just like going back and forth. Like, I want to be able to do a night flight, then do a day flight, then do a night flight, all with live weather. I really hope we get that this month. Like, that is the number one thing I think it'll just stop so many complaints. Why is your screen different? There's a lot of configuration. A lot of configuration options down here.
Continue to heading 040. Altitude 7,500 feet.
All right, continue 040, 7,500. But yeah, if you look down here in a lot of the settings, like map settings and this half and full button, there's a bunch of different settings you can change down here. So if you click map, then map settings, this window at the bottom is the inset window that I have on. So it'll show me like top of descent and waypoints for my flight plan. Probably just put in the visual for 3.5. It's nighttime, we should do LNAV, VNAV. That'll work. And then we'll just activate it when we're ready. Ooh, thanks for the face reveal, Joe. Appreciate that, Joe. Thanks for the super chat, man. Happy
Thanks,
New
as
Year.
always, Kip.
Fans will never stop complaining. Oh, yeah, for sure. They'll say how great it was. Yeah, when 2028 comes out. Yeah, after 4 years of development, 2024 is going to be incredible.
Maintain 7,500 feet and heading 040 for a couple of minutes.
All right. We can maintain this forever, dude. Couple of minutes. Let's do manual speed now. I'm just going to change it down so we don't get too far away from the airport. I'll just do 180. They didn't tell us to maintain a speed, so maybe we'll save ourselves some time. I rented the Vision, Dan, yeah. I caved to the peer pressure and got the Vision Jet in OnAir now. I can't get away from the Vision Jet. Yeah, I can't really fly the Vision Jet in career mode right now anyway, right? The Flight Sim 24 one. There are no charter missions, so...
We will now start the slow turn exercise. Reduce your speed to 90 knots or less and maintain your altitude. Use
90
your flaps
knots
if
or
necessary.
less.
Please maintain 90 knots or less.
Alright, well, we can do 85 in this. We'll set it to 89. And we'll get flaps 1 down. Flaps 1 speed, 190. Flaps 2 speed, 150. Probably get away with flaps 1. This is more of an autopilot test than a pilot test. Autopilot. Alright, I should probably do full flaps just for the safety.
Now, maintain this speed at 7,500 feet and make a 360 standard turn to the right.
360 turn, alright, 040. All the way around. I'm going to keep rolling the knob forever.
Continue the right turn until heading 040.
Okay. I will. This would be hard to do in without autopilot, to be accurate. This is stuff real pilots do. I gotta turn this more. Turn it faster.
Go to heading 040. Maintain 90 knots or less.
I'm on it, dude. Alright, 040. We are real pilots. Real sim pilots.
Resume to normal speed.
Isn't that what Captain Canada labels his stream? He's like, real sim pilot or something like that. Lock, yeah. It's just more obvious when you're moused over instead of just the cursor changing. You get the whole highlight. And I think it helps on the stream too, just when I'm pointing at things, people can see more clearly what I'm pointing at. I only use legacy mode when I have to, like in an Airbus. Real world sim pilot? Yeah, something like that. It's funny. Am I not following the instructions? What did it say? Follow heading and altitude. Oh, it's 200 6500. 200 6500. I don't know if I need to maintain this speed though. I don't think I do. It's bringing me back towards the airport. That's nice. Alright, I'll get ready to do a direct 2 to start the approach. And we'll get down to 2,100 for the approach.
Continue to heading 200, altitude 6,500 feet. Now, Maintain 6,500 feet and heading 200 for a couple of minutes.
All right, just maintain the altitude. Hey, autopilot, maintain the altitude. Failed your check ride? What happened? Did you use autopilot the whole time like me? I'm a cheater. Real world pilots never use autopilot. Ever. In a check ride, I'm guessing they can't. Unless it's like part of instrument or something. I don't know. I'm guessing you don't use it at all. You got to be able to do it. I'm hacking. You call BS. I'm a real world autopilot fan.
Now, return and land at your departure airport with an appropriate IFR or VFR approach.
Appropriate IFR or VFR approach. Okay, you got it. We're on our way. I wonder what it means by appropriate approach, just like based on the weather. All right, let's go VNAV direct as well.
Vertical track.
Vertical track. Vertical track. So shallow descent, 1.57. And let's increase our speed to get over there faster. 200 knots. And the moonlight. It's cool I can see you guys during a check ride too. How about that? It's not a sterile, dead, lonely world in flight sim during a check ride? What the heck? What is this? Not career mode? Insane. Can I use sim rate in this, I wonder? Does it show sim rate up here? It does, yeah. Maybe it'll ding me if I use the sim rate. Alright, let's go a little faster. Career mode got boring. I just ran out of stuff to do. I mean, it was, you know. Doesn't take a psychic to know that we're going to run out of stuff when there's only 10 planes and like the specialization list is completed. And there's only 2 missions in all of California for the Vision Jet to fly. You know, it's kind of like, yeah. You could tell pretty early on we're going to run out of stuff to do. But it kept me busy for like, what, 5 weeks? 4 weeks? I mean, I'm going to keep returning to it as they add more stuff. Sim rate, IRL. Oh, yeah. 100%. Turn it on during exercise, you know, school, work, driving. Maybe we should just do the other runway because it's closer. It's fine. This one's not that far. I could just go direct and sag soon. Direct and sag, 2,100 feet. There we go. Pitch. Pitch down. Auto throttle off.
It's the right airport.
It's the right airport. I like that it just says, it's the right airport. All right, flaps 1, gear down. See the runway? There's like trees blocking it or something. All right, we caught up to the vertical path. All right, V path. Oh my god, the glance right doesn't work. Ready to aviate. Oh yeah. We're gonna need a ready to aviate emote too. So we need Bork and ready to aviate. And then we need the new hangar background. What other emote? I think I buy 3 at a time from her. We definitely need Bork. Based on the puppy. I'll send her a picture of the puppy. The little Bork emote. Maybe we need the wait what. Or what's happening. I say that all the time. What's happening or wait what. Those would just be text though. I could kind of make those myself. Aviate. Pigeon with Ray-Ban. Yeah, we have the confused one, which is like what's happening. If it's just text, I could just make those myself. Like the Mayday ones, I just did those in 5 minutes. They don't have to be incredible, you know? I don't want to waste the time of like an actual artist making text emotes. Earlier we were talking about the flight path vector. It's this thing right here. See the green? That shows how we're going through the air. So you can pretty much just point that at the runway. It's like especially useful with crosswinds. So that's where we're going to be. If we traveled at the speed of light, we would plop right there instantly. So we just keep that aimed at the runway. You guys' lights look awesome out there in the distance. You can't believe the US military didn't develop a military version of the Vision Jet?
500.
Doing round 2, nice. What are you doing the Vision Jet as well? What are you doing? Is there a tree or a building right in front of me? Oh, that's just the threshold, okay. I couldn't see the paint.
Taxi to your parking
That's a
and
bit
shut
long.
down the engine.
Nighttime looks so good. Imagine if we had lights. Wonder how good the wing light helps. Just a little. There's just a tiny bit of light. Yeah, special ops. Yeah, that is the downside of the vision. I'm sure they'll fix it. They just need to like. It seems like the lights just. Yeah, whatever. They just don't do anything. They like point at the ground basically. Actually, they don't even reflect on the ground. Only the nose wheel light does. Analyzing flight data. Your Checkride has been monitored. You passed your exam 6 out of 6. Okay, sweet. Alright, can we fly in the airplane now? Yeah, the lights on the Corvallis are good, yeah. Let me regenerate it now that it knows we can fly the Vision Jet. Maybe it'll give me a longer mission or something. Oh, a single mission? Heck yeah. Single mission, 150 miles, 5 passengers. Okay, sweet. SBGM to SBPV. Yeah, flight effects, yeah. Is it better? They're pretty much, they're similar. Like the flight effects worked with Microsoft and like they improved it a little. The lighting, the landing lights are messed up. The checklists are no longer in it, but the cap system and the auto lands work. That doesn't really affect most people flying it though. It's just like a nice to have, like a gimmicky feature almost to have because you're not really going to need it. I mean, maybe later when there's failures in for the Microsoft version, maybe the caps will be awesome and save you in career mode or something. I do miss having the built-in checklist though. Those are really nice to have. All right, sim brief. I'm going to turn the sun on for this one as well. $19,000 feet. 64% on the fuel. Ooh, we have to lose 30 pounds of fuel. All right, that's fine. We're going to be at max takeoff weight. All right, we now have 1 pound available. Cargo and passengers. 5 packs, 35 pounds. And let's advance to daytime. So I'm going to go plus 8 hours to 9:36 UTC. All right, refresh the flight plan. Import the route. Actually, I think the import might work with the G3000 in this. Actually, I should not start it up until I start the tracking. All right, time of day and weight changed. Don't eat too much before takeoff. You can only eat if you have Taco Bell as your meal. That is allowed. Taco Bell is allowed. Everything else is frowned upon unless it's unless it makes us jealous. We have so many Vision Jets now. Amazing. Looking good. Looking good. Did I get the strobe on? Yes, I did. Probably need to get the landing light on for OnAir Company. Taxi on, nav on, landing on. Hopefully it counts the landing light as taxi light, I don't know. Alright, all started. Flaps and trim. One zero one one. Generators. Oxygen, bleed air. So weight and balance, it says we have 5 passengers, and it also assumes 195 or 190 pounds per passenger. So 1, 2, 3 passengers. Then there's baggage. I need to go into the empty weight and set up the 3rd row of seats. So 5 passengers, I guess we'd have them in the left, right. I assume this is left, even though it says F. Should be probably just say like back row or something. Or like aft, left, aft, middle, aft, right. I don't know. Alright, so that gives us all the passengers. And then the baggage. Baggage was 35 pounds. So it says we're out of limit. What did it put in for the fuel? 182 gallons. We have 187 gallons. Alright, well, that'll be fine, right? I think. What does it think the plane weight is? Like over here on SimBrief, it says estimated takeoff weight is almost 6,000. So 5918. It says we're only at 47. So this thing is just not right. But up here, what does it think we're at? 6059. It's probably a difference in the empty weight. Basic empty weight. 3664. It's actually less. Yeah, we have 5 passengers, 35 pounds. All right, whatever. We'll see how it flies. This is what it thinks it has, not what it has, because we can't see what the passengers are here. All right, whatever. Someday all this will work, right? Where we just hit it and it fills it in with the EFB and then we see the passengers behind us. Hopefully. That would be really cool. Alright, flight plan. Let me try the import here. Yep, works in this one. SimBrief import works. I think also so does the import over here if you do the flight plan here. Which add-on? Which one? If you mean this, if you mean SimBrief, it does not work on on Xbox. But the plane is part of Flight Sim by default. Everybody gets the Vision Jet. Whoa! What the? Is it someone else's light? What is that? Holy crap! How did it get so bright? Auto brightness, you're killing me. See if Beyond ATC works this time. Do we have parking spots?
Beyond ATC connected.
Initializing traffic. Looks like we're good.
Couch 323, request IFR clearance to Gove J Tech Serra de Oliveira Ind Airport.
Couch 323, Amazonico Center, expect runway 35 and due on Alpha departure in for transition. Squawk 2000.
Anju 1 Alpha departure, Edport transition. Squawk 2000, couch 323.
2000. And
Start of taxi at pilot's discretion. Hold for release.
Andu 1 Alpha Edpor.
Start or taxi at pilot's discretion. Hold for release. Report holding short runway 35, couch 323.
No charts. And we don't know what to climb to, but whatever. We'll just put in our top altitude, 19,000 feet. All right, 19,000. We got 5 passengers. We're overweight. Time to go. Departure runway 35. No charts here. Okay. Just like the charts here aren't available. It sounds like they should be though. All right, 350-ish for the runway. Parking brake off. Landing lights on. Toga button, auto throttle. Actually, I'm going to do it the classic way. We're going to do flight level change, heading, nav mode, and set the flight level change to 165. FMS should do that automatically. All right. Because I want to be able to turn on nav mode right away, FMS, because we have a departure procedure. So we're not just going to fly straight and level for a bit. We're going to let it do its turns as soon as it wants to. Once we get up like 400 feet. Alright, everybody ready? See you, Conkers. Have a good night. Oh my god, so many Vision Jets. This is ridiculous. Vision Jet Parade. Because it doesn't show the liveries, it just looks like everybody's in red. Yeah, Vision Jet Convention. Alright, we're gonna go left. Alright, runway 35, 2000 on the squawk. This is hilarious, everybody in the same plane. The gang is scaring me. So many Vision Jets ganging up on my old and rusty 404. Join the party, man. Join the party. What's Rory in the A380? Or the A320, I mean? Looks like the fly-by-wire A320. Track it with New Sky for the internet points. Nice. I'm too lazy to use like more than one career thing at the same time. A bunch of Beatles. Oh my god, the lag. I can't take the lag anymore. How do you join? We're on USA West. The airports are in the top right. Let me wait for the stutters to go away in the escape menu. This is so funny looking. There we go. Yep, flaps 1, takeoff trim. Alright, now I'm good. Look at all of the Vision Jets. Dude, this is hilarious. You love to see this many Vision Jets. All right, let's go. Parking brakes off. Full throttle. Up, probe heat. Rotate at 85. Oh, you passed? Nice. Nice, Ben. Vision Jets. Don't forget this has gear, everyone. It's more a reminder for myself than for you. Don't forget we need to put our gear up. So many Vision Jets. Look at this. Looking good. Looking good. All right, get that autopilot on at 500 AGL. Get the flaps on. As little work as possible. Trust the computer. All right, we're on the departure. Look at the traffic map. All right, everybody at the same time now. Center screen. Go to home. Traffic. Traffic settings. Hit the traffic button twice. Operation mode to standby. And your ears will be happy not hearing the TA. And then you'll want to hit switch back to your map. All right, I forgot to tell him we were holding short for departure.
Catch 323, short of 35, holding for release.
Couch 323, released for departure, clearance void, if not off by 10-10 Zulu, if not off by 10-10 Zulu, contact no later than 10-20 Zulu.
Swarm of bees.
Frequency change approved.
Release for departure, couch 323.
Oh, no spacing here. We just go for it. It's just like everything else. If we're not gonna get punished for doing it, we're doing it. I mean, we have some kind of baseline for morals. Like, we're not gonna edit files and give ourselves, you know, money for NeoFly or anything like that. But when it comes to the flight itself, we'll do the 39.9 knot taxi since we're allowed. I'll take off at the same time because ATC doesn't care or know about it. Yeah, we won't shake up the beer. Exactly. You know, we have standards. We're not going to shake up the beer, but we'll take off at the same time, glitching through each other's planes. See? Talking about standards here. Professional pilots. Like Rich. Rich is actually using autopilot. He went in and he just flipped the attitude sensor upside down somehow. He inverted it. Did the lighting though. Uh, 19,000 feet. 190. All the way up to 19,000.
Amazonico Center, couch 323. Good morning, flight level 065.
TCAS autopilot, yeah. It does have the warnings, but it's not gonna like react to them.
Amazonico Center. Good morning.
Thankfully.
Contact. Climb to flight level 190.
Oh, we're already on our way.
Flight level 190, couch 323.
All right. Direct EDPOR, EDPOR. EDP or... That's the name of the waypoint. It has to be said exactly like that, though. Vision jetting. Jetting in the Vision on a Saturday. More fun when we all fly the same thing. Yeah, I mean, we can stick together more easily, but... And then tell each other how to fly the plane. We all have the same controls. Yeah. You want to be able to fly more ILS and RNAV approaches? Career mode has a lot of missions. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of missions, especially in the smaller planes. It puts you into smaller airports. See, that's why using a career mode app like these is good. Like OnAir Company, you can filter by airport size, which is essentially a runway size setting. Require airport lighting, things like that. So they have enough missions to have a filter. At least of one mission type, you know. Oh, you figured your screens out? Nice puppy. Yeah, there's a lot of configuration options down here. All right, SBPV. Let's see if we can get the weather. No meets are available at the Governor's Airport. There's an ATIS, 127.45. But whatever I get from beyond ATC will not be accurate. It'd be cool if I could listen to this ATIS from the in-sim ATC and not from beyond ATC. I mean, I kind of can. Actually, doesn't it show the transcript? Com2. It might show the transcript for the ATIS. $127.45. Probably hear both of them. Actually, this is a way to do it because the in-sim ATC, beyond ATC, if you tune in too early to the frequency and it's not in range, it will not just automatically come on. You have to flip-flop it again, deactivate and reactivate it, then it'll come on. But the in-sim ATC will turn on as soon as you get within range. So if I put in the ATIS and monitoring on, then I should only hear that ATIS, which will be the in-sim weather. So that'll work for now. That's a little tip just came up with. Until Microsoft lets us use live weather. I mean, of course, like beyond ATC, we'll still choose our runway based on the weather, the real weather, but can't prevent that. Rich, you gonna fly like that the whole time? Clearly not using autopilot. Yes, a KIP tip. Trademarked, by the way. It's trademarked as of whenever I file it. All right, left turn. 046. Direct. Gooey Ma. Gooey Ma. GUI Ma. Everyone's favorite topic, a good GUI. Mic to COM 2? No, just the monitoring. I just turned monitoring on for 2. It's weird how it's turning 1 off. Oh, it changed the mic to 2. Oh, that was weird. Oh, I must have misclicked it. You're right. That was weird. How'd that happen? I must have clicked mic instead of monitor. There we go. That's what I meant to do. 127.45 for the in-game ADIS, and then on monitoring too. Thanks. Saved. Where are we all from? Negative 30 Celsius? I don't know what that means. See, if it was 0 to 100, I would know if it's cold or hot. Negative 30 Celsius to Fahrenheit is negative 22. It's colder than cold. Negative 22? It's crazy. I'm in Los Angeles. It's 57 Fahrenheit. 57 Fahrenheit, which is 14 Celsius. Monitoring, it just lets you listen to another frequency at the same time. So you can see number 1 is our microphone. If we transmit, goes to this frequency on COM 1. And we're also monitoring COM 1 so we can hear it, receiving and transmitting on that. And then if you turn on monitoring for COM 2, you'll also hear COM 2 when it's in range. So I just put in the ADIS frequency on COM 2. And then if you want even more control, you can go to audios and radios right here. And this is just where you see that same thing. So we have COM 1, COM 2, where the mic is and whether it's monitoring or not. And then you could also monitor nav 1 and nav 2 if you want to like listen to the Morse code for a VOR or something like that. You can tune into those, monitor those frequencies at the same time. So by monitoring it in advance, because beyond ATC, monitoring like this won't work. Like if I turn on the monitoring early, and then we get within range, I will not hear the beyond ATC ADIS. The only way to hear it is by flipping the frequency on and off again. Then it'll try again, basically, to see if it's there. But with the in-sim ATC, I can leave the monitoring on far away. So by doing this, I'm going to get the in-game ADIS, assuming that this frequency works, which will give me the in-game weather, which is what I want. Whereas beyond ATC always uses live weather. You know, because I pushed it ahead 10 hours or whatever. Yeah, low sun, 100% the best time. What's Fahrenheit? Fahrenheit's so easy to understand, dude. I don't know if you're trolling me. Are you trolling me? You know, this is how easy Fahrenheit is. 0 is really cold and 100 is really hot. But if it's 100, that doesn't mean you're dead. And when it's 0, it doesn't necessarily mean you're dead. Fahrenheit is the superior measurement for human comfort. Fahrenheit makes more sense. 0, really cold. 100, really hot. That's it. Everything in between you can kind of interpolate. 62, you couldn't tell me if that's normal. Well, it's a little hotter than the middle, isn't it? If it's slightly above 50% mark, how hot is it? It's probably pretty comfortable for most people at 62. California average temperature is 72. Think of it like a percent almost. Fahrenheit is better. It's not better for everything. It's better for humans. Must be young because I'm exhausted knowing you've been streaming 6+ hours. Oh, it's almost 7 hours. We're just here chatting, you know, it's like being on a phone call. A 0 to 100 scale is superior. That's it. That's the whole point. I mean, it doesn't, 0 and 100 aren't the limits, but when we're talking about if it's comfortable temperature for a human, it's very easy to understand. 32 happens to be the freezing point of water. So if it's 0, that's really cold. It's snowing, it's icy out. Celsius is a 0 to 100 scale. How many numbers do you have to choose from when discussing normal temperatures in your city? What's the range? What's the minimum and maximum? I bet you have like 5 numbers that you choose from on most days. Maybe less than 5, maybe 10 numbers. The rest of the world uses it? No, popularity does not mean you're correct, right? Just because something's popular doesn't mean it's the best, right? In anything. Like, I'm sure you can name a band or a political figure or, you know, anything like that, right? Popularity doesn't mean the best. They're sucking you in. 0, you have to scrape your car. 30, you get the shorts out. 50, you're dead. Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, 50, you're dead is a total normal thing to think about, right? When you're going outside, is what will kill you. It's not. Celsius is not easier to understand. Think of 0 to 100 in Fahrenheit like a percentage of how hot it is in comfort for a human. 0, very cold, freezing, snow, etc. You're alive. You need a jacket. It's cold, really cold. You're not gonna die, you know, like probably, you know, if you're bundled up, like you can walk outside in 0, but you don't want to be in it, so you get back inside. 100, it's really hot. You're gonna be sweating. People live in 100. People live in 0.
I'm correct, so be quiet.
I am correct. Be quiet. No. Thanks for the super chat. Think of it like a percentage. Yeah, Celsius makes sense for cooking because what we're interested in is boiling and freezing. In an airplane, it also makes sense. 0, freezing, very easy to remember. You know, that's not what we care about with our human temperature. I will argue the same argument forever. Yeah, Celsius is good for science. It's not good for human body, for comfort temperature. This is the thing. This is my point of view is, if you agree that Celsius is superior because of 0 being freezing and 100 being boiling, which I agree with, that's easy to remember. 0 and 100, right? 0 and 100 makes sense for the context. Science, freezing, boiling. And 0 to 100, humans work great with that scale. Fahrenheit, remember you agreed that 0 to 100 is easy to remember. Now think about human body temperature and what's comfortable outdoors. Isn't 0 to 100 good? If you say no, then you have to agree that you have to take back your opinion about 0 to 100 for freezing and boiling. Yeah, 32 Fahrenheit is meaningless, but we're not talking about the freezing point of water. We're talking about human comfort. If 32 is thought of as a percentage of human comfort, is it cold or hot? You instantly know that it's cold because it's way below 50%. It's way below 100. It's cold. We don't care about the freezing point of water. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is comfortable for a person. We're talking about when I look at something and I think, should I wear a coat or should I wear shorts? 0 to 100 is the easiest thing to understand. The same reason it's easy to understand for boiling and freezing. Decimals is not a good argument either. That gives you 1,000 choices now. I thought you said 0 to 100 is the Celsius scale. For it to be more precise, you're going to have to say a decimal, introduce a decimal place. So now you have 1,000 possibilities. Right? Now you have to say it's 14.8 degrees. Well, now I have to think about hundreds and hundreds of numbers, not just 100 numbers. It's more complicated. Too many choices. I also think hectopascals is bad for pressurization, or for pressure. It's too few, like the range is too small. There are 3 to 4 hundredths of a inches of mercury to be more accurate. Like, I want it to be more accurate. Hectopascals is less accurate, less numbers to pick from. 20C is comfortable, plus or minus 10 is hot and cold respectively. You have fewer numbers though, don't you get it? If you and your partner are arguing over to set the thermostat to 23 or 24 or 15 or 16 Celsius, which one are you picking? The same in Fahrenheit, you probably have 5 options. You can't be as precise. Doesn't make any sense. The only way you can disagree with me is if you think that 0 to 100 is a bad scale for freezing and boiling temperatures. You have to agree that's a bad scale. You can't say Fahrenheit 0 to 100 for human comfort is bad if 0 to 100 Celsius for science is good. You can't make the same argument. It's a contradiction. On HPA, do you really need to know accuracy? I mean, I would be more comfortable with it being more accurate, I guess. It seems kind of important when we're descending in an airplane towards terrain. I would prefer the precision. All right, we're getting the ADD-ONS. All right, 19er. All right, we got the ADD-ONS. They're landing runway 19er in the sim weather. So you know you're 1,003 instead of 1,000? Yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking about being in an airplane going hundreds of miles an hour potentially, or 100 miles an hour. I would prefer the safety margin of knowing it's a little more accurate personally, yes. Because the context is we're flying an airplane. So yeah, if it's going to be a 10-foot difference, I want to know. Feet and meters. There's distance-wise, well, at least converting distance-wise makes more sense with the metric system. For the same reason that Fahrenheit's better 0 to 100 for humans, and the same reason that 0 to 100 Celsius is better for science. 0 to 100 is easier to understand. The same reason why the metric scale is easier to understand for kilometers, meters, centimeters, millimeters. It's all bases. It's all 10. It's all decimal based, right? So it's easier. Just think of 0 to 100 Fahrenheit as a percentage. California, like LA, average temperature is 72. Think of that as 72%. Arizona, 100 degrees. Hot. Nevada, 105, 110. Hotter than really hot. Super hot. If it's in the negatives, holy crap, it's cold. But we're not talking about boiling and freezing points of water. That's a 200 and something degree difference in Fahrenheit. So 0 to 100. Inches in a yard. Oh, no, nobody can. We're not. You see how I'm willing to agree that certain units of measurement are more understandable because of them being a decimal system or 0 to 100 scale, but you guys aren't willing to make the same statement about Fahrenheit being easy to understand for the same reason? You see the double standard? Make a video. Alright, flight level 120.
Fly present heading, descend to flight level 120. Gov JTAC Sierra de Oliveira into airport landing runway.
Well, Fahrenheit isn't better for all temperatures, right? That's not the argument I'm making. I'm just saying when we're talking about our comfort as humans, whether we're wearing a jacket or not outside, Fahrenheit's easier to understand. It's 0 to 100. That's the range that most people are going by with Fahrenheit on most days. Yes, some people are in areas that are in the negatives. Some people are in areas that are above 100. But then you know that that's a very an extremely hot to extremely cold difference. But in terms of comfort, nobody wants to be outside when it's under 0 degrees at all. No one wants to be outside when it's over 100 degrees if they can help it. Like,
I think if you grew up in Europe, you would think differently.
I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't is because I didn't grow up in Europe, and I agree that Celsius is better for science, and millimeters and kilometers are better measurement, easier to understand than yards and feet and inches. It's the same exact thing. Like, if I grew up in Europe, I would think the same thing. Fahrenheit 0 to 100, easier, but everything else, not easier. I'm not defending feet. I'm not defending feet, yards, miles. I'm only defending Fahrenheit 0 to 100 is easy to understand, compared to negative 33 to positive 26. Like, what a horrible scale to remember. Like, no thanks. I'd rather think about 0 to 100 than some negative 20 to positive 26 or whatever it is. It's weird. Yeah, human comfort works for Fahrenheit. That's the entire argument. If you like 0 to 100 for the metric system, and you like the decimal place moving, and you like 0 to 100 for science, for boiling, and for freezing, then you should agree consistently that 0 to 100 for Fahrenheit is easy to remember. You're just contradicting yourself otherwise. If the reason you agree that the metric system is so good is that it's all based on tens and decimals and moving the decimal point, then you're contradicting yourself by not agreeing that a 0 to 100 scale is an easy way to understand human comfort level, human comfort temperatures. You're just contradicting yourself, but you'll never agree. You can keep, you just can't keep both opinions. The people not giving any are the people that are not being objective. What's the limit for 0 and 100? What do you mean the limit? Body feeling? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For human comfort, 0 to 100 Fahrenheit is very easy to remember. 0, it's very cold. 100, it's very hot. That's it. If it's in the middle, guess what? It's not bad. If it's above the middle, it's a bit warm. If it's below the middle, it's a bit cold. It's very, very easy to understand. A child could understand it. Definitely understand it better than negative 30, negative 38 up to positive 26.4. Don't you get it? It's 22.4. It's warm. No, I think 0 to 100 is easier to remember. 200, yeah, 212 for boiling. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it being a scale for human comfort. Nobody's talking about boiling water. Why am I thinking about boiling water when I'm just deciding whether to go outside with a jacket or not? Or if the East Coast of the US is cold right now? Nobody uses the decimal in daily life. Yeah, I never hear people say it's 23.4 degrees Celsius. So you have less values to use. You're saying 22 or 23, which is the equivalent of like 5 different degrees in Fahrenheit. So it's less precise. Though I'm pretty sure on thermostats with Celsius, you are changing the temp, not by 10% at a time, not by a whole unit. Anyway, I'm just saying, if you think a 0 to 100 scale is easy, but then you disagree that 0 to 100 Fahrenheit is easy, then you're just contradicting yourself. It's that simple. It's very logical.
Couch 323, descend to flight level 100.
Descend to flight level 100.
A poll,
Couch 323.
because popularity equals correct. Is that true in your brain? If something is popular, it is the right answer. Let's pull a bunch of people a math question. See how many of them in public get the answer right. So the people that get it wrong the most are the most popular answer. Are they the correct ones? Turn right 105. 22 equals 71.6. Yeah. 72 is the average, like, California temperature. But what's 21? 21 is probably like 67 degrees, 68 degrees. And in Fahrenheit, 4 degrees is a big deal. 73.4. Okay. So it's a 2-degree difference. Wait, what? Wait, what? 4? What the heck? 22 to 26 is a 2-degree... Oh, God. Wait, but as you get lower, doesn't the gap widen? Is it a linear scale? It doesn't scale 1 to 1? That's horrible. It's even more confusing. If it doesn't scale linearly, how do you ever understand that? It doesn't make any sense. But the problem is, like, I can feel the difference of 1 degree. I know what the difference between 73 and 72 is. The same I know the difference between 3 and 4. If you have to use decimal points, you already lost. Decimal points equals instant loss. Nobody wants to talk about decimal points off just randomly throughout their life. RNAV Yankee runway 1. Okay, I'll agree with you guys that Celsius is better for human temperature if you agree that yards and feet are better then. It's the same logic. 0 to 100, we'll throw that out the window. You have to throw that out the window with measurements and stuff, the metric system. You can't agree that that's good then anymore, because the reason it's good is because 0 to 100. And the decimals, right? It is the same logic. Okay, why is the metric system superior? Why is the metric system for measurement of distances superior? I would like to know the answer. Why is the metric system kilometers, meters, millimeters?
Turn right, heading 150.
Why is it superior? I'm waiting for the answer. I mean, I know what the answer is. It's because it's 100. It's because it's all about just moving the decimal point, right? It's because it's a decimal system. Right, because it tens. Exactly. Because it's easy to understand, right? 1, 10, 100. Why? Because humans, it's easier to think of such an easy scale. 100.
Turn left, heading 045, 2000
okay.
until established.
Apply the same logic.
RNAV Yankee runway 01, couch 323.
Zero is cold, 100 is hot, is logic. Yeah, it is. In general. Yeah, some people are in like the negatives right now. So if I say it's negative 20 Fahrenheit, what are your thoughts? Oh, that's really cold. If I say it's 100 Fahrenheit, what are your thoughts? Oh, that's really hot. Because it's basically a percentage. That's why it's easy to remember. The same reason why the metric system for distances is easy to remember. Because it's just percent based, decimal based, tens, hundreds, thousands. That's why. Yeah, you do know what negative 20 means. It's like negative 20%. It's really cold. Really, really cold. You don't need to know anything other than 100's hot, 0's cold. That's it. 0, 100. Easy scale. If it's more than 100, it's even hotter. That's why it's easy to know. A child could understand it. Are you dead at negative 20? Do you encounter temperatures in your life when you go to get your coffee or your groceries where the decision you're making is if you're going to die when you leave the house or not? Or is your decision if you need a coat or not? Which one? Because you're asking me a question that isn't a question that people ask themselves when they leave their house to run some errands or if they're going to go camping for the afternoon or the night. That's not the answer you're asking yourself. The question you're asking yourself. The question is, do I need a jacket? So on a simple percentage 0 to 100, you know instantly You could tell somebody anywhere in the world that it's 0 degrees, and they're going to say, oh, well, 0 to 100, that's at the bottom end. You need a jacket. You need to be really bundled up. Anyone will know instantly.
Seriously, let's switch to a different topic.
No. Thanks for the super chat. Celsius is still cold. The range of degrees you use to describe your human comfort in Celsius is a small range. Get a podcast. I'm gonna miss my descent, aren't I? Wait, they didn't come back to me, did they? Oh, 045 2000. I'm just gonna do it myself. That is true anywhere in the world. Anything over 100 is really hot. Look up averages and temperatures around the world on a Fahrenheit scale. You'll see it works pretty good 0 to 100. And the chart's going to be more accurate because there are more numbers that are experienced in the world when it comes to temperature than the amount of numbers used in Celsius whole numbers. You plot them both on the same chart. Fahrenheit's more accurate because there are more numbers. We don't have to introduce a decimal. Yeah, with Celsius, if it's below 0, you need a coat. No. What is it? But what is it when you need shorts? 18. Okay, 20 to 18. 15. I mean, it's so easy to remember. It's almost as easy to remember as how many feet are in a yard or a mile, right? It's just some random number. 20, 18, 15. You don't want to use 0 to 100 the way you do with distances. Why not? You don't want it to be decimal based for some reason instantly. Doesn't make any sense. It's just a huge contradiction. That's all it is. It's the same reaction that you have when you ask why like Americans cling to feet and miles and stuff. It's the same exact thing. It's just because we're used to it. You're used to 15, 18, 19, 24, 24.4, 24.6. Do you want it? Do you want the, hey honey, do you want the temperature down 0.34 degrees? Like, no, that is so annoying. Holy crap, that's annoying. Who wants to talk like a calculator? I should probably land before I run out of fuel.
Vertical track.
How did you not get a notification? I don't know. Probably because it was like 7 hours ago. With Fahrenheit, you don't have to remember a number. Just think of it like a percent. Good to go. Like everybody knows their individual numbers for their house or what their temperatures in their region are. But if you think globally, 0 to 100 is super easy to remember. And if you disagree, then throw your metric measurements for distance out the window. You can't hold both opinions. You're just biased by holding both contradictory opinions. That's it. Okay, VNav direct 2. Let me try this again.
Vertical track.
Yeah, there are some weird people that like it when it's 10 degrees colder, but if you look outside, the vast majority of people are wearing the same thing on any given day. If you look outside and 99 out of 100 people are wearing coats and one person's in short sleeves, do you think it's cold or hot? We're not talking about exceptions. Kilograms and pounds? Yeah, I agree with that. I'm the only one with a consistent opinion, apparently, which is 0 to 100 and base 10 stuff is the easiest to remember. So when I can think 0 to 100, I like that. That's why I think kilograms, grams, meters and millimeters and kilometers are good. I'm not going to change America to use them, but I understand the logic of why the system's easy to understand. And the same thing is why Fahrenheit's easy to understand to decide if somewhere in the world is hot or cold for humans. I don't care that 100 is boiling point of water because I'm not water and I'm not boiling water. Yeah. If I'm doing science, 0 to 100 makes sense. I prefer Celsius temperatures in the sim. 29 Fahrenheit? Wow, that sounds pretty low below the midpoint. It sounds pretty cold. Draw a line left to right and put the dot on that line, right? It's below the middle point. What do you think? Hot or cold? It's towards the cold end. You're going to be wearing a jacket when it's towards the bottom end of the scale, between 0 and 100. You're going to be wearing a jacket to stay warm. When it's on the top end of the scale, you are going to be wearing shorts and wearing sunscreen. That's it. A child, a literal child can understand it. Hey, 0's really cold, wear a jacket. 100's really hot, wear shorts. It's in the middle. What do you think? Is it warm? Yeah, it's kind of warm. Is it more towards the top end? Yeah, it's warm. It's an easy to remember thing, like a percentage. Figure out what temperature it's going to switch from rain to snow in the morning. Why do I care? Am I not wearing a jacket either way? I'm not doing science. I'm not conducting a science experiment. I'm asking myself, is it cold or is it hot out? It's so easy. I don't know why it's so difficult. Yeah, we do. Believe it or not, we have rain. I've driven in the snow many times in my life. Yeah, snow is important, yeah. I'm talking about human comfort. I don't know why we're getting off topic about driving and freezing point of roads. I'm talking about wearing a jacket. Let's not change the subject here. If you are leaving the house and you need to put on a jacket or not, 0 100 is very easy to understand. If the scale works well with 0 to 100, it's a better scale than one that doesn't work with such a simple to understand 0 to 100. That's it. That's why you guys love the metric system for distances. It's the same logic. It's so easy to understand. Below 0, don't bother. Yeah, stay inside. It's probably really cold. If it's over 100, it's really hot. And yeah, you may live in temperatures over 100 and you know it's really hot, but so does everyone else in the world when you say it's over 100. Because 0 to 100 is easy to remember. It's very, very simple. Open the door, decide if it's cold enough, yeah. Put your arm out the window. Well, if you're traveling, you can't put your arm out the window 50 miles away, can you? Put your arm out the window in Las Vegas right now. Do it. Guys, decide if you're going to wear a jacket or not in Las Vegas right now. By putting your arm out the window. Why wouldn't you want more resolution? Exactly. Unless you want to introduce the decimal point, but then you're using 1,000 different numbers, potentially not 100, so it's just too complicated. The reason why they disagree is for the same reason they agree that the metric system's better for measurement. It's just a contradiction. It's fine. They're not applying logic. They're applying feelings. 59 in Vegas. Well, you're talking about being acclimated to weather. That's different. I'm not talking about that. It's not. All I'm talking about is it easy to understand a 0-100 scale where 0 is cold, need a jacket, 100's hot, you need shorts, and everything in between is predictable. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about acclimating to a weather, because everyone lives in a different temperature. The point is to be able to discuss those different temperatures throughout the world. They're arbitrary systems, yeah, but 0 to 100 is an easy scale to remember, which is why millimeters, meters, and kilometers is easy to remember. Everyone just keeps ignoring the main point, which is a 0 to 100 scale is extremely easy to remember. That's the whole point. You can't hold the opinion that the metric system is easier to understand because it's powers of 10 for the same reason. Approach mode, localizer, glide slope. That is why metric is better. Everyone says because it's base 10. That's why it's better. Converting. The things you're actually doing with it. It's easy to remember. It's powers of 10. You move the decimal point. That's why it's easy to remember. Humans work really good with 0 to 100 and 100 as a base, right? 10 as a base. That's why it's easy. And of course, everything is an arbitrary unit somebody made up.
Couch 323.
Physical constants? Okay, what's the smallest constant that it's all based on? It's easy to remember as someone that doesn't use the metric system because of the powers of 10. Now, Kelvin is even worse if you want to wear a jacket or not. Human comfort scale, yeah. A square in France? No, that sounds arbitrary. That can't be it. What's the basis for the millimeter? The nanometer, what is it? Is it like a piece of corn that got stuck in someone's tooth and they put it down? They said that's a millimeter. Let's base everything off that. Oh, the speed of light. Well, I definitely use that when I drive my car, so it's a good thing we use kilometers. I mean, the context, that just sounds useful. Number of wavelengths on an isotope. I mean, let me just think about the speed of light and when I'm driving my car for a second to figure out. Hold on. Wait, how long's a yard? Like a pace? A standard, like an average human pace, right? When you take a step? Interesting. It's almost like taking a step seems more contextual to travel as a human than the speed of light to me. I don't know. Isn't that weird? Useful if you're short, yes. Well, so is the speed of light if you can't go the speed of light. And nobody can. Let's base it on something that nobody can achieve. The relations to the physical constraints were defined afterwards. Yeah, what was it originally based on? My theory about Fahrenheit works with miles and kilometers, 0 to 100, 0 to 100, too fast, too slow. I don't know, what's the, are you saying kilometers is better? I mean, if it's 0 to 100. Yeah, my whole argument is that it's easy to remember 0 to 100, that's it. I don't know how that can be disagreed with. I think it's just not objective to think that 0 to 100 is a scale that's difficult to understand. Derived from a random French stick or something. You're wrong though, Jack. I'm agreeing. I am agreeing on everything except Fahrenheit. See how you keep ignoring the fact that I think the metric system makes a lot more sense for measuring things when it comes to distances. I like the powers of 10. I am being consistent. I'm not saying pounds are better. The only people who aren't agreeing are the metric people. They're the only ones that think that it's not easy to understand 0 to 100. That's it. Yeah, we're still debating. Yeah, it's like the new Android versus iPhone. Is binary hex or base 10? Well, for what? In general, humans in day-to-day lives, base 10 stuff is very easy to remember. 0 to 100 scales are very easy to remember. We're not doing science here. We're just talking about what's easy for the average, for everybody to remember, really. Like a child can understand 0 cold, 100 hot. 0 slow, 100 fast. Zero to 100 is a great scale to use in the context of what you're using it for. That's why the 0 to 100 Fahrenheit's good. That's why 0 or, you know, 1 kilometer equals 1,000 meters equals 1,000 millimeters is, you know, or equals 1 meter equals 1,000 millimeters is easy as well. Centimeters, sorry. Skip centimeters. Anyway, base 10s. I don't know why you're bringing race into it. I'm talking about numbers. 0 to 100. Percentages. Denominations of currency. Metric system distances. Centimeter, millimeter, kilometer. All of those things are based on easy to follow scales or powers or decimal places. Very easy to remember. Has nothing to do with the color of your skin to say 0 to 100 is an easy thing to remember. Otherwise, throw out the metric system with kilometers and centimeters. That's based on some stick that was found however long ago. Oh, I need to hit approach again. There we go. The U.S. is white. I mean, I'm actually a minority in the state I live in, so I don't know what we're talking about. There's nothing to do with talking about numbers. Well, luckily for, I mean, I didn't make up the Fahrenheit system, just so you know. I'm making a very simple statement that 0 to 100 is a nice scale to work with. People get really off subject. Kilometer per hours are stupid. I don't know what speed I drive in kilometers per hour. But it's, yeah, the same thing with Fahrenheit. I know that 100 miles an hour is too fast. I invented Fahrenheit. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm on the localizer. Oh, I'm way below the glide slope. What? Approach mode. Help me. 100 kilometers is 60. I mean, I guess I don't know what the, like in the US 100 miles an hour, I mean, it's all based on that, right? Like a lot of freeways are 65 or 75 miles an hour in the US. So if you're going 100, you're just speeding in almost all places. I think there's some in Arizona that go up to maybe 85. There might be some more. A nautical mile? Well, I mean, a nautical mile is... .15 miles. Why are we using... Why doesn't my autopilot turn off? Oh my god. Sorry, I'm here hitting my autopilot off button over and over and over. I think it's actually off now. Okay, it's finally off. German's on the Autobahn. I actually have a friend that drove on the Autobahn recently. He was telling me how much he loved it. Not just because you can like go the speed you want, but he said like people were just like smart drivers on the Autobahn. (1983) defining the distance of light travels in a vacuum in 1/299 792/48 of a second. What? Wait, I'm confused. Doesn't that sound arbitrary? You got pulled over in Texas going 110 and an 85. Wait, careful. Don't use miles per hour because if it's over 100, people will know that it's fast. Arbitrary. Average pace. Well, I just made that up actually. I don't know what the original like foot inch yard was based on. I have no idea. I agree all that's arbitrary. I mean, it's all arbitrary. I'm not talking about if it's arbitrary or not. Of course it's all arbitrary. There's some random unit of measure made from the base of all of the systems. But in terms of numbers, 0 to 100 is easy to remember. That's it. My argument has not changed this entire time. I've been making the same argument the entire time. That it would be easy to teach someone the Fahrenheit. 0 cold, 100 hot. You know, in the context of is it comfortable outside? That's it. It's not that deep.
Couch 323, exit right at Alpha.
Right?
Exit right at Alpha, couch 323.
No. Is this a parking spot? Oh, there's like a little turnaround. The heck? Is that a little run-up area? Emergency truck exit? Cold does not exist, yes. Yeah, you guys send me into the forest after this conversation. Yeah, 0 cold, 100 hot is pretty universal. Look at Fahrenheit temperatures around the world. It's gonna sure be easier to understand than -41 to +24.6. Hey, would you like to learn a scale that's between 0 and 100 or -32.8 and 27.4 to know if you're comfortable in the temperature outside or not? Which scale do you think might be easier to learn? I'm going to go with the one with the complex decimals. The point isn't about acclimation and weather. The point is just that 0 to 100 is an easy scale to remember. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I am repeating myself so many times. You can't take 6 passengers. You can only carry... Are you doing Neofly? That's if you're doing Neofly, that's the same problem I ran in with the Sky Courier. That makes no sense. That 0-100 is an easy scale to remember. You're doing on air? You should be able just to hit the load button. It should do the it'll do it for you if you let it auto set when you hit tracking Svi. The auto load button will set the weight and balance and fuel for you when you start tracking. You don't have to worry about it. Unless you're flying something complex where you have to do it yourself. Like if you're flying like a black square plane that has a no, it's in the step after validating fuel. It's when you click the track button, it will auto set it. Five adults and 2 children. Ooh, level 6. Yeah, with on air, like after you do validate fuel, like when you plan how much fuel you're buying and how much cargo you're taking, when you go to the next screen, like if you can't get past that screen, then you're taking a job that has too much, it has more than you can carry. So it is possible for you to like find a mission. Like I could find a mission based on me adding 0 fuel to my plane and assuming all the extra available payload is going to be used for the mission, and then realize, oops, I need to add fuel, and now I can't take the cargo because I accepted a mission without taking my fuel needs into account, like filling up with fuel, if that makes sense. What am I going to work towards? I don't know. I'm kind of just using it as a way to get around the world, I guess. It's cool exploring South America. So, yeah, right now it's, I guess it's serving the purpose it used to serve, like kind of a route finder. Cirrus jet owners are mad they couldn't afford the Honda jet. And the Cirrus jet looks so cool. I watched a few videos of people in it, and it looks awesome. It's so much bigger looking on the inside. Like, I don't get a good sense for the scale in the sim. Even in VR, like it looks so much bigger. My UI looks different. Are you doing the freelance stuff or the career stuff? The new default in On Air is like it shows freelance missions where you can choose any plane you want. You need to like unlock the you need to unlock the advanced career mode. Like it's on the right side of the screen when you're on the default screen. How do you trick the live weather? Just turn on live weather and then move it 1 minute into the past. That's the only way, but you're going to be in darkness here. Yeah, you want to find an area for an FBO? I know. Yeah, the thing in On Air that's so nice is, yeah, it really gives you that like hyper realism of like, you have to decide where you're going to operate out of, the fuel costs, if you want to do the FBO, if you want to start an industry thing, like if you're going to trade with players, if you're going to try to take over an airport, like it's so much like that instant, that like MMO feeling thing. Like the competition, it's like really interesting. Yeah, I don't know when they changed it, but if you're on the freelance screen, you had a company on an old account. Yeah, I made a new account because my old one was like tied to my personal email, so I swapped it. But it starts on this. I don't know why they did that. I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird that they did this. You have to go over here and change mode to career mode right here. So it's in freelance only. I don't know why they do this. But you change it to advanced career. This one is not free, unfortunately, no. Because it's got player-to-player interaction stuff and like a living worlds kind of permanent world thing, where you can run VAs and all that. So it's like $40 or $50 a year. It has like a 7-day free trial, but that's why I usually recommend OnAir Company is because, or I usually recommend NeoFly is because you can just play it for free. It's going to be very similar. But OnAir has a lot of crazy features. Like, you could build like a cabin near a river and like bring supplies and employees out there to do fishing for you. Like, it's kind of crazy. It's got a lot of really advanced features. Oh, we got a longitude. Oh, we got CJ4. Is the CJ4 still flickering? Oh, yeah, I mean, I can see it flickering, actually. Uh-oh. He's going to the woods. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, he's good. He's good. You pressed freelance. It won't let you go back? You switched it to freelance? Stupid trial? Wait, is it a trial problem? I mean, if it's frustrating you, I would give them both a try to see which one works for you. Like, OnAir, generally, it's like there's so much complicated stuff to do. You can really make it start feeling like a job when you get into that stuff. It's kind of a commitment. I think for most people, just NeoFly being a good, like, career mode progression system is enough. Especially because, like, I think the vast majority of the stuff I would do in NeoFly is the free stuff anyway. I don't really want to hire AI pilots and all that stuff. Yeah, the CJ4 looks so tiny. I got the next level. I got level 6. I think at some point those missions it starts giving me... Oh, negotiate landing fees. Oh, I can do reduce parking fee by even more. I think the landing fee is what I really want, though, because that applies to every landing. Parking, I think, is just if you're leaving it there. Like 24 hours or whatever. I guess I could check on that if I go to my... if I go to my cache... Okay, yeah, it's just the landing fee. The parking fee is just overnight, I guess. So yeah, if I can avoid the landing fees everywhere, that'll be cool. Payload's still a problem. So I'm not sure which step you're on. So like when you choose a mission and it tells you how much cargo you're going to take, if you choose a mission that has too much cargo and you don't have enough allowance in your payload and your weight of your plane to add enough fuel for the mission, then you'll be overweight and it won't let you start it. So you have to pick a... You have to figure out that limit, kind of. I usually just remove a few 100 pounds from the default filter to make sure that I'm not picking missions that I can't do because of weight limitations. Oh, Sky Courier. Those are some reversers right there. The moonwalk. You did flying in 24, arcade-like? What, did you have all the assists on or something? You're glad you didn't buy it? Oh. What plane did you fly and how many assists did you have on and what was the weather?
All aircraft be advised information X-ray now current. QNH 1011.
Alright, what's my next mission? $4,400. It's getting a little better. I think most of my missions right now are like 3,000 maybe 5,000 at the most. So this isn't bad earnings. But it wants me to go back to SBGM, right? Yeah, this is kind of annoying where, yeah, they're all from your base, so you have to like keep going back to your base. So I'm just going to keep doing the thing where I change where we are Where I just keep moving my base to where I'm at. Alright, see ya, Jay. Your next charter is 60K? Holy crap. Wait, are you doing... I forget. Wait. Oh, no, you're doing on it. You're doing on air, right, Ben? Are you... You're not on Thunder, though, are you? I think on Thunder, you earn way less on Thunder. That's probably the main difference. Because remember, I got 10K and you got 170K for your, like, sign-on bonus or whatever. Yeah. It's just the world difference. I'm on Thunder. Yeah. Sky Couriers are the children of the short. The children of the short and the daddy, the cousin, or maybe the older brother of the Grand Caravan. The missions aren't back for the Vision Jet, right? I want to make the next Vision Jet one, but I guess the next Vision Jet one I could do in free flight because it's just about flying an ILS approach, but I kind of wanted to bring up the charts and stuff from a mission that people can find in career mode. Favorite plane? I mean, my favorite third-party plane is still going to be the Meridian, but I've grown to like the Corvallis is pretty solid in 24. You didn't have the assists on? The aircraft didn't feel anything like the actual plane? You mean like in the real world? I mean, it's a simulator. Even the best simulators in the world don't train like feel. They just train procedure and emergencies. I mean, nothing will train the feel of a real plane in a game, no matter what. Is it your first simulator, John? If it's your first sim, I'm not sure. Like, then I would understand what you're saying. But if it's not your first sim, I'm not sure which one you're comparing it to because I've used X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12, Flight Sim 20, and Flight Sim 2024, and done a lot of listening of real pilots that fly them on other YouTube channels. And basically, Flight Sim 2024, from what I've heard, is basically the most realistic yet. And the airliners like the Phoenix are still like highly regarded as the most study level planes in like any sim that we can buy. So I'm not sure what you're comparing it to. I don't know of any sim that has a Cessna 172 that anybody said feels like a real world 172. It doesn't feel anything like what you're used to flying. The Hydra in GTA 5. Other sims? I mean, I don't know if you're talking about X-Plane because I used X-Plane 11 and 12 and there is no way that I would say it felt significantly different from those sims. If anything, X-Plane just feels like a cold, desolate world with no life to it, which doesn't make for a very good gaming experience. And the avionics in X-Plane can't compete. There's nothing that competes with the Garmin avionics and Microsoft Flight Sim, or the systems in like the Phoenix Airline, like the Phoenix Airbus, or the PMDGs or the iFlies. Like, I don't know anything that compares to those. Never heard of. I don't think I've heard of anybody going from like the Phoenix in Flight Sim 20 or 24 back to X-Plane. Like even real world sims, like that real pilots train on, from what I've heard, are nothing. None of them are about feeling, because you can't feel it in a sim. They're all about emergencies and procedures, even though like whatever multi-million-dollar setups that they invest in, none of them are able to replicate what you feel in the real world. So All right, guys, I'm going to call it an early one. It's been 8 hours. It's 7 p.m. No 16-hour stream today. I'm going to eat some food and hang out on the couch for a bit. Couch on the couch. Thank you for participating in the Fahrenheit versus Celsius knowledge transfer. You know they don't train fuel, you do it for a living. Oh, well then the flight physics feel all right. The flight physics are way off. Yeah, I've never heard that X-Plane versus like Flight Sim 2020 and the good planes in each that X-Plane wins in any way. In fact, didn't V1, who's like a real-world Airbus pilot, recently do the best X-Plane 12 plane A320 versus the Phoenix? And the Phoenix, in his mind as a professional, like blew it out of the water, no questions. I watched his stream where he did that, so I trust what the real pilots say. So if they all say that the Phoenix A320 in Microsoft Flight Sim is like by far the most realistic experience, including the physics in the sim, the wind, and including the new crosswind, like the ground handling stuff in Flight Sim 24, then I'm going to trust them. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard anybody going back to X-Plane after experiencing that. But yeah, I mean, have fun with your sim. Enjoy your flights. And it's good that you gave it a try. Guess it's not good enough for you, or I mean, I don't think that's true. I think it's just different. Yes, the HCS, 100%. Oh, it's fine. I mean, I'm half joking, but it's also just purely logical. Pure logic. Yes, 0 to 100. All right, guys. I'll see you on the Discord. Thanks for hanging out today. Thorsten, I think Thorsten left, but thanks for the super chats. Joe, thanks for the super chat. Tristan for the gifted memberships, and Dan for gifted memberships. Abraham Lincoln starting the day off earlier with the super chat as well. I don't even know who Abraham Lincoln was. They changed their name. I have no idea. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out and following me on the OnAir Company stuff. I'll be sure to be doing more tomorrow. Go watch some TV, have a drink, get comfy on the couch, maybe make a video. We'll see how it goes. I think I'll do a Vision Jet video in free flight since the career mode's still kind of borked and not showing the it's not showing any of the charter missions, so it happens. I'm trying to see if anybody's online. I don't know if XP is still online, and I could send you guys his way if he's still on, but my internet is very slow right now. Or on my laptop over here. Doesn't look like he's on anymore. All right, guys. GG's. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Good luck on your on-air careers. Good luck on your NeoFly careers. Your Flight Sim 24 careers. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. Thanks for flying along. Excellent mass Vision Jet flight. That was the most Vision Jets ever at once. Might have to talk to Guinness. All right, guys. GG. Have a good night.